टीम ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में ये बिलीव करके आती है कि वो चैंपियन बन सकती है, लेकिन टीम एपेक्स गेमिंग जो उस वक्त अपने ओरिजिनल बैनर टीम हिंद के नाम से खेल रही थी, उनकी कहानी थोड़ी अलग थी। तेज FFMIC 2026 स्प्रिंग के ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के स्टेज पर कदम रखने से काफी पहले, पहला मैच शुरू होने से पहले, पहला पॉइंट मिलने से पहले उन्होंने अपना एंडिंग इमेजिन कर लिया था। उनके लिए ट्रॉफी पहले ही उनकी थी। ये ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं था, ये बिलीव था। सालों तक साथ खेलने का बिलीव, हर सेटबैक से वापस उठने का बिलीव और नॉकआउट स्टेज क्रॉस करके इंडिया की बेस्ट टीम के सामने खड़े होने का बिलीव। अब सिर्फ एक सवाल बाकी था, क्या वो बिलीव रियलिटी बन सकता था?
जो अपना FFMIC 2026 था अपना स्प्रिंग, उसमें हमने मेनली फोकस किया था अपनी 4v4 फाइट्स में। हमने जितना ज्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग कर सकते थे हमने उसको स्ट्रॉन्ग किया, अपने कोऑर्डिनेशन पे काम किया। तो फिर ऐसा हो गया था कि फिर एक टाइम पे हम कोई भी टीम को 4v4 इजिली मार दे रहे थे। उसी से फिर हमको कॉन्फिडेंस आ गया था कि 4v4 फाइट अपनी बहुत ज्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग है, बस जोन्स और बाकी सब चीज पे अपने को ध्यान देना है, बाकी फाइट्स तो हम निकाल ही लेंगे।
लेकिन चैंपियनशिप डिसाइड होने से पहले एक और हर्डल बाकी था, पॉइंट रश। 6 मैचेस, एक दिन, और वही डिसाइड करता था कि चैंपियनशिप डे पर हर टीम कितने हेड स्टार्ट पॉइंट्स के साथ शुरुआत करेगी। यहाँ ट्रॉफी नहीं मिलनी थी, सिर्फ मोमेंटम, और टीम हिंद ने इसी चीज को टारगेट बनाया। उन्होंने लॉबी डोमिनेट करने की कोशिश नहीं की, हर गेम में अननेसेसरी फाइट्स नहीं ली, जहां अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली वहां कैपिटलाइज किया। और जब मैच 5 आया, टीम हिंद ने पूरे पॉइंट रश का अपना बेस्ट परफॉर्मेंस दिया। एक और ग्रेनेड यहाँ पर से को खेला जाएगा,
बिल्कुल अकेले, नीचे 3 खिलाड़ी अकेले डैश करेंगे, एंड देयर कम्स द टीम हिंद विद द बूया बूया बूया।
19 एलिमिनेशन के साथ बूया, एक स्टेटमेंट गेम। दिन के एंड तक टीम हिंद ओवरऑल 3rd प्लेस पर फिनिश हुई। रिवॉर्ड मिला 5 हेड स्टार्ट पॉइंट्स।
ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में तो हमारा स्टार्टिंग में टारगेट यही था कि हमको 3 से 4 गेम में चैंपियन रश ऑन करना है, बट ऐसा हुआ कि हमारे गेम्स बहुत ज्यादा एवरेज चले गए कुछ रीजंस की वजह से।
चैंपियन रश डे की शुरुआत हुई और शुरुआती 4 मैचेस में एक बात क्लियर हो गई, ये टूर्नामेंट किसी एक टीम का नहीं होने वाला था। हर गेम का हीरो अलग था। मैच 1 में फायर आइज गेमिंग ने पेस सेट किया। मैच 2 में गॉडलाइक ईस्पोर्ट्स ने लॉबी कंट्रोल कर ली। उसके बाद RNX ईस्पोर्ट्स ने बैक टू बैक बुयाज लेकर पूरा लीडर बोर्ड हिला दिया। हर मैच के बाद स्टैंडिंग्स बदल रही थी, हर फाइट टाइटल रेस को एक नई डायरेक्शन दे रही थी, और टीम हिंद वो क्वाइटली रेस के अंदर बनी रही। चैंपियन रश फॉर्मेट में कभी कभी सरवाइव करते रहना लीड करने से भी ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट होता है, क्योंकि जब बाकी टीम्स एक गेम में टॉप करती और अगले गेम में क्रैश हो जाती, वहीं टीम हिंद कभी पिक्चर से बाहर नहीं हुई, वो बस अपने मोमेंट का वेट कर रही थी।
फिर उसके बाद हमको अपना गेम प्लान चेंज करना पड़ा।
फिर हमारा बरमुदा मैप आया जिसमें हमको ज्यादा एलिमिनेशंस की नीड थी, तो हमने उसी के हिसाब से उस गेम को खेला और
5th और 6th गेम में बहुत ज्यादा एग्रेसिव गए, तो उससे अपने को बहुत ज्यादा फायदा हुआ।
4 मैचेस बीत चुके थे। टीम हिंद अब भी अपने ब्रेक थ्रू का इंतजार कर रही थी, और दूसरी तरफ गॉडलाइक ईस्पोर्ट्स धीरे धीरे चैंपियनशिप के सबसे बड़े कंटेंडर्स बन के उभर चुकी थी। हर पासिंग गेम के साथ प्रेशर बढ़ता जा रहा था। अब एक और एवरेज मैच का ऑप्शन ही नहीं था। इसी बीच आई एक रोटेशन केप टाउन से कोटाटुआ की तरफ, और वही हुआ जिसने टीम हिंद के टूर्नामेंट की डायरेक्शन ही बदल दी। सीधा सामने थे डिफेंडिंग चैंपियंस iQOO टोटल गेमिंग। ये सिर्फ एक और स्क्वाड फाइट नहीं थी, iQOO टोटल गेमिंग के लिए ये चैंपियनशिप रेस में बने रहने का मौका था, और टीम हिंद के लिए ये वो फाइट थी जो उनके पूरे टूर्नामेंट को या तो जिंदा रख सकती थी या वहीं खत्म कर सकती थी।
सामने की तरफ से टीम हिंद इसको अटैक करती हुई इस समय पर लीड आगे बढ़ते हुए बुलविन पिट आउट करने की कोशिश है। माफिया ही इज द लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग, बिकॉज़ iQOO टोटल गेमिंग इज येट टू टच द 80 पॉइंट्स मार्क। क्या माफिया अपने खिलाड़ियों को गेम के अंदर इस मुकाबले में वापस ला पाएंगे? जी नहीं, 10वें पायदान पे iQOO टोटल गेमिंग का खात्मा होता हुआ।
और उस मोमेंट के बाद पूरा मैप टीम हिंद के लिए खुल गया, और धीरे धीरे लॉबी सिर्फ 3 स्क्वाड्स तक सीमित हो गई। अब टीम हिंद सिर्फ रेस में नहीं थी, अब पूरी लॉबी को पता चल चुका था ये टीम चैंपियनशिप जीत भी सकती है।
हमको तो शुरू से ऐसे गेम की नीड थी चैंपियन बनने के लिए, क्योंकि एवरेज सा ही गेम हमारा जा रहा था शुरू से, या फिर आप फर्स्ट देख लो, सेकंड देख लो, थर्ड देख लो, पूरी टीम मतलब बूस्टअप हो जाए और चैंपियन की तरफ आगे बढ़े।
गुजरात, कैन यू फील द फायर?
मैच 5 ने टीम हिंद के चैंपियनशिप ड्रीम को दोबारा जिंदा कर दिया, लेकिन अगले 2 गेम्स उस ड्रीम को फिर से तोड़ने पर आ गए। मैच 6 8th प्लेस फिनिश।
बट वो सोलारा वाला मैच में हमने थोड़ी सी गलती की, कोऑर्डिनेशन में इशू आया, वो फाइट अपन हार गए।
हाँ, एक चीज जरूर हुई, टीम हिंद ने चैंपियन रश एक्टिवेट कर लिया।
तो चैंपियन रश ऑन होने के बाद हमारी स्ट्रेटजी में हमने चेंज लाया था, क्योंकि उससे पहले हमने बहुत सारे टूर्नामेंट्स में भी प्रैक्टिस की थी जब चैंपियन रश ऑन होने के बाद बुया करने की, तो फिर हम उसी स्ट्रेटजी के साथ आगे गए थे।
चैंपियन रश सिर्फ आपका ऑब्जेक्टिव चेंज नहीं करता, पूरी लॉबी का गेम प्लान बदल देता है। अब हर टीम को पता था टीम हिंद को बस एक और बुया चाहिए, सिर्फ एक, और चैंपियनशिप खत्म। प्रेशर सिर्फ टीम हिंद पर नहीं था, प्रेशर उन हर टीम पर था जो उन्हें उस एक बुया से रोकना चाहती थी।
फिर अपने को नेक्स्ट गेम में चांस मिला एंड हम सेम स्ट्रेटजी के साथ गए।
मैच 7 में गॉड लाइक के अगेंस्ट एक रिस्की पुश, और इस बार सब कुछ उल्टा पड़ गया।
हिंद को होल्ड बैक नहीं करना चाह रहे, स्क्वाड को स्पॉट आउट करा, स्पॉट करते ही अंदर घुसे टीम गॉड लाइक, दे आर इन ट्रबल। यहाँ पर से मार्को को भी गिरा दिया जाएगा, केडी गॉड एंड बुलविन वो भी नॉकआउट होते हुए नजर आने वाले। साहिल जाट एक लौते खिलाड़ी, उनको भी करा बाहर।
टीम हिंद लॉबी की पहली एलिमिनेटेड स्क्वाड बन गई। जो मोमेंटम मैच 5 में बना था वो एक ही गेम में रुक सा गया।
तो मतलब हम 7th मैच में जब एलिमिनेट हुए तो मतलब सब वैसे ही सैड हो गए, फिर डिमोटिवेट टाइप के होने लगे। फिर जैसे ही हमने देखा कि 7th मैच में आरएनटी ने बुया करा, तो फिर मतलब सब एकदम ऐसे खुश हो गए और फिर एक दूसरे में मतलब चेयर अप करने लगे कि मतलब अब तो करना ही है, अब तो चैंपियन बनना ही है।
अब हर मिस हुई बुया सिर्फ पॉइंट्स का नुकसान नहीं थी, वो बाकी टीम्स को एक और चीज दे रही थी, होप। मैच 7 के बाद इक्वेशन बिल्कुल बदल चुकी थी। चैंपियन रश एक्टिवेट करने वाली 7 टीम्स में वो सबसे पीछे थे, लीडर बोर्ड के लीडर से 24 पॉइंट्स पीछे। पहली बार चैंपियनशिप इतनी दूर लग रही थी। फाइनल गेम शुरू हुई।
उस मैच में हमारे साथ अनएक्सपेक्टेड चीजें भी हुई थी कि हमने एक स्प्लिट लिया था कमांड और स्टोन रिच पर, और हमारे पे पूरी टीम आ गई थी एक स्प्लिट पर। तो साहिल उधर स्टोन रिच पे मर गया और हमारा छोटो और मैं कमांड पे थे। तो वो फाइट इतनी जरूरी थी निकालनी, क्योंकि अगर वो फाइट हार जाते तो हमारी पूरी टीम एलिमिनेट हो जाती।
पड़ेगा डिलीट एंड चेक नॉक हो चुके हैं। इस दौरान 2 खिलाड़ी सर्वाइव करेंगे और माफिया यहाँ से लॉन्च पैड से निकल जाएंगे। कैश टेक में से पता मिलेगा माफिया पे शॉट्स लिए गए और काफी जगह चोट लेकर गए।
अब सिर्फ एक ऑब्जेक्टिव था, फाइनल सर्कल तक पहुंचना। 4 टीम्स, चारों चैंपियन रश पर, एक ट्रॉफी, एक फाइनल सर्कल। जो ये गेम जीतेगा वही चैंपियन बनेगा। जोन और कोलैप्स हुई, अब कवर खत्म हो रहा था और इसी मोमेंट पर टीम हिंद ने सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट डिसीजन लिया। बाकी टीम्स हेजिटेट कर रही थी, टीम हिंद पहले मूव कर गई। रिस्क था, लेकिन उस रिस्क ने उन्हें सबसे वैल्यूएबल चीज दी, पोजीशन। अब बाकी टीम्स स्पेस के लिए लड़ रही थी और टीम हिंद के पास ऑलरेडी वो स्पेस थी। जोन के दूसरे साइड फायरस गेमिंग और iQOO टोटल गेमिंग एक डेस्परेट फाइट में उलझ चुके थे। दोनों जानती थी ये फाइट हारते ही टूर्नामेंट खत्म। दूसरी तरफ RNX ने टीम हिंद पर प्रेशर बनाने की कोशिश की, लेकिन बेटर पोजीशनिंग का एडवांटेज टीम हिंद के पास था। पुश डाउन किया और RNX एलिमिनेट, और अब सिर्फ 2 टीम्स बच गई थी, फायरस गेमिंग और टीम हिंद।
थोड़ा सा डैमेज होते हुए नजर आएंगे, बढ़ेंगे आगे की और स्काइलर का प्रयोग। ट्रोल को यहाँ पर से डैमेज अकेला गिरा, शॉटो करेंगे ट्रोल के ऊपर अटैक है, ट्रोल को करा जाएगा नॉकआउट। प्रिंस एक लौते खिलाड़ी, उनको भी करा बाहर। प्लेस फ्री फॉर मैक्स इंडिया कप 2026 स्प्रिंग के विनर्स हमारे सामने, दे आर नन अदर देन टीम हिंद।
चैंपियनशिप्स सिर्फ फाइनल बुया से याद नहीं रखी जाती, ना सिर्फ ट्रॉफी लिफ्ट से, ना सेलिब्रेशन से और ना ही कॉन्फेटी से। उनकी फाउंडेशन उससे बहुत पहले पड़ती है। मेटा को समझने में, स्क्रिम्स के एंडलेस आवर्स में, हर हार के बाद हुई अनकंफर्टेबल डिस्कशंस में और उस बिलीफ में जो कभी टूटने नहीं दिया गया। टीम हिंद ने TEZ FFMIC 2026 स्प्रिंग इसीलिए नहीं जीता क्योंकि वो परफेक्ट थी, उन्होंने इसलिए जीता क्योंकि जब जब टूर्नामेंट ने उन्हें टेस्ट किया, हर बार उनके पास एक जवाब था। और अब एक नया चैप्टर शुरू हो रहा है। इस बार टीम हिंद के नाम से नहीं, टीम एपेक्स गेमिंग के नाम से। अब बाकी टीम्स ट्रॉफी के पीछे नहीं भागेंगे, वो भागेंगे डिफेंडिंग चैंपियंस के पीछे, क्योंकि फॉल सीजन में हर टीम का टारगेट एक होगा, टीम एपेक्स गेमिंग।
इस टाइटल को हमारे को डिफेंड करना एक बहुत बड़ी चीज़ है, क्योंकि हमारी अब रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी और ज़्यादा बढ़ गई है। जैसे कि हम और भी जानकारी और फैंस भी हमारे बहुत सारे नए जुड़े हैं हमारे साथ, तो हमारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है कि उनको निराश ना करना। एंड इस बार कंपटीशन भी बहुत ज़्यादा रहने वाला है, क्योंकि जो लास्ट टाइम टीम्स थी वो भी हैं और काफ़ी सारी नई टीम्स भी आई हैं, तो डेफिनेटली कंपटीशन बढ़ा है एंड उसलिए हमको भी उसके लिए और ज़्यादा मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी।
हमको इंटरनेशनल एक्सपोजर चाहिए था, तो हमने वो अचीव करा है। AWC 2026 के स्लॉट को अर्न करा है और मतलब अपने आप को मतलब प्रूव करेंगे AWC में, ताकि अपने फैंस को निराश ना करें।
हर चैंपियनशिप में एक ऐसा प्लेयर होता है जो सिर्फ स्कोर बोर्ड पर नहीं, पूरे टूर्नामेंट की कहानी पर अपना नाम लिख देता है। TEZ FFMIC 2026 स्प्रिंग के लिए वो प्लेयर था हिंद बुलविन। 22 एलिमिनेशन, 8300 प्लस डैमेज और ग्रैंड फाइनल्स का मोस्ट वैल्यूएबल प्लेयर।
जब मुझे MVP का टाइटल मिला तो मैं बहुत खुश था, क्योंकि मैंने इसी के लिए बहुत प्रैक्टिस करी थी। मेरे घर वाले भी बहुत खुश थे, क्योंकि वो देख रहे थे और उन्होंने देखा कि मुझे MVP मिला और चैंपियन हम बने। आपकी नज़रों में मैं MVP हूँ, बट मेरी नज़रों में मेरी पूरी टीम है, मतलब टीम वर्क ही मेरे लिए सबसे ज़्यादा है।
एक सफर यही खत्म होता है और एक नया सफर शुरू। अब बारी है टीम एपेक्स गेमिंग के बैनर के नीचे अपने टाइटल को डिफेंड करने की। TEZ FFMIC 2026 फॉल के दौरान हम लेकर आएंगे और भी बिहाइंड द सीन्स स्टोरीज, एक्सक्लूसिव प्लेयर इंटरव्यूज और टूर्नामेंट की हर बड़ी कहानी सबसे करीब से।
एंड होप सो इस बार भी हम वो टाइटल को जीतें।
ये मेरा गिटार कलेक्शन है। ये लोग मुझे हमेशा पूछते रहते ये तूने कलेक्ट कैसे किया, पर ये मेरी ज़िंदगी के सबसे बेशकीमती चीज़ नहीं है। मेरी ज़िंदगी की सबसे कीमती चीज़ है एक हार, जो मुझे मिली थी 25 अप्रैल को रात को 8 बजे। मैं अपने बेटे से हार गया। और तब मुझे समझ में आया कि हार के जीतने वाले को बाजीगर क्यों कहते हैं। मेरा नाम शैलेश पांडुरंग शिंदे है एंड आई एम फादर ऑफ इंडियाज बेस्ट रशर शोटो। So my grandfather was an extremely poor man. He was a truck driver. मेरे जो पिताजी है वही सबसे तेज़ दिमाग के थे हमारे घर में, जिन्होंने इंजीनियरिंग कंप्लीट की। और वो इंजीनियर बनने के बाद हमारा जो पॉवर्टी का फेज़ था, वो फेज़ में से हम लोग उन्नति की तरफ बढ़ने लगे। हमारा यही मानना है कि पढ़ाई करो, उसमें से ही आपकी उन्नति हो सकती है।
जब मैं शादी करके फर्स्ट टाइम यहाँ पे आई तो सब इंजीनियर, पूरा फैमिली, ससुर जी, देवर लोग, हस्बैंड भी मेरे इंजीनियर हैं और सबका एक्सपेक्टेशन था कि बच्चे भी इंजीनियर बने।
सच पूछो तो मुझे इंजीनियरिंग में दिलचस्पी बिल्कुल नहीं थी। मुझे बचपन से ही म्यूज़िक बहुत ज़्यादा पसंद है, लेकिन हमारे पिताजी ने कभी उसे सपोर्ट किया नहीं। तो जब मैं कॉलेज गया तो मैंने गिटार मांगा तो उन्होंने कभी दिया नहीं। वो मुझे तभी बर्थडे के लिए उन्होंने 1000 रुपये दिए थे कपड़े लेने के लिए। तो मैं तुरंत गया बॉम्बे में भार्गव स्टोर में से मैंने 800 रुपये का अकोस्टिक गिटार लाया था। तो उसके ऊपर से भी घर में काफ़ी प्रॉब्लम हो गई थी मुझे। तो वहाँ से मेरा म्यूज़िक बजाने का सफ़र डिप्लोमा के सेकंड ईयर में स्टार्ट हो गया था। डिग्री के फाइनल ईयर में ये जो पूना के जो कॉलेज के तभी इंटरनल सर्किट के फेस्टिवल्स हुआ करते थे, तो उन सारे सर्किट्स में मैंने प्ले कर चुका हूँ। 17 से 18 स्टेज शोज मैंने किए हुए। लेकिन ये पिताजी का सोच था कि ये जो कला क्षेत्र है, म्यूजिशियंस, आर्टिस्ट, ये सब फिजूल की बातें, इसमें कोई पैसा नहीं कमा सकता है, अपना पेट नहीं भर सकता है। तो उन्होंने मुझे भी कभी अलाउ नहीं किया। पर्सनली मैं काफ़ी क्रिकेट खेल चुका हूँ, कॉलेज के ड्यूरेशन में भी, उसके बाद भी, शादी होने के बाद भी मैं 10 साल तक क्रिकेट खेलते रहा हूँ ग्राउंड के ऊपर। मानव और जो सौरव है और ये प्रथमेश, ये तीनों को भी क्रिकेट बहुत पसंद था। पार्किंग में काफ़ी जगह है, वहाँ पे भी हम लोग गली क्रिकेट खेलते थे और ग्राउंड पे भी जाके खेल चुके।
मेरा बचपन में ड्रीम था कि मैं क्रिकेटर बनूं। मैंने वो बात अंदर ही रख ली थी, अगर क्रिकेटर बनना है तो अर्ली एज से स्टार्ट करना पड़ता है। तो फिर जब मैं बोलने वाला था तब लेट हो रखा था, मैं तब 6-7 स्टैंडर्ड में आ रखा था।
मैंने उसका गेम देखा था, अच्छा खेलता था और टाइमिंग भी अच्छा है, लेकिन वो बात नहीं करता है, तो उसने कभी मुझे बताया नहीं, वरना मैं थोड़ा सपोर्ट करता था उस बारे में।
मेरा इंस्पिरेशन तो मेरा बड़ा भाई प्रथमेश ही है, उसके ऐसे ही मतलब मैंने गेमिंग वगैरह स्टार्ट किया। जिसका भी यूट्यूब चैनल था वो भी स्ट्रीम वगैरह करता था, गेम वगैरह खेलता था।
फिर लॉकडाउन आ गया 8th स्टैंडर्ड में, सब ऑनलाइन पढ़ाई चालू हो गया, तो मेरे पास से आईपैड पे या मेरा मोबाइल, ऐसे दोनों ट्विंस मिलके खेलते थे।
टाइम मेरा भाई स्कूल के फ्रेंड्स के साथ खेलता था आईपैड में, मैं उसका गेम देखता था, फिर उसने मेरे को बताया कि ऐसा गेम है, तो मैं उसके साथ खेलना स्टार्ट किया।
तो फिर मैंने एक टाइम के बाद ब्रेक ले लिया था और उसने छोड़ा नहीं, वो खेलता रहा कंटिन्यू। तो फिर उसके गेम में नए फ्रेंड्स बने और फिर उसकी स्पोर्ट्स की जर्नी शायद उधर से ही स्टार्ट हो गई थी।
अगर मतलब पापा को पता चलता, वो तो पूरा अगेंस्ट थे गेमिंग के, वो तो मेरे को अलाउ नहीं करते थे गेम खेलने के लिए, उन्हें वेस्ट ऑफ टाइम लगता था गेम खेलना।
मेरे लिए स्पोर्ट वो है जहाँ पे आपका पसीना बहे, आपको चोटें आए, आपकी सांस फूले, धूप में खेलो, दिन भर खेलो। घर में बैठ के मानव या उसके जो दोस्त अभी कर रहे हैं, वो हमारे दृष्टिकोण में वो स्पोर्ट था ही नहीं।
मैंने पहले बचपन में बताया नहीं था घर वालों की मतलब मेरे को क्रिकेटर बनना है, बट मेरे को फ्री फायर मैक्स के टाइम ये सब नहीं करना था।
10th में उसका डिस्टिंक्शन आया था, तो हम लोगों ने इतना उसको अपोज नहीं किया कि तू खेल रहा है भाई, तू पढ़ाई भी कर रहा है, तो मैनेज कर रहा है।
डेली ग्राइंड करते करते मेरे स्किल्स इंप्रूव होते गए, जितने भी छोटे मोटे टूर्नामेंट थे हम सब जीतते रह गए। तो ऑलमोस्ट जितने भी बड़ी टीम्स थे उन्होंने सबने मेरे को नोटिस किया और फिर मेरे को सारी टीम के ऑफर आ गए।
तो इसको आई थिंक जैन या फेब में इसके पास अचानक से को फ़ोन आया 80,000 रुपीज़ का। तो मतलब ये 101% कोई ना कोई स्कैम ही है, और ज़रूर जिसने तुझे ये फ़ोन दिया है वो इससे डबल ट्रिपल तेरे से वसूलेगा।
तो मैंने उनको बताया कि मैंने टोटल गेमिंग स्पोर्ट्स मतलब ऑफिशियली ज्वाइन करी एज अ प्लेइंग फॉर, तो उन्होंने भेजा था मेरे को फ़ोन।
तो मतलब ये प्रोफेशनल क्या होता है? ये काम कोई करता है, इंजीनियर उसे प्रोफेशन बोलते हैं, या डॉक्टर वो पेशा होता है?
तो हम लोग टूर्नामेंट जीते जा रहे थे और मैं उनका प्लेइंग फॉर का मेंबर था। फिर अचानक से एक दिन उनका जो पहले मतलब वो चैंपियन लाइनअप जो उनका टूटा था वो वापस रियूनाइट हो गया और फिर मैं 5th हो गया था, इसलिए मैंने फिर छोड़ दिया।
एक बड़ी टीम है जो इंडिया की सबसे बड़ी, वहाँ से ये रिजाइन कर गया है और उसके लिए इन्होंने फ़ोन वापस उसका ले लिया। मैं काम से घर आया, ये थोड़ा ग्लूमी फेस लेके बैठा था और मुझे वो बोलने लगा कि मुझे 80,000 का फ़ोन चाहिए और 1-2 दिन में ही चाहिए। तो मैं बोला 2 दिन में तुझे फ़ोन देने के लिए तूने कोई बोर्ड एग्ज़ाम टॉप किया है क्या? कोई तूने बड़ा तीर मारा है इसको मैं तुझे गिफ्ट में 80,000 का फ़ोन दे दूँ? तो मैंने उसे रिफ्यूज कर दिया।
तो मेरे पीछे लग गया, मम्मा दे ना ग, तू असं काय करते, मी तुला तुझे पैसे परत करतो। मैं इतना तक उसने बोला, फिर मैं बोली मैं कहाँ से दूँ, मी तो नहीं तुला देऊ शकत।
तो यहाँ पे हमारे पहचान के जो उनका शॉप है मोबाइल का, तो वहाँ से फ़ोन आया, आपका लड़का आया है, वो बजाज का फाइनेंस उसको मिला है, वो फ़ोन ले रहा है 70,000 रुपीज़ का। शॉप में आया तो ये वहाँ पे खड़ा था, बोला कि मुझे फ़ोन चाहिए, मैं तो फ़ोन लूँगा ही लूँगा, मैं तुझे 2 हफ्ते में तेरे पैसे लौटा दूंगा। और वो टोटली आउट ऑफ फ्रस्ट्रेशन एंड डिजेक्शन मैंने बोला कि ठीक है मैं पैसे दे देता हूँ। मैं तभी सोचा कि ये मेरे हाथ के बाहर निकल गया लड़का, पूरा ही वेस्ट हो गया है, ये मुझे नहीं लगता कुछ ये करियर करेगा या इंजीनियरिंग भी कंप्लीट करेगा कि नहीं, मुझे डाउट आ गया था उस समय। तो मैं यहाँ तक सोच रहा था कि मेरे दोस्तों से कंसल्ट करके कोई साइको एनालिस्ट या साइकेट्री थोड़ा इसको ट्रीट करूँ कि इसका थोड़ा ये ऑब्सेशन जो है ये कम हो जाए।
मुझे मन में ये था कि मैंने उसको आधा घंटा 1 घंटा जो फ़ोन दिया, तो मेरे कारण वो इतना इन्वॉल्व हो गया गेमिंग में, वो मेरे मन में एक थोड़ा गिल्ट है।
जब पापा ने मेरे को मतलब नया फ़ोन दिलाया, उसके बाद मेरी और उनकी तो बहुत टाइम तक बात नहीं हुई थी और मैंने उनको थैंक यू वगैरह कुछ बोला नहीं था, बट मैं उस टाइम बोलता भी क्या, मेरे को बस मतलब प्रूव करके दिखाना था उनको। फिर उसके बाद मैंने टीम इन ज्वाइन करी, फिर टीम इन के साथ मैंने जो तेज FFMIC जो टूर्नामेंट था इंडिया का, हमने उसके लैंड फाइनल्स के लिए क्वालिफाई करा था और वो लैंड फाइनल्स अहमदाबाद में था। तो मैंने जब पापा को बताया मेरे को अहमदाबाद लैंड के लिए जाना है तो उन्होंने साफ मना कर दिया था।
मेरा तो पहला रिएक्शन ये था कि तेरे एग्जाम्स कब है, तो ये बताए ये हफ्ता भर चलेगा और वो एग्जाम के बीच में आ रहा है। मेरा तो इसके लिए पूरा रिफ्यूजल था।
मेरा और मेरे पापा का एक बहुत लॉन्ग डिस्कशन हुआ था एंड उसके बाद मतलब उस डिस्कशन का कुछ कंक्लूजन ही नहीं आ रहा था। तो मैंने बोल दिया कि अगर इस बार टॉप 3 नहीं हुआ मेरा तो मैं गेमिंग पूरा ही छोड़ दूंगा, मतलब ई स्पोर्ट्स कंप्यूटर सब छोड़ दूंगा, क्योंकि मैंने पहले भी क्रिकेट छोड़ा ही है और इस बार इजीली गिव अप नहीं करना था।
तो उस वक्त पे मेरा जो बड़ा लड़का है, मैंने उससे व्हाट्सएप कॉल पे बात की थी, जो बर्लिन में मास्टर्स कर रहा है। तू कुछ तो समझा उसे कि ये क्या पागलपन कर रहा है ये।
मैं खुद भी गेमर था और मैं स्पोर्ट्स फॉलो करता हूँ, तो जितना मुझे समझता है आई थिंक डेफिनेटली शुड पार्टिसिपेट एंड ये अपॉर्चुनिटी बार बार ऐसी नहीं आती है, तो उसको अगर वो जाएगा तो उसको भी थोड़ा अच्छा ही लगेगा कि मैं एटलीस्ट गया था उधर, जो भी होगा आगे देखा जाएगा।
तो मुझे प्रथमेश ने कहा देख तूने मुझे रोका था, तो अभी मानव जो स्टेज में खेल रहा है और मानव का जो गेम प्ले इट्स परफेक्ट, कि उसके जो करना है उसे वो करने दे, उसे रोक मत तू।
मैंने उसको बोला वो जो बोर्ड्स का एग्जाम रहता है डिप्लोमा का, तो वो छोड़ के तू कैसे जाएगा। तो फिर वो बोला कि नहीं, मैं एक प्रॉमिस करता हूँ कि मैं एग्जाम के लिए आ जाऊंगा अहमदाबाद से।
फिर मैंने मनोमन इसको आशीर्वाद दिया था कि चलो गया बेटा तो ठीक से सक्सेसफुल होके आना चाहिए, लेकिन मैंने इससे कहा कुछ नहीं था। तो इस तरह से ये अहमदाबाद को चला गया था।
मेरा तो पहला ही लैंड इवेंट था, मैं स्टार्टिंग में थोड़ा नर्वस था। उस टाइम पे लाइक हमारी टीम तो अच्छी परफॉर्म कर रही थी, हम लोग सारे इवेंट जीत रहे थे और पूरी टीम को कॉन्फिडेंस था कि इस बार अच्छा करेंगे। तो हमने 21 अप्रैल को होटल के नोटपैड पे लिख दिया था कि विल बी द चैंपियंस ऑफ FFMIC स्प्रिंग।
25 अप्रैल वो दिन मैं तो कभी भूल नहीं सकता। वो मेरा यहाँ पे एक छोटा सा फार्म हाउस है जहाँ पे मैंने लगभग 70-80 पेड़ पौधे लगाए हुए, तो उसे पानी देने के लिए मुझे जाना पड़ता है। 6:30 बजे के करीब ये सौरव का फ़ोन आना शुरू हो गया है। वो बोल रहा था कि मानव अच्छा खेल रहा है, आके देखना चाहिए तू भी। बहुत थ्रिलिंग मैच ज़बरदस्त चालू है। वो लोग दोपहर से चिल्ला पुकार कर रहे थे। सौरव का तो थोड़ा आवाज़ भी बंद होने आया था, तो लेकिन मैंने मेरा पूरा पानी वगैरह मारते रहा और आखिर का 10 मिनट पानी मारना बाकी था। तभी ये का फ़ोन आया सौरव का कि अरे ये लोग है ना शायद क्रैश आउट हो रहे चैंपियनशिप से। तो मतलब देख तुझे बोला था ना मैंने, कोई ये लक फैक्टर है इसमें, ऐसे होते नहीं है कि हमेशा वो जीतते जाएंगे। और फिर फ़ोन रखा और बोला कि अरे नहीं ये लोग जीत सकते हैं, ये लोग चैंपियन रश में शामिल हो गए, फाइनल इसमें रेस में घुस गए, ये सडनली 7वें रैंक से ऊपर आ गए। तो मैंने फ़ोन रख दिया और फ़ोन रखते ही 10 मिनट में फ़ोन आ गया कि मानव जीत गया है।
Boys and girls, TEZ Free Fire Match India Cup 2026 Spring Game winner Team EZ।
तो जीत गया, अच्छी बात है। क्या हुआ है, ट्रॉफी मिली हो, लेकिन नहीं 35 लाख का प्राइस पुल था। देखिए मुझे गेम ये FFMIC ई स्पोर्ट ये कुछ समझता है, लेकिन पैसा तो समझता है मुझे, मैं बिजनेसमैन हूँ। तो मुझे टिल दैट पॉइंट I was his biggest opponent. After that 10 o'clock, I was his biggest fan.
लैंड इवेंट तो ही इतना इम्पोर्टेंट मेरे लिए, बट उस लैंड इवेंट के बीच में मेरा एग्जाम था और एग्जाम भी मेरे लिए इम्पोर्टेंट है क्योंकि एजुकेशन तो इम्पोर्टेंट थी और मैंने मम्मी को प्रॉमिस भी कर रखा था कि मैं एग्जाम देने आऊँगा।
साइड बाय उसने डिप्लोमा भी जो कंप्लीट किया विद 72% से भी आ गया। वो गेमिंग एंड एजुकेशन बोथ वो मैनेज कर रहा है। इंडिया का जो चैंपियन अभी बने तो वो डायरेक्टली EWC के लिए क्वालिफाई होते हैं, वो भी पेरिस में हो रहा है। तो हम लोग फिर एकदम खुशी हो गए, इतना बड़ा अपॉर्चुनिटी है, हर प्लेयर को मिलता नहीं है, लेकिन इसने करके दिखाया। तो मेरा बड़ा लड़का बोला कि नहीं, तुमको सबको आना है और हम पूरा फैमिली उसको सपोर्ट करेंगे।
पहले जो मैंने उसके ऊपर जो अन्याय किया था उसकी भरपाई करनी थी, तो बोला कि मानव को पूरा सपोर्ट करूँगा और मैं चाहता हूँ कि अभी तू इंडिया के लिए ये वहाँ पे जीते।
पेरिस में पहले तो एक तो हम लोग एकदम इतना खुश थे कि इतना बड़ी जगह हम लोग ट्रैवल करके गए और वो भी बेटे को सपोर्ट करने। जो इंटरनेशनल लॉबी में इंडियन प्लेयर फर्स्ट टाइम विदाउट एनी कोच विदाउट एनालिस्ट परफॉर्म करना, वो भी बहुत बड़ी बात है और उसने करके दिखाया। छोटों ने जबरदस्त खेला, चिल्ला चिल्ला के हमारे गले बैठ गए।
मेरे पापा तो उनको कभी सपोर्ट नहीं करते थे, वो पूरा अगेंस्ट में थे और अब वही मेरे मैचेस देखने आ रहे, मेरे को सपोर्ट करने आ रहे, तो मैं तो फिर खुश हो गया था। एंड फिर मेरे को वो स्टैंड से इतना चेयर कर रहे थे, मतलब अच्छा मोमेंट था मेरे लिए भी। तो उस टाइम लगा कि They were proud of.
हम लोगों को तो वहाँ पे फोन वीडियो कॉल्स कि आपका लड़का इतना अच्छा खेल रहा है। यहाँ पे घर में भी दादा दादी को फोन कि अरे आप टीवी पे दिख रहे हो, छोटो क्या बुया मार रहा है। वो हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ा ये था।
मेरे पापा तो स्पोर्ट्स फैन है, उन्हें स्ट्रैटेजी एंड एडवाइस देना तो मतलब स्टार्टिंग से ही है उनकी आदत। तो पहले मेरे को क्रिकेट की एडवाइस देते थे, फिर करियर की, उसके बाद मेरे को गेम की एडवाइस देने लग गए।
तो भाई लुइस को काफ़ी प्रेशराइज करता था कि लुइस तू जा यार स्टेज पे, इन्हें कुछ तो पुश कर, थोड़ा सा इनको फायरिंग कर। तो लुइस मुझे बोलता था अंकल इससे ज़्यादा नहीं कर सकते, इससे ज़्यादा प्रेशराइज उन्हें करेगा तो मज़ा नहीं आएगा।
साहिल को बोलते थे तू अच्छे से नीडिंग कर, केडी को बोलते थे तू सेफ रहे, फिर मेरे को बोलते थे ज़्यादा एग्रेसिव मत हो, आराम से खेल। अच्छा लग रहा था कि वो भी लॉक्ड इन हो रखे इवेंट के लिए और बड़े मज़ेदार है पापा।
और इसके बाद तो मेरा उल्टा उसे ये कहना था कि भाई तू अगर इतना अच्छा स्पोर्ट्समैन है तो तू अगले 5-6 साल ये स्पोर्ट को ही क्यों नहीं डिवोट करता। तू ये गेम में इतना ऊंचाई पे जाके इट बिकम्स अ बेंचमार्क। शायद मैं अपने फादर को कभी ये प्रूव नहीं कर पाता तो शायद वो भी मेरे सबसे बड़े चीयर लीडर होते। पर मेरे बेटे ने वो कर दिखाया जो मैं नहीं कर पाया। उसने मेरा सपना पूरा किया है, इसलिए मैं आज उसे बोलता हूँ फाइट फॉर व्हाट यू लव। क्योंकि कभी कभी बाप का हार जाना ही पूरे खानदान की सबसे बड़ी जीत होती है।
With 4 city qualifier teams and 2 international representation, this group is looking more promising than ever. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2026 fall. With me on the desk is going to be Husky, myself, Arka, as we'll be taking you through to the first 3 games of the day. But Husky, since you have a combination of both T1 teams and the underdogs, what are your expectations for the day?
I'm expecting today to be a lot more competitive since we've gotten a bit of a taste of what Group A has to offer. Yesterday, we did have some discussion about what the teams coming into today too with Group B in play. There's going to be a lot of unexpected results, a lot of aspiring pros that we are looking forward to take on the next 6 rounds. And I personally want to see some of these storylines come to fruition with the qualification to knockout stage.
So far in this tournament, we have seen that the T1 teams have got a good rhythm. Most of the fan favorite teams have been qualifying. But for those underdogs or the city qualifier teams, they're thriving. They're trying, but still they're kind of failing in one place or the other. But let's see whether that storyline changes today, as we have got 4 city qualifiers team, as I said before. And all these 4 city qualifier teams have done exceptional in their groups as well. But before which, let's look at the timeline of this tournament to understand for all the newcomers out there, this is what the tournament is looking like.
Yep. And right off the bat, we did finish the play-ins recently towards the end of July, and we also had the week 1 of group stage last week. Now we are in the week 2 stage, which is 15th of August, day 2 with Group B, and tomorrow we'll have Group C. And every single day we will have 6 teams to qualify for the knockout stage, which will be happening for the next 3 weeks and ending with the grand finals with Point Rush on 26th of September and Champion Rush on the 27th of September.
Yeah, but now we are at the group stages, right? And we are almost done with the second week of the group stages. In week 1, we had around 12 teams in each of the 4 groups, A, B, C, D, and only 9 amongst them made it through to the next week. So dividing 36 teams, we got around 3 groups, that is group A, B and C, and now we're going to scrutinize to take only 6 from each of these groups into the knockout stages, from where they'll fight it out for the golden ticket to make it into the grand finals.
Yep. We are sort of shaving it down to make sure that we only get the best of the best teams when the knockout stage rolls around. And even then, we still have the grand finals to look forward to. And at the end of the road, it is the holy grail of this prize pool.
Yeah, a big prize pool of 1 crore rupees, where the champion walk away with the biggest chunk of 35 lakhs. Whereas the best part of this tournament is if you make it into the knockout stages, you walk away with a minimum 77,500 rupees. And let's not forget, the MVP himself is going to have a bigger chunk than that of the team which is placed below the 15th spot.
And what I always like to say is that everyone gets a piece of the pie, and it's a matter of how big of a piece that you get. And competitive Free Fire is always governed by the tenets of point system, with the Booyah team getting 12 points, and each elimination equates to 1 point. But if we do have a tiebreaker, we'll first look at the number of Booyahs, followed by the total number of eliminations, and then if all else fails, we will then look at the ranking in the final game. But according to history in competitive Free Fire, we never had to go down to the wire, and with how Champion Rush has really shaped the ecosystem, I don't think we ever need to go there.
Yeah, but my fingers are crossed. I'm still looking forward for that situation where we jot down numbers and we go to the nth moment. But what we need to look at right now is the one unique active skill which is brought into play in the recent past. And it's turning out to be something amazing, because all the teams out there, they need to come up with the right kind of combination. And then and only then can their team have a perfect composition.
And the best thing that this system has given to the competitive scene is the fact that we see different skill expression and different characteristics of each team. In fact, there have been so many unique composition that has been shown throughout the years, has given us various different champions, and I'm looking forward to have that on display as well, especially for Group B. We talked about some of the heavy hitters like iQOO Total Gaming, SAUL, but we also have to keep our eyes out for the rest. Resurrection, Insane Power, and even Team Evolution and RTX Esports can upset the balance.
Yeah, absolutely. But let's not forget Team Chaos, Cruel, CHILLMATES, SKILLMAX, as well as RM Esports, and including BFA are the heavy hitters in this lobby. They look forward to fights on the early phases of the tournament, and probably that's one of the reasons why they have fought their way to the group stages itself. So today's day is going to be much more interesting, and that's where I would like to request you guys to make sure that you share it among your friends. Share the stream among your friends right now. I'll put up a story with the link so that they all can come over here and be a part of the survivors.
Absolutely. And if you guys are not familiar with the team and their current lineups, we're going to have that on your screens right now. Of course, some of these names, you probably know them from the recently concluded EWC. iQOO Total Gaming and SAUL made a hell of an appearance there. But I think, some of these names are worth looking forward to. I remember early on, we looked at Insane Power, and that is one team that I'm pretty excited to see if they can challenge the big dogs.
Absolutely. If there's any other team which can actually challenge them, it's Resurrection. The big name Dafik, who's well known for his clutch against a 1v3 clutch against that of Total Gaming in one of the games, has put him in the spotlight. So I'm looking forward to see whether they can replicate something more, as Team Evolution and CHILLMATES is going to be joined with the rest of the 6 teams on our screens right now. Here is where some familiar and also some new faces are going to be visible.
Yeah. And especially when we look at RTX Esports, right? I believe we have T-Rex. At least we did get to see some of his plays during our rehearsals a couple of days ago. But I feel like this team, the first impression that I got from RTX is that there is some potential there, right? Now, even if we put T-Rex aside, I think Doshi also has some brilliant moment, and today is the day for him to translate that onto the big stage. They have 6 rounds to make that qualification run.
Speak about qualification, SKILLMAX also have a different kind of an approach to the game, and also making sure that, they have their way of qualifying into the next round. Forging their legacy all the way from the city qualifiers are the 4 teams on our screens, ladies and gentlemen. It's Insane Power, who had 93 points in week 1 of the group stages, all the way from Lucknow. Then we had CHILLMATES, who got 89 in the group stages of week 1 from that of Guwahati.
And of course, we have RTX from Ahmedabad, and as finally RM Esports 633 points. But all of this from week 1 is just a premonition of what they have sort of accomplished during a warm-up, get their hands warm and make sure that they are in the zone. Now that they have gotten a feel of what that competition is like, I think today they are going to come in even harder. But aside from that, we also talked about briefly some of the teams who did go to Paris for the recently concluded Esports World Cup, and that is iQOO Total Gaming and SAUL.
Yeah, both these teams showed some phenomenal gameplay out there, especially SHUL, who made it to the grand finals, were ranked the highest amongst the Indian teams, where they were at the 11th spot. And Total Gaming, even though they couldn't make it to the grand finals, they did leave a mark out there, and they continue to do so in the group stages. It seems like redemption for what they've lost in that of Paris, as they've got 3 booyahs in the previous week with 93 eliminations. And look at the damage number. It's 54,958.
I think iQOO Total Gaming really gave us quite the surprise on that world stage when all eyes were on Team Apex Gaming. You know, TG, they didn't shy away from the challenge. In fact, they even made sure that they put their name on the slab as well. On the other end, I think SAUL, they sort of felt like a wild card from the region at the beginning, but even they left the mark, and making it into the grand finals is super impressive. If we sort of put aside the fact that it was a completely different ball game, but I believe that the experience that they have gained from their world stage is going to help them a lot on their conquest to the knockout stage.
And let's not forget, wishing all the Indians out there a very happy Independence Day. This is the 80th, and we're going to make more promises amongst all the gamers out here as well to make our country prouder as we step into more international circuits. But for now, coming back into this game, this is where we bring in our predictions and give you a little bit of a time so that you guys can put your 3 predictions for the first game. We're going to stick to few of the favorites, but at the same time, we bring in a trump card out there. For me, the trump card is going to be SMX, because this is one of those teams who know how to survive and also be a little aggressive.
Yeah, and for me, since I've gotten a glimpse of what Insane Power is capable of, I want to see them make it to the top 3 just as a bit of a strong statement to start off today. Map rotations on your screens right now. We will begin with Bermuda, followed by Nextera, Solara, Kalahari, Purgatory, before we go into the random map selection for game number 6. And I gotta say, this is quite the lineup of maps, especially you start from the classic Bermuda and then straight into unfamiliar territory of Nextera and Solara, and then we even have that Kalahari for game 4 as sort of like the X factor to really shift the balance.
Yeah, but I know you're going to be disappointed looking at this schedule, my friend, because you know that you're going to miss out the Kalahari game. Nonetheless, we do see a cluster take place towards the Port Chinook as well as the factory region, where we see that 5 teams are looking forward for a skirmish. We all know the deception has always been on cards for all the teams out there, with Hangar, Observatory, Graveyard, Kathulistiva completely empty. These teams will also look forward to spread their wings.
And I believe this is as close as a reference that we have from their week 1 preferred drop spots in Bermuda. One surprise to me is that no teams sort of prefer Clock Tower or Kathulistiva. It's a bit of a difference from what I am used to seeing in Southeast Asia and Brazil, or even in Latin America, where Clock Tower, especially Clock Tower, is a very important spot for team to go to, because regardless of the state of the game, you have great compound, you have high ground, low ground, plenty of resources, and a great vantage point to keep track of other teams' movement. So this is definitely going to be an eye-opener for me to see how the Group B teams navigate around Bermuda.
I mean, they're not going to disappoint you. Trust me when I say this, because you're going to expect at least one team to go to Kathulistiva, and from there trying to, take that healthy rotation as to how that place supports all the teams out there. Nonetheless, I am again remind you guys to share this stream amongst your friends. Hit the like button if you like what we are doing out here, and also make sure that you leave your predictions out there, because 3 teams or 3 names is all we need for the top 3 of the first ever game. And let me tell you yet again, Total Gaming are out here, and a lot of fans out there, they're coming in with full-fledged support.
And most importantly is to get off to a good start and finish strong, or at the very least finish strong, because yesterday when we did the second half of Group A, we saw some teams that came out hot, but they lost gas towards the very end, like Esports. And we have teams that show promises like PVS, and then they drop the ball at the very end. Let's see if that is going to be any different for today as we hop onto Bermuda for game number 1 of Group B.
Yeah, the first map of the day, ladies and gentlemen, and the flight part, dissecting the map to 2 equal halves, making sure that every other team can choose either entertainment or probably a safe drop from where they can come in and chime in to get some eliminations. But by the looks of it, we do see a bit of a skirmish taking place at the factory region, where we have got SKILLMAX as well as Insane Power. Both these teams looking forward for an early skirmish.
And it seems like Peak is going to be basically controlled by TEV. We did see RTX drop nearby as well. No one directly onto Peak. Again, quite the surprise there. It literally has a vending machine and has plenty of compound to work with. And with the circle, first circle forming with Peak in the center, we can expect some rotations heading towards the compound very, very soon.
Guess what's happening out here? Hashtag is looking forward for some early takedowns as Reflexer is going to survive for a brief period of time. Total Gaming, they've gone to Riverside. Probably it's Hashtag, the lone player from that of Total Gaming, who's looking forward for early eliminations. Whereas CHILLMATES, they come in with 3 to 4 players, and I don't think so. It's going to be a good one for that of Total Gaming if they don't have backup. Before I could complete my sentence, Mafia just flies in style and is looking forward for a vantage point.
They've already tagged on the Reflexer as well. The Car 98, in the earlier stages when you don't really have much Kevlar to work with, it does pack a punch, especially at Riverside and Plantation. The dam cutting those 2 locations in the middle and TG committing to the chase. And even if they don't get any points here, they do control a very important crossway of some of the team that want to pass through from the southern side. And Reflexer is going to get surrounded. Mafia with a nice shot there for TG's first.
Yeah, Mafia showing that he's back in the game. Literally, the first shot connects and the second one just to follow up to make sure that the knock gets confirmed. Now the retaliation comes through, but Mafia yet again puts another man down and immediately gets that confirmation. And we have seen this time in and again. If Mafia is able to pick up frags from the get-go, you can expect Total Gaming to walk away with the booyah.
And when push comes to shove and you need a clutch factor, you can always rely on Aztec and Water to kind of be that support system. They were the pillar for TG during the run in Paris. And expectations are going to be high, and it seems like they are going to beeline towards BFA. You did say that some of these teams, especially in Group B, they love to start off hot, and we are seeing that exact movement.
Yeah, absolutely. But BFA, they have no clue whom they're facing right now because of that lack of information. They're running around like heads with no chicken with no head, sorry. But there comes Hashtag with that chrono shield, trying to jiggle around through that position. Will be able to land one perfectly as another elimination is just going into his crosshairs. This could be a good start for that of Total Gaming.
And Aztec with the Bison, always reliable here for TG. Single-handedly deals with a 1v3 with Water by his side. We literally talked about the pillar of TG when they need to step up to the occasion. And that's another 3 points off of the dead bodies of BFA members. TG now with 5 elims and full control of Plantation.
The calm after the first fight reveals a lot, but for now we do see that Team Cruel is also having a bit of a fight against that of Team Chaos. Oh yes, Team Chaos, they're also picking up fights. Resurrection as well has lost 2 players, Siddharth and something, and in one way or the other, Dafik was trying to restrict the opponents, but eventually got punished as Team Chaos picked their 4th elimination, and no team is still disqualified.
And Dafik trying to take a big bite out of TC, but ends up getting punished. Quite the ambitious move there, not accounting for the utilities that TC has. And in a situation where the rest of his team wasn't around, I think Resurrection needs to reevaluate the approach, but thankfully, still the early stage, and that does give them a bit of info of where Team Chaos is at. Can't say the same for RTX though, as they do get caught out, and that allows Team Crew to cash in on a point.
Dafik brought back into the game, and for the first time ever, I see that teams are actually suffering in the 4v4s, especially for those teams who have not been able to pull off so far. I hope they do not come under pressure. As of now, we see that TG, Team Chaos, as well as Cruel are the only 3 teams who have been successful in the endeavors to get those early eliminations. Nonetheless, SKILLMAX as well, now they get involved in another fight as they get 1 in the name, and a fair trade comes through with Team Cruel fallen back at Mars Electric. And the peak circle, this is making things much more interesting.
And it does give some breathing room for Team Crew, because both teams, if the trajectory of the circle is going to continue towards the middle, centering around Peak, Mars Electric will be free for most of the phases of the game. With the exception, it seems that someone from Team Chaos is going to rotate down there. And BFA, they're trying to move on forward as they did get a full revive earlier on, so they will have to go for that soft reset around Observatory and try to loot up before venturing deeper into the circle. Now baiting in the blue with that first phase. We did see, I think SMX nearby as well, but with Observatory being quite a large compound and being cleared up, BFA should feel safe around here. IP.
Yeah, absolutely. But RTX, they're not having such a great time, to be frank, because every corner they go to, they're being peppered down with bullets. As Dolce now falls back. Oh, this is where Silas got an opportunity. He puts Ritesh down. And that could be a bit of a pressure for that of RM as Nuclear gets in closer in the open fields. Probably he could be the next one to get taken down. But Sahil, since he was not persistent, that's going to love them. But Shantanu, he gets one midair, gets two midair. And that's an exceptional sniping from this lad.
RTX now completely naked in the open. Nothing that Dochi can do about that. And to make matters worse, TEV are hunting for his head. Dochi in a 1v2, so there's absolutely no chance. And this is the second time this game, Arcade, that RTX gets brought down to a sole survivor and have to hard reset another time. Whereas for Insane Power, they're gonna get surrounded by SAUL, Riptide Rhythm from afar. Third party, RES. Resurrection decides that they want to be a part of this. Roshan needs some help from Susti, but he cannot pop his head out. Not with Resurrection watching another Riptide Rhythm and a grenade from Noor to get the finisher.
Absolutely, SATUL thinking right in that situation. They knew that the Riptide Rhythm is just removing the glue walls. All they had to do was put one in the pocket, and that explosion rewarded them heavily as they get 2 eliminations. Noor, he gets that, and he's also got that SVDY, not something which I've seen in the recent past. And hopefully we'll be able to see him pop some skulls with that. As Stroll spreads his wing to get to a higher ground, we see that Resurrection have fallen back from this fight, prioritizing the circle.
Fortunately for Insane Power, they get 0 points from this round. Last placement and no eliminations to boot. SMX getting their 4th, but do need to get a revive going. Bafia will go on the chase onto Darkrai as the rest of his teammates should be able to get that revive onto Sagar, which we do have the random mission around here. And unfortunately for CM, they will have to book it out of that area. And TG still the elim leaders of Game 1.
Yep. This bridge has been one of the most favorite spots for TG, and they've always been successful in this region. No matter it's a 4v4 fight, a fight which they're taking from above the ground, they've been very successful, and we have seen the IGL bring them here time in and again. But this time, since they're prioritizing the circle and trying to hold this position, let's see how many more eliminations they can break up.
They do have watch over Keraton as well, and that's where RM is at. The earlier shots give a good idea of the fact that this bridge is controlled by an opponent team. Before the circle closes in the later stage of the game, TG can stay here for quite some time, and again gives them very good vantage point to intercept any rotation. We did see a separate team just whiz past the radar, but has enough distance to avoid the eyes of Total Gaming. So for now, it will be RM in their crosshairs.
RM, Ritesh making that mistake, gets shot, but at the end moment, Mafia doesn't continue to fire. But yes, trying to get a little bit of higher ground in that situation. Total Gaming, oh my goodness, this is where Resurrection, we see that something gets taken down, and the immediate revive with the Thiva to get them in cover. A beautiful gameplay coming in from the side of Resurrection, taking all the textbook basic points, making sure probably this could be the team which survives to the top 3.
They're gonna have a bit of time to recuperate themselves because S8UL has arrived on the scene. And you can see heavy fortification with the glue wall to make sure that S8UL only has a very funnel point of entry, and Xian off to a good start, finding a Bunny on the wayside. Now Jack is gonna get surrounded. He does have Nor by his side, but Nor stands no chance, and that's Bunny down as well. Jack with max 7 does get 1, but numbers on SAUL's side are dwindling, and Resurrection making good on that collapse, takes out 3.
As long as Siddharth Zayan as well as Dafik are sticking together, you can expect things to go in their favor. And for the first time, I do believe that SHUL have no idea what to do. Because from here, if Troll has to take a jump down, he could be in a bit of a trouble. But I'm 100% sure that Resurrection have an idea that one of the players from SHUL is holding this tower on top. As we look in on the other side, Cruel, they've got 7 eliminations as Team Chaos make an exit from the lobby.
And honestly, the bigger question is that if your sniper player is on that tower, then you shouldn't be fighting into the compound. So a bit of perhaps a lapse of judgment from SAUL, paying a hefty price, because unless the circle moves away, there's no way the Resurrection will leave that compound. So Troll will have to say his prayers for now. But for CRL,
oh boy,
they will be going up against TEV. The circle will force them into Keraton.
Making a human ladder just to make sure that they gain some information. Cruel trying everything possible as they stick their backs to this wall and the circle closing in, and I wonder what they're up to. Yes, there it is. The glue wall comes up and now Aryan has a bit of a view. He heals himself up before he gets an angle on Maxigod, probably the only player by the window, but Aryan goes incognito, jumps into the other building, and this is where probably they'll try to make a diversion as they make it into this building.
This could be what makes or breaks this push, right? TEV needs to constantly remember where that sniper, where that Morse player is as well. They gotta communicate the line of sight that is available, so they don't make the same mistake as what SAUL made earlier on, where your sniper player isn't allowed or isn't able to provide that firing support. And Team Evolution instead deciding to stick together, at least for now, in that building, getting centered around Keraton. This is a great compound to hold. SAUL finally meets their demise.
SHUL getting taken down. A set of fans are gonna be disappointed, but redemption is gonna come all the way as TEV for now. They get peppered upon as more of those glue wall melters and the grenades are being tossed in. And I like the way TEV have been holding on to this building for a long time now. Oh, the shot initially comes through TEV. They've got the right kind of start, and Shantanu with that grenade launcher puts 2 more down. And this could be the beginning of the end for Cruel, but the Thieva revives have come in very quickly for the team. As Shanku, the last man standing, comes in to revive one of his teammates. This could be a little bit problematic for TEV as he falls back at the nth moment, being chased by the opponents. I don't think so. He's going to survive for a long time now.
Attempted heroics from Shaknu, but he's living on borrowed time. And it was fear that basically secured the fate of TEV. That grenade launcher on TEV's side could have made the difference. Even the Red Tyrant was used to clear the doorway, but fortunately enough for Crew, Veer with the Max 7 was able to stop that pursuit and give his teammates enough time to basically get back up on their feet. But they are down 1 man. And BFA, who has been quiet for majority of the game, except for the fact that we saw them lose 3 members in the earlier stage, are now arriving. Resurrection and TG, they're gonna be duking it off.
TAG versus Resurrection. This could be an interesting affair as Dafik, Sadak and something are in unison to try and breach the fortress being put up by Total Gaming. And for the first time, I see a team so congested in a single building. If the glue walls don't stick up and a grenade is tossed in perfectly, probably that could be the beginning of the end. But what they're trying to do is make sure the other teams fight it out around them, so that becomes easier for them. But the glue wall melters will now make things so much more interesting.
SKILLMAX can play spoilers here, as they are just peppering the utilities. Great Painter Refuge to keep themselves safe from utilities on top of the roof. And this is gonna give them a lot of windows to perhaps vulture some eliminations or at least thin out the numbers. TG taking advantage of this, and Resurrection being completely betrayed by the system, and they're out in 7th place, and it frees up Total Gaming, but they will have to take the compound that RM is sitting in.
As long as things are working out for Total Gaming, they do not mind taking a very healthy rotation away from these fights as they try to make it inside. They've been shot at a few different directions. As Shanky gets taken down, the revival doesn't seem like it's going to come through. Hashtag, oh, finally, it does come through as Wota He's got all the information possible, what's happening on the eastern side, but on the western side, this is where SMX and another team altogether is trying to take fights, and Total Gaming are just spectators for now.
Yeah, they're gonna use the launch pad, but they did run dry of glue wall, so not much defense to work with unless they can get takedowns and loot some of it from their opponents. But it doesn't seem like they have the chance to do so, though. The Chrono Dome is gonna keep Aztec safe for just a little bit as he tries to heal up past the blue, but unfortunately now will be forced to take the fight, and still no chance as Phoenix pops in from afar. Mafia bleeds out, and Crew are sitting at 15 eliminations and in the best possible state to win this game.
4 teams out there, and best amongst them are going to be the City Qualifiers team. For the first time, no T1 teams in the first map make things so much more interesting, as Cruellarian has got his eyes set on Saga. He's tagged him as well, and he's waiting for an opportunity as he's trying to be more persistent. Let's not forget the 3 players of BFA is also involved in this fight. Shots do connect a little bit as SMX. They're trying to hold on to the glue walls as much as possible.
He does have the Raphael and the Moko. Every single tag is going to hurt, especially if there's no Diva on the other end. The bleed out is going to be fatal. The push from BFA, they actually find Veer. Ringnox might have just made enough difference, but they need a bit more of gas, and he's going to lead the charge. Sees the revive. Veer will have to reposition a pincer attack from 2 angles. BFA getting a bit of an assistance from SMX, as Crew will be the target. But so far, they've been able to fall back thanks to the glue wall that they have. But BFA seems like they will also take a pause on that.
SMX could be in a bit of a trouble because Cruel now have an idea that this team is trying to make it through slowly, as 3 of the players are eager to take this fight. Ryan says that we have to head on to the faces of Cruel. BFA from a distance, look at them. They're waiting for these 2 to clash it out, but SMX on the other side, they're taking their own sweet time to make it inside the circle. I hope they have enough glue wall and they don't run out of it, as all the teams out there, nobody prioritizing the topography, and all of them try to stake out there. Satwik is going to be rushing in. Does he do a bit of a damage? Nobody receives some, as BFA puts an end for SMX. This could be the fight to the finish, as BFA are very low on HP, and now is the time for Cruel to rush in.
SMX with the Hail Mary as they run out of blue walls, and now 3v3. Piyush right on the money with the M590. Renox will try to take Aryan down with the Bison and able to cleave him in half, but BFA, 2 members on the ground. It's a 1v1 now between them and Crew. The dome gets dropped down, and it is Piyush that ends the game with a booyah. Crew with an impressive opening to Group B.
Absolutely a very impressive one, but this could lead to a lot of disappointments, and I'm starting to feel the drama already, with SKILLMATES making it into the top 3, Cruel as well. This is where I believe it's time for the rest of the T1 teams to wake up.
Yeah, we did have this short discussion about making a statement, especially some of the teams that were regarded as, rising stars. Some of them from the city qualifiers, some of them who have gotten a taste of what the week 1 big stage is about and what's to come. Crew Esports with 19 eliminations and 12 placement points from that booyah nets a 31 bomber in game 1, and that itself is a testament of what is possible for the rest of the day for these lads.
Speak about 4 city qualifier teams and 2 international representation. All these 6 teams were not present in the final circle. And I wonder what's going wrong, because these teams, they've been reading the lobby well. They've done their homeworks right. And that's one of the reasons why they're able to make an exceptional first game go in their favor. V17 is going to be the MVP of this game as an assaulter. He's got 7 eliminations with 1,852 damage, and his composition is default and impressive.
And overall, it's just Veer. In the early to mid phase, we can see him using that Woodpecker a lot to really provide that long range support. But the most important thing is how Crew took all of these fights, right? They were very relentless with that early to mid game, and I think it was one of the factors that allowed them to keep on pushing. They were catching teams off guard, and they were just incredibly confident when push came to shove. And then when we look at the later stage of the game, Aryan and Piyush stepped up to the occasion and really made sure that the opposing team, they didn't really have much time to breathe, and with how they navigated the final circle as it was shifting, really demonstrated their understanding of what to do when the chips are stacked against them.
Yes, but a Grenadier with a Steffi yet again, a newer combination. We have spoken about this previously, but as long as things are working out for a team, it seems like, it's for the survivors to, try it out yet again outside of the lobby. Nonetheless, this team was more clinical than ever because 7 eliminations for just 1,800 damage is like they had to just take shots only when required.
And very impressive stuff as well, understanding sort of the state of the game. We did see a couple of third party, especially around Kerathon, before the circle started shifting, and it did resulted in quite the lopsided game one, with Cruel Esports walking away with 31 points, followed by SKILLMAX and BFA 17 apiece. Total Gaming not doing too shabby, right? They come in with 15 points, majority of them from eliminations. They actually hit double digits in this game. It was just pretty unfortunate that there were so many external factors that stopped them from making it further, especially after Resurrection got taken down. They were not able to make it to the compound that RM Esports was holding.
Yeah, absolutely. But Total Gaming, I'm kind of disappointed if you ask me, because they're one of those teams who's power-packed when it comes to firepower. So they could have just, gone and picked up frags like that of how Team Hind did previously yesterday. So hoping to see them at least, spread their wings a bit more. This was the top 5 teams who made it through, all of them trying to avoid some early skirmish, making sure that, they try to make it inside the circle only when the circle requires them to, and then after which they were just spectators for the team out there, ruthlessly taking down one another. And then finally, when the time was right, they fought and made sure that they gave us the right kind of entertainment.
And you can see between Circle 4 and 5, Cruel, they actually were sandwiched by BFA and CM, I believe. But they were able to fend off BFA and force BFA to back off, and that actually freed up space that allowed Cruel to take priority off the circle before and after the shift. And towards the very end, BFA unfortunately had to deal with SKILLMAX, who had to perform a Hail Mary once they ran out of glue walls, and that gave Crew even more time to prep for the oncoming 3v3, which we did see towards the very end came out in the favor of Crew.
No, absolutely. Now, we have also seen that T1 teams like Total Gaming, SA2L, they're looking for some early fights, and they're unable to convert those 4v4s. I know I'm speaking too early because they've just done with just one game. We also have 5 more to go where we can expect them to, probably come into momentum and pick up fights. But if things go the same way they've gone in the first game, I don't think so. Either of these teams will be on the verge of qualification, because the teams out there who have got most of the points when it comes to eliminations are in the final circles, for that of Cruel, SKILLMAX and BFA, and that's for the very reason they're at the tippy top.
I'm gonna put this out there, Arca. I'm not really sure if the crowd is gonna agree with me, but back in Southeast Asia, sometimes I like to get spicy, right? I always ask rhetorical, hypothetical questions to my colleagues. I ask Asia and Neptune, like, what if our top dogs don't even make it? What if we get 6 newbie teams? And they always call my bluff, and rightfully so, because it is a very rare scenario. But based off of game 1, I see that possibility, right? I think there is a good chance that if this trend continues, we might not see TG, hopefully not. We might not see SAUL, hopefully not as well. But that means they gotta buck up. Hopefully game 1 is just a fluke, and they're gonna bounce back in game 2.
Yeah, and that's why I place my bets on all the fan favorite teams out there, Total Gaming, Resurrection, as well as SA2L, as my 3 top predictions as they come in the path of redemption in the match number 2. Your predictions also go something similar, but you add in Cruel this time around, who did showcase that, yes, they are worthy of being in one of the predictions, but do you think they can carry forward that momentum?
Usually when a team gets off to such a hot start, I have expectations for them to continue that momentum, right? To not be sort of like that one game wonder. And that's what I want to see from Cruel. And it's up to them to prove that on Nextera, a map that is a lot more funky, aggressive, with the amount of compound, with the amount of utilities that is available on the topography itself, that they can also pull through. I think, my position right now with SAUL is going to remain on what I think of them, just like EWC, where they feel like a wild card at this stage of the tournament. They need to prove themselves that they can hold their weight before, we can expect them to go further.
All right, let's see whether they can live up to your expectations. But I see a cluster at Deca Square, if I'm not wrong. Oh no, Deca Square in the south, as well as Intellect Center in the north. That is where we have got 3 teams trying to fight it out there. But Plazaria empty, Rusttown empty. That's not something I'm trying to buy right now. And let's not forget the Turbine as well. There are several teams who tend to go to that single island, try to get some loots, as they've got 3 to 4 ways from where they can escape in case there's an early skirmish. All of this is going to happen in the upcoming game, ladies and gentlemen. Let me remind you that Nextera has been the most chaotic map in the Indian scenes. All the teams out there, they've got the highest number of eliminations in this map. So hopefully I'm going to look forward for some entertainment. At the same time, I'm expecting you guys to also let us know your predictions, and as soon as you're done with that, do not forget to share the stream among your friends, because the next map is going to be in and out entertainment.
Yep. I saw 2 teams that have their preferred drop spot being on Graph Labs from the week 1 stats. So now we sort of have an idea of which teams are sort of like the hot drop maestro, because Grab Labs is sort of where you roll the dice, right? If you're a fan of rolling the dice and getting the 50-50 odds, that's where you drop, because it is such an interesting area to work with that low gravity interior, that going to Grab Lab feels like all bets are off. So let's see if those 2 teams stick to their preferred drop spot and give us some early action, but that flight path will make it a bit hard as it is more skewed towards the eastern side.
I don't think so. Teams are going to have any kind of an issue to flying to their respective drop locations because of the size of the map. Nonetheless, I think you're going to be left a little bit disappointed, because Grave Labs is going to be taken by just 1 team so far, in the name of Resurrection, who are still up there in the air, as Scary on the other side wants to challenge them as he gets closer to them. Hopefully, we'll be able to see a very different outcome. I see that Total Gaming, they are interested in an early kerfuffle against that of Team RTX as they head on to Intellect Center. We'll see which amongst them are the smarter ones.
C-Duck actually found Scary, so that's going to be first blood for Resurrection, but not a problem. Team Chaos instantly gets the revive. And Resurrection, I think they have a very good idea that Team Chaos is going to go towards their same trajectory. That's why we saw that backtrack on the radar for them to pick off that free point. And now they free themselves up to hit towards Graph Lab if they want to. BFA though, finding Roshan. That's going to be Valiant Dash used already. Renox getting back up and was able to find more members from Insane Power. Phoenix now stopping the Susti down as well. BFA off to a stellar start.
Absolutely, and I just love the synergy coming in from the teammates out there. As the player tried to push in, his support player says that, hold on, I come in from the right, you go in from the left, and we'll try to, take down a player. And now they're thinking right as they head on to the nearest vending machine, probably towards the boxing ring region, where they're bound to find the players of BFA. We see them all coming in together. I don't see any other fight. Nonetheless, we see CM versus SHUL takes place in another place altogether.
And Jack receives ample help to get that point for himself. Even Darkrai actually taking the challenge against Noor takes him down to less than health. But SAUL, they have that tag team. So they tag intro to go on the chase. And unfortunately for CM, feels like a repeat of game 1 where the early phase is just not in their favor and they will have to take some L's. And see if Darkrai can turn his franchise around as Bunny is coming in hot with the Charge Buster. Let's take some accuracy to make it work. Darkrai tried to whiz away with that stolen vehicle, but was punished for his crime. So SAUL with the 4th.
Even though SATUL is not playing with their IGL Prince, I still feel like they're looking much more promising than what they are. With 4 eliminations already and a good start, I see them now trying to think straight. Yes, TEV on the other side, since they survived for the longest time in the previous game, are looking forward to again try to prioritize the circle towards the Intellect Center region. And I wonder where Total Gaming have headed on to.
Total Gaming seems like they, again, right? The start doesn't really feel solid for them. And it's a bit of a callback to the Paris run, where getting through the early game is an extremely big challenge, and I believe you pointed out a couple of times this is going to be quite the upsetting sight for the diehard fans, because Total Gaming are the favorite and you don't want to get off to 2 poor starts in a row. Susti getting taken out again as Resurrection chases him down. That's going to be the 3rd point. And even for Insane Power, they are suffering the same fate of having a slow start.
No matter how you start, you need to end up having a bit of a banger. And that's what my friend has taught me. Husky has said that yesterday It's not how you start, but it's how you end. And hopefully we'll be able to see teams out there, especially in the bottom of the table, put a good end into this game so that they can make a proper comeback in the overall standing. But SA2L, look at them. They've got another elimination in their name. And Insane Power as well. They're also starting to, incline towards being a little bit aggressive.
Even in the pre-show, we discussed about RTX, and they just got wiped out in last place, so that is going to sting as we continue that Group B run into the later stages of the day. Can't say the same for Aztec. Gets absolutely destroyed, but revived instantly by Mafia. I think Total Gaming are basically going on power-saving mode, where sacrifices have to be made for intel, and instant revives will have to be committed for them to make it to the middle stages of the game. Mafia gonna get surrounded after an initial takedown. Unfortunately, won't be able to make it out of there. BFA just doing better.
Yeah, absolutely. BFA taking advantage of the momentum they've gained so far. SMX on the other side. The priority is to have all 4 men in the game. As they get the revival, Satwik is trying to avoid the fight, but eventually will be caught off guard as Rhinox is going to put him down and get that confirmation. And all the teams out there, especially the teams on top of the table, they're taking advantage of the situation. They understand that they've already put in the pressure, and now with the arsenal in their favor, BFA is going to look much more powerful.
Fan favorites are not going to be resting easy, at least not for now, because aside from SAUL, who have 7 eliminations, both Resurrection and TEG are not doing well at all. It's the teams that some of us might have overlooked leading into this day number 2 that is dictating the tempo, right? Cruel in first place, BFA with 8 elims already and about to catch up to Cruel. SAUL about to take some shots as well. This time Reynolds gets punished as SAUL were prepared with their firepower, but can they finish the job? Roger has long range coverage there. They do get rid of Reynolds, but Nor gets taken down as well. Apparently a third party is nearby. This could be the opening for BFA to push on forwards, and Phoenix leads the charge. Bunny completely unprepared for the Troll gun from behind, and Nor is gonna try to book it out of there. Troll covering for his teammate, but Phoenix ducks back under the glue wall, and BFA comes out on top again.
Oh, this is where SATUL needs to be careful. They're kind of overconfident in their push, and that's kind of backstabbing them, especially the third party scenario, which they did not expect. But Troll, one of the other players of SATUL who was keeping a keen eye on what's happening with BFA, is now trying to fall back as he lands one shot from a distance. Probably it's got to be SMX. Oh my god, Jack gets taken down, and that means Stroll will be the last man standing for SATUL. But pardon me, I see the rest of the players have already been revived.
BFA did lose Phoenix, as I believe SMX or Resurrection took him out from afar. But small price to pay for BFA, who are sitting at 10 eliminations. The only team to have double digits so far. They get the revive already. And Troll now will have to play it slow. Thankfully, he does find a vending machine near Twin Bridge. So SAUL back in action. But we are at the mid-game phase. So they have one more shot the next 3 minutes to get their arsenal loaded up before things get scary.
I don't think so. They're going to have any kind of problem in doing so. CM as well, no elimination whatsoever so far. And they are one of the other teams who got 9 points in the previous game. And by the looks of it, SA2L team, Total Gaming, as well as BFA, all of these teams are actually walking in the footsteps of Apex Gaming, because that is the only team which I've observed that they tend to get those early 10 eliminations and then try to play for latter stages only if the situation demands. But this time around, with these teams trying to do the same, I can expect the overall standing to be as close as possible between the teams from the 5th to the 10th position.
I agree with that. The main difference right now between Crew in Game 1 and Crew in Game 2 is that the way more tame start. They haven't really shown out on the radar much, less for the 3 eliminations that they got earlier on. I see Aryan getting one of his own, but no confirmation there just yet. BFA though, consistently putting their name on the board, and it might bite them in the back this time. Thankfully, Phoenix and Ascalon are around to make sure that the run continues. 2 more points in the back, but at the cost of Roger.
truth be told, if all the teams, especially these underdog teams, right, were on the top of the table, they come up with a mindset of getting a minimum points. They have their cutoff set, and probably that's how they're going to aim and play. For the rest of the T1 teams, they look forward to at least end up in the top 2 of the overall standing. And that's a clear difference in the mindset. But in one way or the other, both of these mindsets are not going in the each team's favor. For that of the underdogs, everything is going fine. But for Total Gaming, as of now, they get 4 early eliminations. But yes, they need to fall back and prioritize the circle yet again.
There's also another possibility that the bigger names have to deal with the innate pressure of just being in that spot, right? Where the rising stars might not feel as stressed out. Obviously, there are stakes on the line, qualifications for knockouts, indeed. But aside from that, you're playing to prove your worth. And I feel like, you know, especially in the tournament lobby of Free Fire, you don't really know who you're up against. And that does ease the minds of our players, where everyone is equal. So it really comes down to the approach that these teams have. And I gotta say, teams like BFA and Crew have really capitalized on that. And even Resurrection, where they just take every fight as if the opponent is on equal ground. They're not really fearing anyone.
Yeah, I've spoken this before. Resurrection is one of the forces to reckon with because they're so strong in the frontal battle. More than one player with the Tiva for the quick revive. They regroup, they retaliate at the right time. They also make sure that they have all four men standing. Everything goes right when all of this is ticked off. But again, you know, coming back, I feel like the T1 teams thought that this group is a little, you know, downsided when it comes to firepower. They did not expect the underdogs to actually play so well. And that's kind of visible. Probably if they're taking things more seriously, we could have expected them to have better eliminations because that is their actual game style.
One of my favorite quotes from a video game that I play, Arca, it goes something along the lines of overconfidence is an insidious killer. I'm paraphrasing, but it's something that I think kind of speaks truth. And I'm not saying that our tier 1 teams are feeling that way, but the pressure is going to get to them once they see that scoreboard. And so far, it is shaping up to be the unproven stars that have taken control of the tempo, right? We have Crew, who had just hit 8 eliminations and is looking strong. They actually took out some of the RM members, but no confirmation as the revives, as the pickup was made. And even for BFA, who were running into some skirmishes in that mid-game, still were able to stay strong despite some takeouts with the revives in play. And it does speak volume of the state of Group B in the first 2 rounds, where you just have all of these teams who are hungry to get points for themselves, and they're making good on that. These long-range fights are really defining where, how the rest of the game is going to play out.
For now, Total Gaming, I just love what they're doing, gaining as much information as possible, because at the end of the day, knowledge is power. As now, they've counted the number of teams around them, and also they know that the circle is kind of going in their favor. Probably they're going to wait for the right time before they strike, but for that of Resurrection, who are coming in from the corners of the circle, they're going to be rewarded for all the mistakes the opponents do as they pick up more fights. The real-time rhythm to just clear off the glue walls out there, probably hitting the wrong spot. But Siddharth, he's persistent as he's trying to take down glue walls, and now realize that they need to make it inside the circle, which is not far away.
You know what they say, fate can be a cruel mistress. Both these two teams shared the same preferred draw spot. They ran into each other, they disengaged, and now they reunite again. Ludwig is on top of the billboard, and it's made pretty obvious with the glue wall that he has placed down. Here comes the red tide rhythm. Committed, delayed impact. Ludwig actually showing himself out in the open, and that is going to be dangerous because he's not just making himself a target for Resurrection, but you have Team Chaos, you have, I believe, TEV nearby as well. So that's going to be Team Chaos removed from the equation, and Resurrection continues to be able to vulture on these unsuspecting victims. Dafik again with the shots.
Dafik playing 2 different roles for the first time. I see him holding a sniper and doing well with it. The patience has paid off for Resurrection, but have they done enough? Because now Cruel, they start to pounce upon them in the corner of this circle. As I say to you, the clean execution so far has been looking phenomenal, but now they jump into the open from where they'll have to fight for a hot compound, and they have a team in front of them. And Stroll is in a bit of trouble.
He put himself in a pickle, but thankfully the rest of his team is there to bail him out from that situation and get rid of BFA, who were cooking up a storm. Still, they walk away with 12 eliminations, which is pretty impressive. Equivalent to a booyah, at least. SAUL hitting double digits. The Boltmaker deployed as well, so the storm is in. As pandemonium ensues, RM takes the immediate launch pad straight into the middle, where they are going to have a potential to be backstabbed by TEV, as Crew puts themselves on the radar and is RM completely decimated.
Not the right kind of rotation, and that's a lesson learned the hard way. They thought that everybody were busy and they tried to hold the center of it all, but they ended up with nothing. For now, it's gonna be Total Gaming. Bota gets taken down from the hands of Tawfiq as Zayan puts down hashtag. This is not looking good for Total Gaming as they try to traverse around inside the circle. SHUL, they hold on to the spot, and now there's a push coming in and they're well prepared for it. Guess what? SMX get eliminated from the lobby.
Insane Power tried to make a difference, but unfortunately wasn't able to do so, and TG follows soon after. But SAUL, they will have some time before they need to make it out of this, but the grenade could spell the end. Resurrection are nearby, literally breathing beside SAUL. 17 elims for Resurrection, 14 for Crew, and 15 for SAUL. Another lopsided lobby so far.
Resurrection, all 4 players still alive and kicking. That could be dangerous for the lobby. SHUL as well, now they've got that rhythm. Look at them, all 4 players, and they're moving in a unison. And guess what? For the first time, SHUL not prioritizing the circle, but rather taking fights. That's what they're interested in, as it's going to be another team in front of them. The 2 big bulls locking on, but Tawfiq, look at him retaliate as Bunny and Noor finally was able to put an end for that of Resurrection. It was a fair trade coming in from both the sides, but SHUL, they recover and they make sure that they have all 4 men standing with 20 eliminations. Can they stop Cruel from getting the second one?
That was just based off of raw confidence and mechanics, because it could have gone poorly. But at the cost of that, the cost of getting their 20th elimination is that they give up control of the circle. Good news is that they know where RN is, and Tro has a great position as he did tag onto Veer earlier on. And these fortified glue walls gonna allow them to move on forward. Grenade! Ashnu getting 2! Setting Crew up for winning position again. Tro will need to cover for his teammate. Bunny comes in, but the rush down from Piyush makes it impossible. The odds completely against Tro as he lobs his final nade out, but Crew are looking for back-to-back. Tro needs a miracle, but miracles only exist for those that work hard and are willing to go above and beyond, and that is Crew Esports with a back-to-back booyah.
The stars have aligned for another team to make sure they make it into the knockout stages. We salute to everybody out there and says that we have already raked up 50 plus points in just 2 games, and that's no joke. And let's not forget, with having so many points, they're almost making it into the knockout stages, and that means only 5 more slots are left out, and let's see which amongst the worthy will be making it through.
And this has gotta feel good for Crew. What an opening. And I did say, usually teams that get off to a good start, they get to carry that momentum, they ride the tide forward. And I wanted to see Crew prove that, because expectations have been set and they did not disappoint. A slower start to game number 2, but once things ramped up, it was their understanding of the lay of the land, of how teams move, that gave them that breathing room to make all these plays to rack up those points. Because when we started to see them on the feed, Crew were just uncontested. And I did say SAUL, sure, they beat Resurrection in a fair 4v4, but they did surrender control of the circle, and that allowed Crew to basically ping them out and set themselves up for success. But we cannot forget about the grenade from Crew that made it all happen.
Yeah, absolutely. One good grenade is all it takes for you to give the right kind of opening. And that's what they had, and all they have to do is thank Anshu for it, as the grenadier of the team with that Steffi, just to make sure that his teammates don't get bombarded with the grenades. He did absolutely well for himself with that Alvaro and Beastin to deal a little bit of extra bit of damage. And the Tiva for the quick revive, and the Nikita just in case somebody gets in too close.
I bet you love to see this, right? It was a discussion that we had yesterday during the Group A matches, where we talked a little bit about the application of Alvaro and Beastin when it came to utility. And Crew proved it with Anshu's grenade towards the very end, it does have specific usages, and especially when you can pinpoint where your opponents are at, this is sort of the miracle, sort of the plays that you can make. And for Crew, there is not, spectacular plays or insane clutches. It's just great preparation and understanding of the habits of your enemies. And I think they've gotten Group B figured out.
Yeah, absolutely. And also the textbook basics, everything ticked right. Only take fights when required. Back up from an unnecessary fight. Also make sure that you stick together and let your grenadier do the job. Look at him, 11 knockdown with 7 eliminations, 2,743 damage coming in from his side. We see that Veer 17 is going to be one of the other players I'm starting to, have a liking towards, because he's got 2,200 damage for 6 eliminations. It's not about how much damage you give, it's about how many eliminations you can rake up with the minimum damage you can deliver.
And that was the exact point I wanted to bring up as well, right? It's efficient and effective damage. It doesn't matter if you do 10,000 damage if you only get 1 elimination. And for Crew, they confirmed their prey, 33 points again, another 30 bomber. 2 games in a row. Like you pointed out earlier on, this is gonna set them up for success and for the rest of the day. Not saying that I want that to happen, but Crew, they can breathe a sigh of relief for now. But if they keep this up, they're gonna be one of the top contenders heading into knockouts.
SHUL on the other side, they live up to the expectations. They come up with redemption with 21 eliminations. If not for that final fight, probably this could have been the team to walk away with the booyah. But still, 30 total points is no less than a spree. For Resurrection, another convincing, performance coming in from their side with 18 eliminations, a total of 26 points. Then after which we see that BFA, yes, they try to carry forward that momentum. They get 12 eliminations and they still hold the top spots when it comes to the overall standing.
Yeah, the only unfortunate event for BFA is the fact that they got knocked out way too early, because they were on to something. And when we look at the circle analysis, I just want to quickly, put Crew under that microscope, right? They, I believe, get 4 eliminations in the first 2 circles, and look at where they head to. They completely dodged everyone else, even though they were sharing close proximity with teams like Resurrection and Insane Power. Crew never engaged, and the only time they do, they were forcing teams to move away from them, just like Game 1. Like what they did to BFA, they do it to Resurrection in this Game 2, and once more taking advantage of the lay of the land.
Resurrection was holding the spot from where Cruel actually walked away with a booyah. For some reason, Resurrection lets go of that compound, and then eventually they had to get punished from that of SATUL. One good push was all it took for SATUL. Nonetheless, we look at the overall standing, and my goodness, Cruel Esports, they've got 64 points in the 2 games they've played so far, 40 eliminations, more than that of the team SATUL. The total points is 37, whereas the elimination itself is 40 points for that of Cruel.
I mean, Cruel Esports has pulled themselves way ahead of the pack right now. They are 1 lap ahead of everyone else, and it's going to be quite the mission for everyone else to chase up to them. And that's why I say I think it's almost guaranteed that Crew Esports will make knockouts unless something catastrophic happens for the rest of the day. But for some of the rising stars that we discussed a bit early on during the pre-show, like Insane Power and RTX, they got to step up, right? Especially, RTX, they didn't get anything in Game 2, and Insane Power, unfortunately, got wiped out by S8UL. 4 more rounds to go, and they need to have a decent game tree before we get past the halfway point.
Now, speak about the halfway point. We're just 1 game away from today's halfway point, and for which I bring in the predictions for the 3rd game, where I would love to bring in some new names altogether. I know TEV, they've got the momentum of the game. Insane Power and RTX, both of them have shown some promising performance in the previous weeks, right? They've been very good when it comes to their 4v4s. Probably, if they survive until the final circles, we can expect them to be in the top 5 of the match standings, and that's why I placed them. But you start to incline towards for teams that are very good when it comes to the elimination points.
I think Resurrection and Crew in particular have proven that they are here to stay, right? As a UL, they got a great Game 2. They switched up the approach from that mid to late. Now you got to keep that consistency. But I also sort of like the names that you brought up, right? I think, for especially between RTX, TEV, and Insane Power, I think TEV are in a slightly more comfortable spot, even though they are not in top 6 just yet. They have shown that they have some of that promises, and now it's just to polish up on that. And we have just the map for it because we are going to go into Game 3, and I believe it's going to be Solara, another map that does put some teams in uncomfortable spots. And let's see if this will continue to be the trend, because Crew have a chance to go for the hat trick.
Now, I don't think so. Teams are going to allow them to, but in case Krul comes up with a hat trick, probably that's got to be the first ever hat trick of this tournament, and that itself is a statement stating that this team is going to be one of the teams to watch out for. Nonetheless, when we look at the drop spots of the upcoming game, we see that the hub is kind of being a little bit chaotic with that of Total Gaming. And then we see Archway on the TV tower. There we have two teams very close to one another. Bloomtown is also having a bit of a kerfuffle. But with Delta Isle, Windmill and Raiders Club completely empty, I do believe we can expect some teams to, head their way out there. And for those who wonder what are these drop locations all about, it's all based on the drop locations of week 1. We pick that up and we try to show it to you guys, expecting teams to head back to the same position from where they've tasted some success.
Yeah, when we've seen teams still adhere to that pattern, some teams deviate from it, especially if we get, the same map from the map randomizer. But I do, notice a potential hotspot, right? Which is TV Station. It is surrounded by teams a lot of teams dropping around it. And I wouldn't be surprised if TV Station becomes the hotspot for teams to contest. I think even for Delta Isle, I'm surprised that it's empty. So teams that get off to a slow start and want to find refuge could head towards the eastern side of the map and slow the game down.
Yeah, and this has always been the case, right? We have seen that when even teams tend to be a little more defensive, it's the teams who actually choose offensive try to dominate against them. But for some reason, that change in being from defensive to aggressive, or probably from being aggressive to defensive, is where teams fail with an added tangent of pressure. And that's where I see that Total Gaming are kind of fumbling right now. Even though they hold the top 6 spots, they need to make sure they're being consistent in picking up at least 10 points, either through eliminations or by placement. And SATUL, as you correctly pointed out, is the only team who have already got that shift, probably looking forward for a booyah, but I still feel like they're way too aggressive to gain one.
Yeah, and unfortunately, in this case, with only 4 more rounds to go, with every round that you didn't get enough points, you need to get even more the next round. In fact, I was scrolling Instagram early on, and I came across this quote. Well, this, I would say, a meme quote. It goes along to something of, the longer you hold in your pee, the longer you have to pee. And I gotta draw that parallel. The lesser points you get in the previous round, the more points you have to get the following round. And I think some teams are currently in the situation, and for Total Gaming, they gotta find a way out of this hole.
I mean, speak about pressure, I don't think so there's a better example for that, because everybody can relate to it no matter what the situation is. So let's see which amongst them are actually ready to clear off their bladder as much as possible, because under pressure they might end up exploding on themselves. But nonetheless, we come back to the talking points of few teams, especially teams like CHILLMATES and RM, right? For some reason, even though they are converting some early fights, in the latter stages, they're not able to get the right kind of rotation. This is where I feel that, the circle is being obviously taken by all the teams on the top of the table. They're prioritizing the circle. They're very good at gatekeeping things. And probably with all that information, they know how to read the circle.
Yeah, we're seeing some of these teams really settle into sort of like a default role in the first 2 lobbies. And like you pointed out, rightfully for CHILLMATES, 2 of the players that were on this, that had quite a lot of screen time, are Reflexer and Darkrai, right? Even though most of the times they were the ones getting hunted down, but when we see CM on that feed, it was them that is being the third party. It was them that is dictating whether a fight gets to continue or CM themselves walks away with a few points. And they are sort of like the spoilers in this case. And even for SKILLMAX, they themselves have that impact so far. And this sort of brings up to the conundrum for the teams who have that pressure of being the big names, again, like Total Gaming and SAUL, even for Insane Power, where a lot of eyes are on them. Do you play to win, or do you play not to lose? And if you ask me, I think you got to play to win, right? Because you have to have a goal to head towards. But my biggest worry is that TG starts going passive, and that's where the downfall begins.
I mean, with default maps coming up, I don't think so TG is going to have any kind of issue making a comeback. But as you said, if you have to play to win, if there's one team which is actually trying to do that in the name of Resurrection, when it comes to any fight, they're making sure that, they convert those 4v4s. If not for the final fight they had against that of SA2L, where they kind of went into a defensive mode rather than rushing in against that of SA2L, probably they could have had a better result. As they were showing their back and trying to make it inside the circle, SA2L took the right initiative to take that fight. Now, I'm hoping to see Resurrection do much more better when it comes to eliminations, because they're capable of it, but the balance of having placement points as well as eliminations is kind of letting them have that leeway in the top 3.
And that's sort of why I feel that the current the current rules for the point system is in a very healthy spot, right? Because you have the balance between both. There are rare occasions where teams who are just really good at taking everyone out, even though they don't get enough placement points, they were able to get enough total points through eliminations. But every time we get into that point rush during the grand finals, and even to a certain degree during point rush, that placement is what determines whether you get a trophy lift or not, because you need a booyah at the end. So for teams that know how to fight but can't survive for long, you're at a disadvantage. And for teams that can survive but can't really fight, you also face the same scenario when we go down to the final circle.
And that's why you need to make sure that you have your textbook basics all set right and all the boxes are checked, because at times if you're very defensive, you need to hold on to that composure until the final circle, where your IGL needs to give you that right kind of footing inside the circle. If it puts you in a peculiar situation where you'll have to take a fight when you know your mindset is defensive, I don't think so it becomes easier for you to take the fight. And it also vice versa, when you're being aggressive and suddenly you're being told to hold on to your forces, probably you might end up being a Resurrection in the previous game. All of this is going to happen much more as we try to break down more fights. But this is where I bring you guys back into the game of predictions. Do you really feel that teams like Total Gaming as well as Team Evolutions, can they make it into the top 6, or do you think they might get eliminated? Let us know your predictions in the chat. And again, for the upcoming game, who do you think is going to walk away with the booyah? With you guys busy on that, I continue my conversation with Husky, where, if there's one team which has impressed you apart from that of Cruel, which is that team and why?
I think I won't go with Resurrection because we've talked about them a lot. I think BFA, right? BFA is a team that I currently have my eyes on. I think they have some decent understanding. Let's forget number 2, where unfortunately they get 12 eliminations, but they were wiped out a bit too early. They show that they can fight. Right? They made it to the final circle in game 1. They definitely have some very good understanding on how to stagger their enemy team. And they did it exceptionally well in their early game, and especially when they start seeing, isolated opponents on the map. And the one thing that I feel like that a lot of these teams could look into is also the generosity of their glue wall usages.
True.
Because for both games, we've seen teams pull off Hail Mary 1v4s, 2v4s because they ran out of glue walls, something that could be polished on if you just sort of work on that rotation a little bit, right? Happened to Insane Power, and I believe it happened to SMX, SKILLMAX in game 1. So hopefully for game 3, these teams are going to kind of manage their inventory a bit better.
To advocate myself, I believe I'm going to incline towards CHILLMATES. This is also one of the other teams, SKILLMAX, sorry. This is also one of the other teams who made it into the top 2 of the first game. And then after which, even though, they made it into the top 5 of the second one, they had some decent amount of eliminations. They've been consistent when it comes to their eliminations, with almost 8 to 9 in each game, and also trying to strike a balance when it comes to possession points. So when you have a mindset like this, you need to just make sure that you don't lose that composure, or probably might end up being taken down, and one bad game can make things upside down. So probably we'll be able to see BFA and SKILLMAX come up with a unique kind of an approach to the game, because in the upcoming games it's bound to happen that Total Gaming is going to go a little more aggressive, because Mafia for now is doing everything possible to give that opening, and for some reason I don't see water popping off.
Right. We literally had a discussion in game 1 regarding them, Water and Aztec being the pillar that's reliable, and we saw them have that moment, but it's all about the conversion from the mid to late, which didn't really manifest in both game 1 and game 2. And I do see a lot of believers in the chat, but there are also some doubters saying that TG are not going to make it, and we are just 2 games in as well. So if Mafia is getting these set up, and we have seen moments of brilliance from the rest of the team, now they just need to find that sweet spot, right, on how to always enable themselves to get those points.
Let's see whether that's going to be the case, because we're just moments away from getting into the upcoming map. It's going to be the map of Solara. And yet again, let me tell you guys, things can be very, very interesting in this map. Things can get much more unique at times, and also much more interesting when it comes to close range battles. So do let us know what do you feel about the upcoming game. But until then, we'll try to make sure that we give you more about the teams out there. Speak about the city qualifier teams. I was expecting them to also make a good impression out here, especially for teams like RM and RTX, because even though they just qualified by a small margin, making it into the group stages week 2, I was expecting them to actually explode, and for some reason they're unable to.
Yeah, and all of them so far are having a rough time, right? We saw towards the tail end of game 2 where RM Esports actually made quite the big rotation with the launch pad, but ended up putting themselves right out in the open. We saw Insane Power unfortunately not able to demonstrate that insane power. They were losing out in CQC on all fronts. Even for RTX, just a no-show in game 2. And for CHILLMATES, they are the ones that we described earlier. They are the ones playing spoilers, but that is not enough, right? We need to see them not only just play spoilers, but able to take their momentum forward. Can you convert that to a rotation, or can you convert that into more points? Because eventually, teams are going to start looking at you. So out of all the 4 teams from the city qualifiers, I think CHILLMATES have the better odds overall, but it's a pretty low bar to clear for now.
For me, it is insane power. As you correctly pointed out, for some reason, they are not able to bring in the complete power, because let me remind you, they had 93 points in the 6 games they played in the previous week. That itself is a big number. They did show us that they were very consistent when it comes to their gameplay. Once they get that momentum, they never let go of that momentum. And hopefully, we'll be able to see them, bring back that momentum and make sure that they start to dominate. But with this, ladies and gentlemen, you know what time it is. We are just seconds away from making it into the upcoming game. The 3rd game of Solara is going to be anytime on our screens, and I hope that you guys have shared this among your friends, because a lot of these viewers are also dying to see some good action take place, and you can find it all here at TEZ Free Fire Max India Cup 2026 Fall, as we'll be heading into the map of Solara.
And the teams have some extra minutes to prepare for this, and hopefully for the teams who are still on the second page of that leaderboard, they have been able to find some composure heading into Solara, as this is going to be the last game before we are at the halfway point of day number 2. So for the teams who aren't getting much points, they got to double their efforts, because if not, it might be too little too late.
And the flight path, I just love it. It's too much to the southern side of the map, starting all the way from Bayside, ending towards the hub region. And I hope the teams are prepared, because I don't see any team taking that risk to fly all the way to the northern side of the map. I see a bit of a cluster take place towards the Art region. But for now, we're going to keep our eye on Cruel towards the Eco Drain region.
The Delta are actually taken control by SKILLMAX, SAUL going straight for TV Tower. And Casta Vista, surprisingly, is going to be a free for grabs, and maybe Nuclear will stumble across that empty area. Crew taking control of Eco Drain, Credit Compound to start with. If there's no contest, BFA running into TC, and Phoenix a bit too overzealous there. The ambition, unfortunately, not paid with result. Askalite in a 1v3 traced himself out, and that's TC off to a good start.
Yeah, Team Chaos all sticking together, making sure it was a proper 2v2 split for the fights they were taking, and the trade game did come in their favor. And probably this is for the first time we see them do so well, but BFA, for the first time we see them in a bit of a situation from where they might get eliminated, because hashtag, oh boy, this man is just waiting for backup. And we all know what's going to happen once he gets a player in his crosshair. And there it is, Mafia. He comes in from a call from the other side, and BFA in deep troubles, because the last lad in the air, if he gets taken down, that could be a very bad start for BFA in this game.
Pretty fortunate for BFA, as we literally spoke about them having that potential. Dochi unfortunately was found out by Anshu hiding inside the container. So RTX, despite coming into Eco Drain, which was previously occupied by Crew, they are going to pay a bit of a minor price for that. Vending machine nearby though, so Doshi will be brought back with no problem. But it seems like Crew, they're not about to concede Eco Drain that easily. And RTX, they're in for a rough one.
No, all thanks to the map feed I've got, I see that BFA are in a bit of a trouble as Total Gaming are trying to pounce upon them. Let's see what's going to happen. But RTX versus Cruel. This is where RTX for the first time have got a good advantage, but Yahi for some reason makes the biggest mistake of his life, and RTX will now have to make sure that they have the right kind of momentum. Barrick gets taken down, Sham gets taken down, Dolce, who's still up in the air, might be in a bit of a trouble as Cruel, they dominate this fight at Eco Drain, and they're going to welcome all these 4 eliminations with open arms.
And we literally talked about how Crew had possession of Eco Drain, and the fact that we saw the rotation from RTX after losing Dochi going towards Eco Drain. Probably one of the tougher decisions to make, right? Because rotating north towards the middle is pretty unsafe, but going back to where Crew came from, Crew is not going to let that go. So 4 points for them. SKILLMAX taking a challenge against SAUL, but what was the plan there? SKILLMAX taking a bit of a pit stop, having to drive through the Thunder Zone, able to make it out, but at the cost of one of their members. So SAUL gets a freebie.
Yeah, 2 freebies to be frank, and they're so happy about it. As they fall back in the Bolt Maker trying to do a little bit of a damage, SAUL now they see another prey in front of them. They have their eyes set on them in the name of Team Chaos, and they have a split as well. So SAUL this time around, they have to come up with a proper plan and a proper execution, or else things might backfire. They put up a UAV to get the best of the location of the opponents, but all of this taking place to the northern eastern side of the map. All of a sudden we see that the center of the circle is completely empty.
As the feed lights up with multiple pickoffs happening, Team Chaos will have to face the music. Tro actually finds Shanky, of all people. It's TG that faces the music, and that is going to turn the attention of TC toward Total Gaming, who did not want to be in this position, but Mafia was able to weather the storm by taking out Scary, and that gives TG breathing space to work with. Boltmaker deployed again. SAUL now arrives. It's Tro, Noor, all making numbers. Mafia finally taken out, and now all eyes are going to be on Aztec, Water, and Shanky again. Can the pillar stand? The TC no longer in the equation. Jack with max 7 making magic happen. Round the corner, gets taken down, but SAUL have the numbers. They have what it takes to take out TG, and unfortunately, Total Gaming finds nothing again.
Just 5 eliminations, and all thanks to Team Chaos for just making the biggest mistakes of their life, trying to jump into the crosshairs with no backup whatsoever. But SAUL, what a time for them to pounce in. We already saw them, right? They had a keen eye on Chaos. They knew that there's a team close by, but they were stuck onto them. They made sure that they watched them closely, and as soon as they understood a third-party scenario is coming up, they take it with open arms. But for now, Resurrection, they're in a bit of a trouble. But the Feek shows why he's one of the best player with that M590, lands one perfectly, and the revival also comes through.
And the AWM in hand as well, so both close and long range are covered. Resurrection, 6 elims and 2 ongoing revives. Should have some time to get back on their feet. SAUL actually taking massive casualties just after a euphoric victory over Total Gaming, so they are going to be sent on the run again, all resting in the palms of Tro, who does have some coins for the revive, but unfortunately can't go up ground with TEV around.
SAUL, all of a sudden, the heads have been cut off, and Troll, the IGL, now runs out in the open. I hope he's got enough coins. He's got 1,010. He's going to get another 200 before he gets into... Oh, he survives. The shots were way too close for some reason. The opponents just miss out his head and he survives. But the sad part is there's no vending machine close by. All he's got is a bit of a trail on which he can just slide around and get to the nearest vending machine, and hopefully he doesn't find anyone on the way.
We'll have to take it slow. Zanacle is used as well to scout out in front near Delta Isle. That was sort of what we agreed on earlier on, Arca, where Delta Isle could be the sort of like the safe spot in case you want to slow down the pace of the game. And in this case for SAUL, they don't really have other options. So Delta Isle is where they get that revive onto two of the members and find a reset.
SAUL, as soon as the rev came in, I really thought that, they'll be eager to take that fight against Cruel, because that's what they're made of, aggression. And for the first time, I see them all spread out in different directions, and all they're doing is receiving shots as one of the player gets taken down. Probably Bunny and Jack, the two players who went in two different directions. They'll try to find the nearest vending machine yet again, because Stroll was clever. Before he got taken down, he collected more coins so that his teammates do have some to revive himself. But Siddharth, he's interested for a fight. He heads on right into the crosshairs of RM and Flames and Ritesh. Oh my god, he still retaliates, put down Ritesh, and Zayan says, I'm here for backup, so let's get into another fight.
That's a drive-by if I ever seen one. And seems like Resurrection are gonna keep on chasing Zian. Not shy, being away from a fight. And the rest of his team are gonna join him. What are the Glue Walls are gonna start getting peppered. The Fiend now comes in with the tag team again. What was that, man? Just a one pump. Might as well give him the second. RM standing no chance. And Resurrection with 12 points now.
Dafik showing why he's one of the best players. And let me tell you this yet again, if this lad comes to the land, he's just going to make sure that he walks away with most of the fans out there. If there's somebody who can challenge Shoto in a close range battle, that has to be Dafik with that M590. So far so good. Resurrection having 2 times of that eliminations of Cruel. Now Cruel, they've got an opportunity. They're involving in a fight. Piyush is trying to do his best through those Chrono Shield. He finds one player, puts up a glue wall which bounces back. Oh my god, the grenade bounces back rather. And now he's
out of there.
Fall back, yes. Yeah. He's gonna hold on.
Funny enough, he has no idea that no one was behind the glue wall already. He's already made his escape. But that crew did end up losing Anshu. So, all things considered, 1-4-1. Now have to start making a rotation out of the blue though. And find some solace. Blue is gonna start hurting, but crew still feeling very confident about themselves. Might see Sean 2 later on. But this was the earlier fight. We saw the Resurrection off screen where they completely dismantled CM.
Yep, it was Dafik and something. Both of them trying to do their best. And look at how Dafik kept switching his gun, because he knew that at times he needs to give that back up. But for now, they are the only team closest to the circle from where they can gatekeep anybody who dares to step in from the Funfair region. And let's not forget, from Windmill as well, if any team has to make it into the circle, they'll have to eventually walk in the crosshairs of Resurrection. And I wonder where the rest of the teams are, because I see a very big calm before the storm.
SAUL finally able to get the whole squad back. We did see them briefly on the screen making the rotation, but hugging the perimeter of the circle as well. Crew just got their revive, so that would slow them down temporarily. But Nuclear completely caught out in the open, blindsided by Tro. It's gonna crawl to safety as Blue Walls have to be invested by the rest of RM to get Nuclear back up.
SAUL, that recovery so far has been phenomenal. But how much can they make of it? they got an arsenal, and that's the biggest blessing they could have asked for, right? Just before they make it into the final circle, we see most of them all stacked up, but Resurrection for now, they see SMX mid-air, Saga gets taken down, and now Dafik and something, they're interested for this close-range battle. Zan gives that information, and Dafik suddenly changes his position, comes in a bit closer, and before he could make it close, we see that most of his teammates have already done the deed, as SMX is left out with just one last player, as Sadar gets taken down with his own grenade launcher. Satvik will now have to fight off the rest of the squad. But from the backline comes in another squad altogether in the name of SHUL as they take this fight against Resurrection.
Yep, something with the suppressive fire, but is it enough to get Resurrection out of there? It seems like that's going to be the case. They make it out with their lives. SAUL, how hungry are they? Jack certainly wants to take a bite out of this. Very exposed, drops the UAV, and thankfully it doesn't get taken down because the rest of the team isn't there. Ziendo from Resurrection. Make sure that the advances of SAUL comes at a hefty cost. And this time, is SAUL being forced behind. We did see the cluster being tossed out as well. Is Resurrection now on the offense?
Resurrection, once they get on the offense, we all know what happens. As Bunny, he tries to cut off the head, get down the strongest link. He's got so much information, does put up a really good fight against Dafik, but that's not going to happen as something gets into his face. And Noor 18 is the last man standing, and he's also going to be put to an end with something pulling off a 1v3 in this fight. SHUL get eliminated, and Resurrection, they're prepared for the better good.
Yeah, Resurrection giving SAUL something to regret about indeed. Again, SAUL, they were hungry for power, they were hungry for more, but in that moment, in the heat of the moment, it got into their heads and they just didn't consider the fact that Resurrection had a better compound to make that grandstand. So SAUL, middle of the pack, and it frees up Resurrection again. 18 eliminations and counting. And they have a chance to not only bag a booyah, but even if they don't, at least get the record of the most elims in a single game today.
It's good for us to see that the teams on the bottom of the tables are still alive, right? RTX, RM, Impact, Insane Power, all of them still making sure they have a spot for themselves. But Resurrection, now they fly into the obvious place, right? That was the only compound inside the circle, and they choose to come in and become a bit more aggressive. Look at them all firing against a team RM who are trying to make it inside, and eventually they have to say goodbye from the lobby. And BFA is going to be the next target they're going to keep their eyes on.
That's cruel as well. Aryan trying to navigate this tight corner, but unfortunately, I believe it's the only survivor, as they did lose Veer. And Crew, this time, no hat trick. They go out with only 9 eliminations. That is going to give Resurrection quite the boon to catch up to first place. And they somehow have weathered the storm on top of the roof despite rotating out into the open and having to invest blue walls. With the bolt maker in play, they are still hanging on and having a solid possession of what seems to be a vantage point that comes at the risk of getting peppered from multiple directions.
Now what's more important is the position of TEB, Maxi God as well as Shanku, right? Both of them, they can make it to the circle because they are the closest point of contact to the upcoming circle. And what they can do as they make it inside is take down any team who tries to take a fight with each other, especially for that of RTX and Resurrection. BFA on the other side, they're going to take the longest time possible to make it inside the circle. But let's not forget that Insane Power is still alive in this game and kicking. They've got more than 2 players still alive. Yes, Divine is going to be bleeding out. Probably his teammates can still come in to revive him, but they're not taking that risk as RTX is keeping them busy.
And to make matters worse, Duffy took out the only person that has the medic gun, so yeah, there's no coming back from that.
Dolce.
Can you get the lick shot out? Susti only has a monster truck debris of a vehicle to hide behind. But Roger is going to divert their attention as he takes out one of the members of RTX and he gets punished for it. Good response. But the only benefactor that is truly having a good time is Resurrection.
Resurrection trying to do their best to make it into the top 3, whereas on the other side, Dafik is doing everything possible to take down these players as Siddharth gives that opening. His teammate is just going to make sure that he sings the songs of death to this team as well. Resurrection with 23 eliminations. They're going everything in their favor. Now we'll have to make sure that they don't do anything wrong. The first 2 shots connect, and immediately they rush in against the team which is holding that compound for a long time. Only one player standing right now in the name of Merrick as he goes in for a quick revive. RTX is still making sure that they give a run for Resurrection for this Booyah as Dafik gets in closer. Puts 2 of the players down, make it 3 in total, and Resurrection, they make it 27 eliminations and 3 shy of creating a record out here.
What an insane performance. Resurrection with the most elims so far today. And Renox takes no chance. Siddharth, he's riding off a high and they finally put him down. But you still got the rest of Resurrection to contend with. The Fig does perish to the blue, but the members of BFA are low. Something round the corner. Was able to find one, and Phoenix doesn't win the pre-fire from the corner. Something is going above and beyond. And something gives them that booyah. Resurrection, with a hell of a performance in this game tree, now puts themselves in a strong spot for qualifying for knockouts.
Absolutely a 30 bomber when it comes to eliminations alone. This is a statement from Resurrection, especially from that of Dafik and Zayan, who've been working so hard to make it into the knockout stages and then step forward into the grand finals. All of this is going to take place in the upcoming weeks, but the action still continues because we have 3 more games and we have got some teams who need to step up. And let me name you one, and this is going to shock you, ladies and gentlemen. It's iQOO Total Gaming.
iQOO Total Gaming not having a good time at all. Nothing is falling into place, but for Resurrection, the stars are definitely aligning. 30 eliminations and a booyah. That's 42 points. The first 40 bomb we have today. If that proven anything, man. Like something, Siddharth, Zian, the Fig, they all pulled their weight. At first, we saw it was the Fig that really made waves from that early to mid game. But once we get into the CQC, once we need someone to start making those plays and call the shots and lead the charge, oh my goodness, Siddharth did everything on his own. But of course, with the support from Zian from long range as well. 10 eliminations, 5.2k damage, and the MVP of Game 3.
Yeah, he's got the Skylar, Maro, Moko, and Luna this time around. And as long as, you got the sniper, doing everything right. 10 eliminations is no joke. Especially in a map like this where we expect everybody to have a close range battle. This for the first time I see that Solara, most of the eliminations were picked up in long range and mid range. And thanks to Zayan, we did see some entertainment coming in from the side of Resurrection. But I know the whole team's contribution is out there because 20 more eliminations have been shared amongst the team. And I'm hoping to see who got the maximum of them all.
This is quite the world-class performance, at least for game number 3. They didn't break the world record just yet. World record stands at 45 points in a single round by Lion, but they got pretty close with 42. Nonetheless, 42 points, more than enough to put Resurrection in a position of safety, especially when we talk about qualifying for knockouts. They've been consistent for the first half of Group B, so there's almost no shadow of doubt that they are going to see themselves in that next stage. And you really got to give them props for what they have achieved in this round, with everyone pulling their weight, especially in that final push where they understood they needed the compound from the cold dead hands of RTX, and Siddharth was like, I will do it myself.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dafik also has got 5,275 damage. Shows that how brutal he was when it comes to that AWM as well as the shotgun as well. With 42 points in a single game, they are set up to make sure that they qualify into the next round. SATUL, another consistent performance, another position from where they could have taken much more than what they had. It's just that the greed to take down some more eliminations restricted them to just 16 points. And let me tell you this, 2 times from that of SATUL's total points is the amount of eliminations taken by Resurrection.
Yeah, there is an absolute buffet there for Resurrection. They got everything that they wanted, just stragglers. They got points from staggered revives, chain revives from some of these teams. And just basically when we saw them rotate onto the roof of the compound that RTX was sitting in, and they were able to hold that spot and make it their fortress, the amount of points that they got from that sniper's nest itself makes up for a big chunk of the reason of how they got the booyah towards the very end. But you do have to give credits to, the teams that try to stand up to them, right? And towards the very end, unfortunately, Resurrection were just too strong. And because Crew didn't really get off to a explosive round, they finished with, I think, 8-9 eliminations, and in the middle of the pack, it allowed Resurrection to overtake them on the leaderboard.
Yeah, and we see that Insane Power has, climbed up 2 positions after a decent performance. We see that Team Chaos, they fall down as RTX is also starting to pick up the pace. But the point difference between the 6th and the 12th position is starting to be humongous. More than 2 times of what they have right now. So just in case if teams are looking forward for qualification, they not only have to make sure that they're being consistent, but also need to target teams above them so that you slap down the king to grab his throne. Team Evolution on the other side, good to see them climb 2 positions, but starting to feel concerned for that of Total Gaming.
Yeah, and I think for the hopefuls of Total Gaming, all hope is not lost just yet, right? They are currently in 7th spot with 30 points, and the current 6th place is held with 32 points. So
yeah,
a little bit of push can get them over the
And the
edge.
5th one was 33.
And the 5th one is 33, yeah. So it's pretty low bar to clear for Total Gaming. But what matters is if they do get into the top 6, they got to maintain their spot there. We did see some unfortunate conclusions yesterday where PVS just couldn't hold on to the top 6 spot. And if Total Gaming learned anything from yesterday's Group 8 events, is the fact that they have to stay consistent for the second half.
Yeah, absolutely. The second half is just around the corner. Ladies and gentlemen, do make sure that you share this stream among your friends, because we might see the biggest upset just in case it happens. And let's not forget that we might also give them a little bit of positivity so that they can make it through, because we want the best of the best in the grand finals. And with this, we'll be heading into a short break. See you guys on the other side. You guys are watching TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2026 Fall.
One easy.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2026 Fall. My name is Crips. With me is Azora. We're going to be your casters for the second half of the day. We are done with the first 3 games, and I must say, Azora, Cruel are performing way better than I expected. I mean, I was feeling concerned for teams like Total Gaming, SHUL, the teams that are so big that you would not expect them to fail. Teams that have done so well in the Esports World Cup, you wouldn't expect them to struggle over here. Not even in the India Cup, in the group stages of the India Cup. So yeah, that is a bit concerning for me, man.
It is concerning, not gonna lie. All the viewers sitting out there, they themselves are just looking for one thing, that somehow by hook or crook, let our teams qualify, because top 6 is the way to go, else you're just gonna say tata bye bye. But on the other end, I'm just loving the way even SKILLMAX is showcasing their enthusiasm to take the fight. And Cruel Esports, my oh my, first 2 games itself is just let them be themselves. The aggression was on point. They've been super good with the priority of even entering towards the final bit of the circle and bagging a couple of booyahs from the word go, alongside the elimination game being so good. I just love it, man. That's the kind of gameplay that we were expecting from them, and they're delivering it hands down.
100%. And Resurrection Esports as well. These guys were just so damn good. I mean, it kind of makes you wonder what happened to them, right? Because in the first 2 games, they were doing decently. I mean, it wasn't really a bad game for them by any stretch of the imagination. And then they just woke up and chose violence. 30 eliminations. What? A 40 bomber game? That's ridiculous. And that's the thing with a lot of these other teams as well, right? I'm talking about teams like SKILLMAX, teams like Evolution Esports. They're not having bad games. It's not like they're underperforming. They're just being consistent, right? They have like an average of 15 points something in every single game. And while that's good enough, when the top 6 is at stake, when the odds are stacked against you, even consistent performance seems like it's inadequate. And at that moment, you need to start realizing that, hey, consistency obviously is the bare minimum, but you need a few breakout games where you get these massive 30 bombers, 40 bombers. And without those, it just seems like even the bare minimum is consistency.
Exactly, and now heading towards our top 3 predictions, we have resurrections all across. Yes, Total Gaming as well. Well, the games haven't been that great. So right now is the time for them to shine, because the next following game is Kalahari, and we all know the kind of shenanigans they can pull, the kind of deception that they can pull off right in front of the opponents, and they will still be scratching their heads and thinking, what is going on here? But on the other end, I did see a name, Insane Power, in your corner.
Yes.
I would love to know your point of view.
Yes. Now, with Insane Power, I'm only picking this up because it's Kalahari. In Kalahari, most of the time, Insane Power, they win their drop clashes, and after that, they may or may not make it to the final circle. But because I know that X Divine is one of the strongest IGLs on Kalahari, and Insane Power have never lost an early drop clash on Kalahari, it kind of gives me a little bit of hope. Maybe this could be the game they need to change their fate, because right now Insane Power is sitting at like 27 points, and the team at 6th spot, SKILLMAX, is at 32. They're only a few points behind the top 6, so maybe this could be the game that finally changes their fate. This could be the one that propels them to safety.
Indeed, man. And there's another thing, right? 3 games are already done and dusted, and that just makes one thing super, super clear, that in the upcoming ones, if you do not rectify your mistakes, then all you have to do is bid farewell to this entire tournament. But talking about the way the teams are heading towards Council Hall, confinement, and alongside the sub, these are like one of the most heavily populated spots. The eastern side surprisingly looks super populated rather than the western side, alongside the southern side as well, which just means one thing, that the rotation will be super, super accurate for those teams who are planning for a contingency plan, and then all of a sudden they have all 4 members back into the picture, and they're calling in rotations, calling in the shots. Plus, the best part about Kalahari is the verticality, the grappling hook, just giving you the vertical angles, the height advantage, where I believe that all the snipers, they're going to play a crucial role in this following one.
Yes, and all these snipers that have been lighting up the elimination feed, they will definitely need to keep doing so right now as well. But I kind of feel like right now people will need to equip the Morse more than anything else.
Indeed,
because the Skylers won't really help you out when you've got so much permanent cover to work with. If you were in Purgatory, most of the snipers will switch out to a Skylar instead of the Morse, because over there, breaking out your glue walls is basically a death sentence. Over here, maybe not so much. And in Kalahari, I think it's a lot easier to go ahead and res your teammates. It is one of the maps with the highest revival stats, so that Morse becomes that much more valuable because there's just so many vending machines available at your disposal. And I'm glad that you mentioned about the fact about the early rotations as well, because a lot of these teams, they rotate along the edges of the circle. You know, they take that curved arch path. They don't just go straight to the zone. But now that the refinery area is up for grabs and no team has said that they're going to go there yet, if that is indeed the case, the rotations become a lot simpler. And to some extent, I guess I can believe the predicted drop spots today. We have collated this data. It's not like we're asking the teams about their preferred drop spots anymore. So it has been more or less the same. It has been pretty accurate, at least compared to last week, relatively. So I do believe that refinery might just be vacant. And if at all somebody goes over there, it might not be off drop. It might just be them realizing that, hey, refinery is empty. And then maybe they can take a last minute U-turn and go over there.
That's right. But the reposition part, I just really love the fact that you have brought this topic up, Trips. I do understand Moss is being utilized a lot for the repositioning of it. But here's another thing that teams are doing. Additionally, the Bombers, they're taking in Skylar. They're taking in Riptide Rhythm, because taking down the glue wall in the open is going to be one of the most easiest tasks with the entertainment CEO. And that's the beauty about calling in the mix and matches, the active skills being unique and all of that. Just helping out the team is the core, I believe, the notion that one of the IGLs have already taken on their shoulders. And moreover, I just love the fact that the rotations, the way they have already taken it prior to this, I do understand it was 9 teams getting their ticket towards the next following stage of group stages, but now it is just 6 tickets, which just makes it 3 times more problematic, chaotic. And if you're planning for a drop clash, you better be prepared for it.
Oh, 100%. So I'm not worried about the drop clashes, honestly, because most of the times, at least in this tournament, I've seen that most of the people who get into a drop clash and have 3 of their teammates wiped out have been able to successfully go ahead and revive their teammates. Of course, there are some games, like I remember last week, there was this one game in Purgatory, I believe, where we had 6 teams alive in just the 3rd circle. And I was very bamboozled by looking at that, because I'm like, yeah, all of these people who are generally able to escape and go revive their teammates at vending machines were not able to do that. So when you see a game like that, okay, you will feel like the circle is vacant, but I've yet to experience that in Kalahari so far. So I think that the revives might not be a problem in this game yet. And of course, up until now, every game that we've seen so far, you know how claustrophobic the final circle gets. Like in the 5th circle in Bermuda, there were like 11 teams alive, and I was just losing my mind over here. Like, how are there so many players alive? Am I correctly watching this? Is this the 5th circle or is this the 3rd circle? So I had that reaction in the Bermuda game that we just saw. And it just, the competition is dangerous, but to some extent, I feel like the teams are not being punished enough. Like that one guy who survives and manages to go as his teammates, they've been able to get away with this way too often. Now, I don't know if they're deliberately letting that 5th player, the 4th player escape and go for the res, or, you know, they're just failing to take him down before he can get to the vending machine. But it seems like I'm just seeing way too much of that, at least in this group, in Group B.
See, one person's loss, the other person's benefit.
Of course,
4th member rushing down towards the vending machine, calling in all the 3 members back again, and that just gives yet another opportunity for those teams who have good weaponry to take down the birds from the sky. And once you clip them, you get additional elimination points. That just slowly but surely gives the confidence to the other teams as well. And that's, I believe, one of the things that they look forward towards. But complete elimination of a team, I believe, so far will not be possible as a circle. Initially, it was so big, and like you rightly mentioned, Bermuda circle, 5th circle, and in 5th circle, there are 11 teams still remaining. That just showcases one thing, that the compounds were available. That's not going to be the same case in Kalahari. It's going to be open, and most of the times I've seen open circles itself towards the very end. And I believe a campsite area is one of the top spots for the circle to end towards, and the end game needs to be super good. Whoever calls at one house their safe paradise, well, that's going to be one of the beautiful things. But the others, they surely can see one of the arsenals just to stay inside. But now even the arsenals can be opened from all 4 directions. So I do not know how well they're going to capitalize on top of that. But sure, Kalahari is going to give us a lot of flavor in terms of getting those eliminations, plus the way the snipers are going to perform. Sorry to say this, rushers, This time, I don't think so. You're going to get the MVP. It is for sure going to be a sniper taking it.
I not even considered who can be the MVP up until now. I've just been so concerned about the performance of these teams, but because the MVP, what can one solo guy accomplish over here? Unless you're like Xian, who gets like 10 eliminations in a single game, yeah, then you're probably not going to be the MVP, because most of the times, at least up until the first 2 games, right, in Cruel, we've seen that most of the teammates are doing the same amount of damage. Everyone's contributing equally. It's not like there's one guy who's carrying the team, right? So at least in the first 2 games we've seen that. Of course, Xian changed the tide over here, and it is kind of rare for Xian to become the MVP of his team, especially when there's players like Dafiq in the team. That being said, though, even though everyone expects Dafiq to be the heaviest hitter on the team, even though he is the most talked about person, one person that's been flying under the radar is something from Team Resurrection. Now, he didn't really impress me too much during the first week, but today he is on fire. And I'm like, how is he coming alive so much? He wasn't performing like this last week. So he's been improving. And if I can see him improve this much in just one single week, I can't even imagine what's going to happen by the time he reaches the LAN finals. He will be a completely different beast, maybe even rivaling Dafiq's skill level.
You know, there's one thing about the team's rivalry itself. Like, once you have already taken the task of improving yourself, you look at your next role model. And I believe the role model is right there inside the team. Dafiq, he is the destroyer. We all know the nickname given to him. And the moment he sees heads, he instantly pops them like watermelon. And the M590 shot so far, I don't have to make anyone remember or any of that sort. All I have to do is take his name and you automatically will think about what just happened in the map of Kalahari itself against Total Gaming. He was an all-right destroyer. And today as well, he has been super good with his fragging skills alongside his rushing as well. Super confident, super realistic, and is bringing those numbers as well. Just giving the team the kind of confidence they require, and something I believe he's just walking on the tracks. That's it.
Yeah, something's walking on the tracks, but I must say that teams like Insane Power were doing really well on the tracks. It felt like these guys were playing Tony Hawk Pro Skater instead of Free Fire for a second, because my god, every single member of Insane Power, they were just on fire in Solara. I hope that they can bring the same momentum in Kalahari as well, because they will desperately need it. Now, without further ado, let's jump into the 4th game of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Kalahari beginning now. The deserty dunes will turn crimson with the blood of the enemy spilt on the ground.
That's right. Who's gonna go in for the skirmish? Who's gonna draw the first blood? All of that will be seen real soon, as teams, they are already heading towards their following drop locations. I can already sense the tension in the air in the map of Kalahari. The map perfectly split, all thanks to the flight path, and it's gonna let a lot of teams head towards their following location. Sahil, well, they already have the contingency plan. Team Evolution, they have one member posted towards the sub and the others taking a fight against Insane Power.
Okay, Black Flag Army full committing to Refinery. You also have Cruel Esports dropping in the Refinery area, but with only 3 of their members. However, there is one player from RM Esports over here who's a solo. The rest of his teammates are up near confinement. However, Black Flag Army seem to be doing well just for the time being. But as soon as I say that, they lose 2 players. Askeladd somehow stabilizing the situation, trying to make the jump shot land. Whoa! Veer will be sprayed down by Askeladd. And he is stabilizing the Black Flag Army so bloody well right now. Finally, he goes down. It's up to Aryan to put him under. But the rest has come through. Black Flag Army once again 3-man strong. The rest of RM Esports have also come back here. It's all up to Roger. He needs to escape this.
Adding more fuel to fire. They thought that this is the opportunity that they can bag upon, and yes, they did. 1 elimination secured. 4, sorry, that's my bad. 3 taken by Nuclear. That was a lovely initiation coming in from his end. All the fallen pieces, he has already picked it clean, and Ritesh on the other end, he's heading for the last member. Anshu stopping the top dogs in contesting in this following game as well. And I believe that this can be a squad wipe.
This could definitely be a squad wipe. Cruel Esports need to be extremely careful. Or if not careful, they need to be extremely fast in rezzing their teammates. Meanwhile, Shanky, look at him run away from RTX, knowing that he's trapped in a 1v3, doesn't take any unnecessary risk, exits the area, and he relays the information to Mafia, who will be able to get the knock onto Yahi. Oh, wait. We were just talking about Anshu a few seconds ago from Cruel, and he just got sliced and diced by RM Esports. Oh my god, a Scythe elimination. I wish we could have seen that.
But that's all right. Total Gaming on the other end, they're just making a very strong front here. The entire house contested and far off angles. Again, under check. Aztec taking one member down. Noor HP way too low. Taking inhalers, energizing himself for taking this battle, as there are 3 teams in this vicinity, which is problematic. You better not take this fight, else it's going to be an invitation for the other team to just bag in for the third party.
Yeah, 100%. Total Gaming. Look at how far apart they are from each other. Massive spread, so they can get multiple angles onto SHUL as well as Team Chaos. They've already secured 1 elimination onto SHUL, and now they're trying to isolate Bunny. Time Turner popped. Bunny still takes a bunch of damage, but he discourages Shanky from pushing in just yet. Total Gaming, now with bated breath, look for an opportunity, but they will not be handed any opportunities at all. Bunny instead takes the timing, jumps inside and gets another elimination, but before he can convert it, he gets shot down by Scary from Team Chaos, and all of a sudden, it's just up to Vota. Vota manages to buy back Aztec, but he is still trapped over here. Luckily, this vending machine was right around the corner, but I don't think Team Chaos will let him escape from this spot. He needs to win the duel against Scary, and he does it, but it's not enough, because as soon as he takes down Scary, Chillmates have arrived, and Reflexer takes both those eliminations. It's a double point for them.
That's right, Nuclear. Sadly, his reign of tyranny is just going to fall away, fade, as those flames slowly can see through Siddharth. He's reaching in, he's reaching very close, taking the fight, and there you go, Siddharth, taking at least one of the members, but there was a surprise question, a curveball, through which he could not answer that valiantly. RM, 8 eliminations strong. They are turning tides in this map of Kalahari, and this is just a very good example of taking initiatives and taking those fights and winning them.
RM Esports had a brilliant start to this game, but now they seem to be struggling. Instant res onto Ritesh, all thanks to the Diva, but he needs to heal up as well. That won't happen. Hold up though, Insane Power is also over here. RM Esports now need to fight off 2 teams at once, Insane Power as well as SKILLMAX. But Ritesh, I'm believing he's gonna get shot down in a completely different location. He was supposed to be the insurance policy from RM Esports, hanging away from the main force so that in case something goes wrong, Ritesh would be able to go for the reses. But now that he's been taken down, it's up to Flames. He goes for the res, takes 2 players back into the game, and then finally dies. Wow, just in the nick of time.
Yeah, but the weaponry, that's another thing of concern. They need to yet again bring in good weapons back into the game, as a couple of players, they're falling down from the sky. I don't think so they'll have really good loot in their pockets. Just a dual pistol to revolve around, and that's it. But on the other end, there's even SKILLMAX with just 1 elimination, and they're very close to seeing what happened here. But eventually, they have realized that it's too late to reach for a third party.
Yeah, SKILLMAX really wanted a third party over here, man, but they're just a little late to the party. That's what happens when you don't get the memo. That's what happens when you're late. Punctuality. It's a key virtue, especially in Free Fire. Sometimes even more important than foresight. Oh, speaking of foresight, look at Team Evolution. Nice positions. They see Roger. Shanku takes a bunch of fall damage, but that's okay. No harm, no foul. He can still relay information to his team. Knowing that Black Flag Army are using the sub, it kind of means that they're somewhat weak, and they know for a fact that the player that just got rest will not land right here. So that means Roger is alone. Once again, trying to get the angles with the grapple hook so they can get up onto Roger. Shanku tries to go for the jump shot. Roger free-firing with that P90. And he might have been able to win that fight, but not if Maxi God steps in with that Max 7.
Well, that was a very nice example of a bait and switch, and Maxi God just capitalizing onto that one solo survivor who thought that he can outsmart a couple of plays right in front of him. Man count advantage plays such a crucial role. And well, heading all the way towards the circle, now slowly turning each and every stone just to see where the opponents are. The Fake, unfortunately, he has been taken right off, clean as a whistle. Cruel, yet again, hopping onto the same tracks that they showcased in the earlier 2 games. And Resurrection, they are actually not concerned about the position just yet, as Cruel, they're very close to their own fall.
Cruel Esports getting subject to cruelty at the hands of Resurrection. Siddharth instantly punishes Aryan. And I think Resurrection Esports are ready for this third party. SKILLMAX, they've been looking to third party since so long. They went to Bayfront looking for fights. They didn't find anything. And now that finally they're up against Cruel, do they realize that they have walked right past Resurrection Esports, which could be a problem? And the problem's already begun for them. Bhavya gets taken down. Piyush also gets confirmed. Rayan from SKILLMAX doing wonders. And Cruel Esports, even though they've currently ruled the standings, are lacking 2 members with no means of getting towards the vending machine anytime soon.
Exactly. And there's a lot of concerns out there where I would say Total Gaming, they need to take down their following contenders for the 6th spot, Insane Power. They're for sure raking up some really good points for themselves. And this is just the start. This is just the beginning. As long as they keep getting the opportunity for getting more and more opportunities of getting eliminations, then they will keep grabbing those just like that. And Team Evolution on the other end, they have already faced a brunt, couple of players out for the count, and now going back for the revival simulation.
Yeah, Cruel Esports were on the northwestern part of the map, but for now, they have run down south towards Mammoth just to use the vending machine, where Team Evolution are waiting for them already. And they are not the only ones. Even Black Flag Army wants a piece of this fight. Hold on though. Team Chaos was sitting nicely in the center, but they're suddenly getting challenged by Insane Power. Do Insane Power know that they're present over here? Surely they must now know, because they've just used the binoculars. But they're not committing to this fight. Instead, they're going towards the other platform, and Ninja is standing all alone. Time to unpop as soon as they land so that Ninja can't shoot them down, but he will decide to escape instead. Ninja hops downwards, down into the sand, hoping that he should be able to isolate these fights, but so far, both Roshan and Divine are right on top of his head. Oh my god, he's built a cocoon out of these glue walls. Jason Solo also trying to get the angles on Ninja, but he's just not gonna get anything. Armo tries to rescue him and he gets one knock, but it's simply not enough to stop Insane Power. He gets the knock onto Sisti, but he will be instantly resed by Jason Solo, so that's no problem. And now that Armo's shown off his position, X-Divine is marking it.
Yeah, he's marking it. And definitely those shots are going to be automatic onto the target. But there is another commotion as SA2L, they have revived the fallen members. Their friends, they're back into the game. But the other two, they're still surviving for just an inch of the circle. As Resurrection, they are all around in this map. Wherever you go, you can see them, Zion and the entire lot, just creating a lot of ruckus. Where Jack, he's just sitting down there, calm, just to see where the opponents are heading towards, and might as well give a surprise or two.
Yeah, I mean, Jack is kind of alone over here. Bunny, Troll, all of them are all the way down in Old Hampton. And if Jack...
he's taken.
Yeah, even if he gets killed over here, it's completely fine. His teammates are right next to the Old Hampton vending machine, so they can just easily buy him back.
And well, Total Gaming, never seen them so silent. I believe this is just another example of how violent they can get in a fight.
Yeah.
As we can see, SKILLMAX right in front, and they're even checking the backs as well. So there is one of the members of SA2L just trying to enter towards the circle and somehow bring back the other two players as well. But wait a second, this entire spot of Foundation is completely contested. 4 teams close by, and Troll, he's yet again having the bird's eye view with the arm in his hand. So that's going to give him a lot of information onto what's going on here.
Yeah, and with that information, Troll needs to realize that they can't just move into the zone by just sticking to the ends of the circle. Because if the circle goes for a shift, which it most likely will, it will force them to go towards Foundation, the urban regions, which is very easy to gatekeep by teams like Total Gaming and SKILLMAX. Cruel Esports, on the other hand, are on a completely different end of the world. They are down towards the southeastern side of the map, where they're not going to get gate-kept. CHILLMATES might get in their way, but still they're in no position to gatekeep them, so they should be safe. Total Gaming now realize that they need to not just capture the ridge, but also some buildings inside Foundation. So they're going to use that UAV, hoping to discover who else is in this area. But do they know that SA2L are behind them? Because look at that 3-1 split. You've got Troll tanking just a little bit of damage in the blue zone, which is fine. It's just a third zone, right? You can tank it for now. Jack, Bunny, and Noor, how will they get inside? Because they have a massive open area to cross.
Not only that, they have a huge problem right behind Troll. He's not trolling anymore. 1vs can an arm in his hand. They're just constantly shifting, hitting those shots. Troll reaching close, but there's already one member eliminated. As Team Evolution, they have eyes on the prize. That is SA2L. Close by angles, contested, and well, this is not a good spot for them. There is a height advantage situation for Team Evolution. There is a low ground disadvantage for SA2L. In the midst of all of that, there is Total Gaming stuck right there as those shots of Troll. They're hitting right on target, but the HP is just the thing which is dwindling down, not the man count.
Yeah.
As long as this is happening, SKILLMAX will still take a step back and not initiate the fight just yet.
At least Team Soul is safe for the next 2 minutes until the circle shifts. And And where will it go? I still believe it's going to go right towards Foundation in the urban region. It must be a central shift. Oh yeah, there it is. Slightly in the center, a little bit skewed towards the north. But that is not a problem for all the teams who are in Foundation already. Teams like SKILLMAX, Insane Power, Chaos, Team Total Gaming will have no problems whatsoever. But these guys right here, RM Esports, Evolution as Black Flag Army, all three of them will need to get inside the zone, and they do not have the time to do it. Askeladd still outside, gets shot down by Sahil. Rhinox, sorry, he also gets found. And now that RM Esports have also revealed their position, Shanku and MaxiGod are going in for the full push.
Wait, they better be wary about Cruel as well. They're right behind an RM. They can be the patty of this sandwich. And that will not look good at all. Finally, Team Evolution just taking a step back. They know this is not the fight that they would love to take, and then just get one or two members out for the count. Ritesh from the back angle, he has already understood the assignment that we are not at all safe. We need a compound. We need to head towards Team Evolution. They were taking the fight initial right in front of them, and now RM is the one just turning the table, using the Uno reversal card just to take one or two members down.
Yeah, but these guys need to wrap it up very quickly. Fourth zone is going to hurt quite a lot. Sagar, look at that. Takes down Roshan and X-Divan in one fell swoop. And that is the opening the Team Evolution were looking for. Can they convert this though? Nuclear has to go absolutely nuclear. But Team Evolution are falling. He does take down Shantu. But can MaxiGod survive this one? Because Shanku is also locked in a 1v1. So no backup for MaxiGod available right now. Hold up.
This is tough.
Nuclear has to get inside that car. Can he actually make it work? Nuclear gets away, but MaxiGod, he can't do much. Shanku also goes down. It's all up to Sahil. He's gonna run away outside the zone, hoping that he can get inside a vehicle. But your morse won't really make your vehicle invisible. And you're running out of nades. Only 3 medkits to your name. No other vending machines available. You're gonna have to play this game solo, bro.
That's right, he has to play this game solo, but Shanku was basically cat on a hot brick, man. The nervousness. He could not eliminate the fallen member as well. That showcases the kind of problem that they're already facing. And now that RM, the sight was completely clear that they want to head towards a circle. That's where iQOO Total Gaming came into the picture. Lovely shots coming through, but there is a lot of problem for even SATUL. As Stroll is the final member standing, waiting for the right time. And wait a second, what a lovely collision right there. Couple of teams just knocked apart, and Cruel taking a major part of that chunk.
Yeah, RM Esports just slam dunked and crashed their cars into SHUL, but RM and SHUL both get eliminated, and at this point Cruel Esports are just laughing. They say thank you so much for the points, we're going to continue into the zone. Let's see if Team Chaos can also get inside the zone, because SKILLMAX are hunting them down. It's all up to Ninja,
no way.
And all his ninjutsu, all his stealthiness will not save him for the time being. He's already used up his morse, hoping that he would be able to escape, but then he fires a shot and that gives away his position. Now he's just gonna stay behind SKILLMAX. Oh my god, that nade! It destroys Satvik and Rayan, and this might just help out Ninja stay alive for a second longer. He gets to the vending machine, manages to revive Scary, but can Scary get to the ground? I don't know about that, but Siddharth will make sure that the rest of SKILLMAX will get completely blown apart with those flash freezes and the nades. Siddharth, with those nades, has just become the elimination leader.
Absolutely, man. He has proven to be lethal in every single turn. Sagar, somehow he has stuck tails. He's inside the circle, but still, he needs to be worried about iQOO Total Gaming. As iQOO Total Gaming, they are just charging further and further. Demons of the lobby, just making sure that they can at least bag in more eliminations and reach towards the top 4. Couple of members eliminated, knocked, sorry, and now they're getting the revival as well. This is going to be super helpful. Same thing needs to be done for even Insane Power as well, as they themselves are taking things very slowly. One of the members still trying to be revived, and the others being jumped upon. Resurrection saving the day, and yet again they want to back this booyah for themselves with 18 eliminations. This can be another game in which they can go from multiple eliminations right off the bat. Cruel getting absolutely stumped upon, and same thing goes for Insane Power as well, as X-Divine, the decorated IGL, is the last member standing. Oh boy, decimated.
It's just the resurrection show. How on earth is Zion landing all that? When did he get so good with the VSK? What did he have for breakfast apart from his opponents? Of course. Wow, that was some ridiculous VSK action. And Resurrection get their second booyah. That is just insanity, man. And what's even more insane is that the last team to stay alive, their final opponent was Cruel. It seems like nobody apart from Cruel and Resurrection have been winning today. They're always in the top two. They always win the Booyahs. And these two teams are having a field day over here. They already got a 40 bomber in the previous game, and now they have another 23 eliminations. This is going to put them in the 35-pointer range. These guys are absolutely on fire. They're going supernova right now.
Insane, man. Not only that, at one point, even the Eagles stopped flapping the wings and they choose to glide. This is all thanks to the initial hard work of climbing on top, and that's one of the things that even Team Resurrection has been doing so far. Couple of games too good, man. Look at them wiping floors with the opponent, calling in the cleanup crew, and then instantly pummeling down all the opponents right in front. Veer, I don't think so he can even plan about surviving the wrath, the onslaught that Resurrection is bringing in. And wow, man, Xian, well, I do not know what to say. That VSK definitely hits like a shotgun, close range.
Sheesh. Yeah, I mean, it is indeed, right? It is indeed. It looks like he's just using that VSK like a M590. And someone told me that most of the people use the two guns interchangeably because the switch pattern, the flick pattern of them is almost the same. So yeah, it's crazy. I mean, Xian got a 10 elimination game in the previous one. This time it's time for Siddharth to shine. The grenadier of the team using that Alvaro and the Beastin. He got 10 eliminations with 4,458 damage. And he's not only the grenadier of the team, he's also the pseudo support with the Chrono and the Tiva. Sheesh, talk about multitasking, man. That guy is doing it well.
Yeah, Crips, there's one thing that I would love to highlight. Siddharth previously was a sniper and now he's a grenadier. But once a sniper, always a sniper.
Yep. And I was impressed by Xian and his VSK shots. Siddharth didn't get much screen time, but he was doing a lot of legwork. He was doing most of the heavy lifting over here.
Yeah.
And keep in mind, these guys are probably like the only team that runs Coda in FFMIC right now. I haven't seen any other team run Coda after the OB54 update. After all the information-based characters were nerfed, these guys are probably the only one who use it. Even Enhanced Hammer. Nobody, I mean, people still use it, but it's not that frequent. So something definitely using a loadout which it's something that you don't see every day, pun intended. But look at the damage numbers, man. 4,000 on Siddharth, 4,000 on Xian. Both of them are amazing.
Indeed, man. That's the number game that both of these, one ex-sniper, now turned grenadier, and Xian, the sniper, has been taken that one task of dishing a lot of damage on the opponents. Hence, trickling down their med kits, trickling down their glue walls, and at the very end, what's left in their pocket is absolutely nothing. You cannot survive with any of those things in your pocket. So Resurrection, this is yet another game for themselves. First it was a 42-pointer, now it's a 35-pointer that they have hauled for themselves. Insane power, good performances all across. 15 eliminations, they were dominating the elimination feed, but at one point of time, even they had to take a step back, all thanks to iQOO Total Gaming, as those shots were so good, man. It was like all surrounding the opponents, and Insane Power just did not have any clue about where they're going to head towards and what they're going to do towards the final circle. SKILLMAX, I did see them here and there. They were initiating those fights, but they were very radio silent at one point of time just to see what's happening, and that, I believe, costed them a lot.
Yeah. Oh my god, I'm starting to get really worried about CHILLMATES and Team Chaos, Azura. I think it's time to write off Team Chaos and RTX Esports, because if they're still getting single-digit points in the fourth game, there's not much of a chance for them to go through. SKILLMAX and Evolution, though, 13 points and 12 points in a match like this is definitely great, but is that enough to keep them in the top 6? We might just see them slip down. SHUL and Total Gaming are also playing very consistently. They've been getting 10 plus points in almost every single game, but even for the big names like Total Gaming and SHUL, those might not be enough. Not when you've got Resurrection hitting 35 every single time. However, this game will change the tides for Insane Power, because before this game, Insane Power had like 20-something points. And now that they got 23, it's almost double for them.
Indeed, man, and that's going to double up the confidence as well. Moving forward, let's just go ahead and take a look on how these teams planned on taking control over Kalahari. They did have a very nice drop location for themselves, Bayfront. This time, for the first time, I've seen Total Gaming take Bayfront, not Santa Catrina, because Santa Catrina is one of the spots where they usually head towards. And from there on, taking the western side and then tracking down towards the very spots deep inside the heart of Kalahari. And Resurrection, they have made sure that they can spot each and every team who are thinking that the vending machine is going to be super easy for them to grab.
That one vending machine play from SKILLMAX in the very last second, that was so clutch. It kept them alive for a second longer, allowing them to get like at least one placement point more. But what's even more insane is the fact that Insane Power, despite having the high ground advantage, had to just let go of it. And unfortunately, even though they had a better position than Resurrection Esports, they could not hold on to it because Insane Power was being subjected to gunshots from Cruel, SHUL, everybody else. Yeah. Oh my god.
A lot of brutality, man.
Lot of brutality. Resurrection have lost 114 points. God, it's not even like you crossed the 100-point marker. You straight up crossed the 110-point marker. That's insane. And Cruel Esports at 98, so far above SHUL.
They have done the heavy lifting, man. They have already done it. They have made the cut. So I would love to go ahead and congratulate both Resurrection and Cruel Esports. They have been super on point. They have been super precise with the gameplay as well. And, well, the others who are planning to head towards the top 6, well, it is going to be very close for them as we can see those numbers. It's just 5 shot, Black Flag Army, Insane Power, SKILLMAX with 5 points of a buffer. Team Evolution, that's just next to each other. And iQOO Total Gaming as well with 44 total points on their name. So this is like a very nice competition for the 4th, 5th, and 6th spot that easily can be manifested by 7, 8, 9, or even 10, 11, 12. All they have to do is bring a big game just like a Team Resurrection and their work is done. Voila.
Yeah, they need a big game just like Resurrection. But I would say that this was a pretty big game for Insane Power as well. They were struggling somewhere on the 8th or maybe the 9th spot before this one. But now, with this one game alone, they didn't even win the Booyah. They just had a 23-pointer game. With this one win alone, they managed to jump inside the top 6. And they displaced big names like Total Gaming, like Team Evolution in order to do so. They overtook those two big names. So, yeah, that just tells you how consistent you need to be. And sometimes even consistency is not going to help you because Total Gaming have not really had a bad game so far. But they're not having those breakout games either, right? They're not having those breakout games where Mafia wipes half the lobby. They're not having those breakout games where Aztec and Delete are just lighting the elimination feed on fire. And because of that, they are still stuck on the 8th spot. They're not playing bad, but it's not enough to be good this time. You have to be great in order to get inside the top 6. And because of that,
I do understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, and because of that, the predictions just get that much harder.
Exactly, man. And it's just not like them. That's, I believe, the sentence that you're looking for. It's absolutely not like them. They've been super aggressive whenever it comes to their favorite maps, and now looking them shy away from fights and then just wait out till the very end. That's just one thing that is going to sting them on their back. But somehow they are making their way through. I believe they're changing the name to Naughty because most of the time I've seen Naughty getting the way all across the map. And that's the same thing about Purgatory as well. Purgatory is one of the places where they activate themselves. So Total Gaming, well, I would still say that they have the opportunity and looking forward towards the drop spots. It just showcases one thing, that they don't have their arch nemesis that is godlike. Yesterday it's already done. They're already in the green zone and Total Gaming is like, wait, we need them so that we can fuel ourselves. But I believe they have to make do with SHUL itself.
Yeah, but these two teams are not going to fight each other, at least for the first 5 minutes of the game, because Total Gaming, they love going towards the Southern Island. Every now and then they do go towards Crossroads, but they avoid Crossroads whenever there's Godlike or SHUL always in the lobby. So because of that, it seems like once again they will be going towards Central and Crossroads will be rather uncontested. And even though there is supposed to be a big battle in Brasilia, I am assuming that most of those Brasilia battles will not end in a full-blown elimination right away. There's plenty of escape opportunities if you're in Brasilia, so I think we might just get to see a long and extended dragged out fight.
And I'm hoping that it's going to be out in the open, because out in the open fights are even more better. Trust me, the glue walls, the moment it just gets extinguished, then comes the desperation of at least getting a knock or two, and then from there on the conversion and all of that, which I can just think about one team, which is Team Resurrection. So far they have been showcasing such a beautiful game. They have been on point. They have the aggression game, as well as they have the position advantage as well. Back-to-back Booyahs being bagged, just like Cruel Esports did in the first two maps. Now it's just being repeated by Resurrection. They have the opportunity for bringing in an hat-trick, and I'm hoping that they can go ahead and do it, because it's going to be super mesmerizing as well for the others. Like, our opportunity being snatched away from Resurrection? Absolutely not. It's going to fuel themselves in fire, and they will initiate the fights. And that's the kind of lobby I would love to see.
Yeah, I think that's the kind of lobby everybody would love to see. But I do want to talk about our predictions. I believe that you've picked Insane Power for this map as well.
I did.
If you picked them up for Kalahari, I would understand. They had a decent game in Kalahari. But historically, Purgatory has not been that great for the team like Insane Power, because they often get stuck in campsite and the ski lodge battles.
Right.
So they've just had a good game. They just climbed into the top 6. If they have a bad game now, they will slip back down. And that will undo all the progress they made in Kalahari. And that's exactly why I'm a little scared. I'm glad you picked them up as your prediction, because that comeback story would be very nice to witness. But I can't help but feel a little bit of anxiety on behalf of Insane Power.
I mean, I myself am feeling very antsy about the situation, but Crips, there's a thing, right? Insane Power has one of the most decorated IGLs, and I believe in XDivide.
The IGL of the year,
I believe in him. He just loves to rotate in the map of Purgatory much more fluently, much more smooth, and the way he just keeps bringing in the eliminations as well, that's another cherry on top of the cake. So this is his opportunity to bag in and at least stay towards the top 6, because I would love to see this team enter towards the knockout stage just to showcase how well they can perform. This is under the pressure performance, and they're still doing very well.
Yeah, let's see if they can continue performing under pressure, because right now the pressure would be as high as it can possibly get. The second last game of the day, the only game where you know exactly which map you're signing up for. The last game is going to be randomized. We don't know what map it will be. So with the only last little bit of certainty left in the day, these teams will have to give it their all. And with Purgatory, it's always been very, very difficult, because here you don't just have to worry about getting third party. Even resource management becomes quite difficult in the map of Purgatory. We know how difficult it is to survive in the open if you've already used up your chrono, and now there's half a minute left for the next chrono shield that you can use. So that can be quite dangerous. And if the enemy times their Riptide Rhythms right, it would be great. We also see a good mix of the Riptide Rhythms as well as the Morse, especially when you are going into a map like Purgatory. We know that Resurrection don't like using the Morse just yet. They've been using the Riptide Rhythm. Let's see if any other teams come up with any more adjustments specifically for this map.
Well, it's going to be super interesting, as I usually love seeing the skirmishes earlier on in Purgatory itself. There's going to be a lot of call on the real estate. It's going to be a lot more chaotic compared to the other maps, as Purgatory every single time does not disappoint us at all. As we head towards the map, it's going to be even more entertaining, and we are here towards the 5th map, and after that it's going to be the randomizer god doing the deed, where I believe teams are going to face a lot of problems. But now is the certainty time, and in this certainty time I'm hoping that teams can head towards their following drop spots just to get their following loots.
Well. Total Gaming did not indeed go towards the Southern Island, so do we get to see a crossroads fight finally? Team Chaos in Central, you've got SKILLMAX in Fire Brigade. Resurrection, the only team on that Western Island. Usually they split drop between Golf Course and Mount Villa, expecting a battle in Marble Works, but this time there's nobody contesting them. Total Gaming, oh wait, look at that split drop across Brasilia. Two of them going towards the Central Road, with Mafia going towards the Arsenal. That would be crazy. Now, you've got SHUL also split dropping across the fields and the Crossroads region, but they aren't in Crossroads entirely yet. Cruel Esports, they've gone down Aztec. They're trying to chase him, but it's going to be up to Shanky and Vota to somehow protect him. If Cruel try to make that crossing, if they get into the gap, they will be in danger. But Shanky gets shot instead, and that's why you should cross. That's why you should look both ways before you cross the street, kids. You're gonna get run over if you don't.
That's right. Piyush, lovely shots right to the skull, and Vota, Aztec, both of them just tucking their tails, running away. Never seen this side at all. Couple of players just following through for Vota. Okay, here's a Kar 98K. That's the only good weapon that I can see. All right, I can see the alligator as well, but against a couple of players rushing down his throat, it's not going to be enough. Well, they are getting dismantled. Surely an Aztec, he's stuck in yet another pickle.
Aztec is stuck in a pickle. He's gonna have to cook his way out of this one. And no Flame can save him because right now, Cruel have the elimination leader Flame. Oh, wait, I said that and they just got taken away from them. So I'm guessing it went towards RM Esports maybe? They're only leading by 1 point, so it's fine. How have they not seen Aztec yet? Surely Veer spots him, right? Like...
Deception?
I can't even call this deception. He's out in the open. I can't even call this camouflage. I mean, camouflage doesn't even exist as a concept in Free Fire Max. How have they not spotted Aztec? Is it just luck or is it negligence?
No, it's not at all luck or negligence. It's just that they're waiting for a footstep and the audio is currently completely muted. Aztec, oh my god, has to be one of the most sneakiest gameplay that he has ever pulled. Houdini being pulled out by Aztec. This is so opposite of him, man. This is so opposite of him. Usually he just goes in with a bang.
Okay, so while Aztec survives and they lose his scent, Mafia might just get caught because he will be surrounded by a bunch of people. Right now, though, it's SKILLMAX who are once again elimination maxing. Running across this entire field. They've got quite a decent amount of control over the campsite region and all the area to the south of it. And now, if they continue going even further south, they will be bound to run into Black Flag Army as well as Team Chaos. Oh, they can hear the gunshots already. It seems like it's calling out their name. It's beckoning them. SMX have been summoned. Team Chaos better wrap up this fight very quickly. Otherwise, they're going to get third-partied. Black Flag Army have already left the area. Phoenix does land a shot onto Sotvic as he's escaping. But the rest of the work has to be done by Team SMX.
Team Chaos right now scurrying away from this battle, but the moment they took the launch pad, instant send all of those bullets. SKILLMAX, fun maxing things here. And Armo, he's stuck in a very, very peculiar situation. Woodpecker in hand, shots been fired. He's trying to hit the drag shot onto the head, but unfortunately, it's not going to connect just yet as a couple of players, they're lunging and leaping towards this one member. P90 in hand, Woodpecker would be the perfect choice, but again, it's the nervous 99s that he was facing through. And Resurrection, well, they're here, they heard all the commotion, and they're like, even we want the piece of that pie. It looks really good, it looks very enticing.
I don't find it enticing, bro. This is just way too chaotic for my taste. And that's saying something. SKILLMAX came in, rolling down the hills, ready to get some action over there, but they were quick to get back to that vending machine and plug Sagar back into it. Good res. They should be able to collect enough tokens to get Bhavya as well now. But that being said though, SKILLMAX are now low-key isolated with the only team next to them being Cruel Esports, and even they're quite far spread out. So it should not be that big of a problem. However, Resurrection Esports clashing against Team Evolution with one player of Total Gaming just being in the vicinity to third party, that could be crazy now. Plenty of damage done to Sidak and something, but Shanku gets his head blown apart by Xian, and Xian's not missing a beat today. He's not missing a single shot. Elimination confirmed onto MaxiGod as well. And Team Evolution keep on falling like flies. Shantanu up out in the open. One more glue wall put up, but how much longer is he gonna be safe? Because that Moko will let Xian see right through that wall. Shantanu has no choice but to fight. He can't run, he can't escape, and he can't even survive this one.
Face the music is what I can say. Resurrection, the day of reckoning has already come for the other teams as they're just maxing their level up. 4 eliminations soon, that's going to be a double-digit rolling in as Sahil right in front in the Jeep, thinks that he can run away, but I don't think so that's going to be the case. There's a vending machine for sure, he can easily go for the revival, and that's one thing that he's already plunged right in. Shanku on the other end taking shots against Total Gaming, and this is a completely different team altogether, which means that attention is completely divided. But what's Xian? He just went by you and Sahil finally found shots been taken, but he is so quick, galloping all across the field just to safeguard himself.
Sahil on horseback gets shot off. Xian think he's returned to the medieval times. Basically, he's sniping down all the players on horseback. But even though Xian gets taken down, Sidak can somehow recover this fight. Gets up close, gets up personal, and he finishes off what his teammate started.
Crips, there is no stopping for this team, man. They are on a different, confident mood altogether. And well, CHILLMATES on the other end, they have finally hit the gas pedal and it is maxed out right there. Getting a couple of eliminations, and CHILLMATES good control over this very spot. The hangar completely contested, and Raju OP is still looking for more blood to be drawn. Yahi, as I can see in the vicinity, he is present, but I don't think so Raju OP even has the information, slightest bit of hint that there are a couple of players that they can run over again. Dinoculus, well, that's going to give a lot of information. They are there towards the vicinity, but where exactly, that they do not know.
Oh my god, Jack rushing straight inside. He missed the opportunity to get that knock, but that's completely fine because Noor has been able to find Sidak, and that forces Xian and something to go separate ways. They try to make a crossfire into this tiny little room, into this tiny opening, but with that time turner pop, they should be able to pick Jack up again, unless Dafiq can break that entire glue wall down and stop the rest from happening. Nope, he can't. Bunny just bought Jack back from the vending machine, so now it's a 4v3 yet again. Do Resurrection Esports call it off? Do they continue pressing the attack, or do they fall back now? Because they know that SHUL is not in the position to fight. They need to reset fast. And this gives Resurrection Esports a chance to move away. But hold on, Resurrection moving away from SHUL have run straight into Cruel Esports. And Cruel Esports are coming in now, the third party. Resurrection have no choice but to jump back into the warehouse where SHUL is waiting for them once again. And in this tiny little area, both Dafiq and something are gonna get caught. Aryan shoots down something from outside. Dafiq puts up a blue wall. Instant rest comes through. He wins the fight against Noor. But can he survive this one? Time turner pop once again. And now here comes Cruel, pouring in, battling into this entire room. With Resurrection Esports out, SHUL are next on the chopping block, and Troll realizes he's outgunned, outnumbered, so he just presses the gas and gets the hell out of dodge.
Oh boy, that was a lovely way to call in the escape. Troll, he was taking a couple of shots, but unfortunately none of those connected. But Cruel, what a plan, man, what a plan. Take a bow, shutting down one of the team who was running rampant in each and every one. Team Resurrection, they had to put a full stop on, and that's what Cruel did. That was a lovely game coming in, and now SKILLMAX is right in front. They themselves want to be in skill, or just to call in the revival, just to reset themselves. And wait a second, let's see what's going to happen there in a while. Players being called in, RM on the other end. They have a very nice angle onto Insane Power, and Insane Power, they are just constantly running around just to see where the opponents can be seen. Plus, they have a loot as well, the drop that they can easily get for themselves.
Ooh, this is the replay of Total Gaming shutting down Shanku. Oh, they broke his car down, left him out here high and dry. Great retaliation by Shanku. At least he takes down Shanky. Both the players with similar sounding names have some poetic vendetta against each other. But Total Gaming avenged their fallen teammate. And now SHUL, after they escaped from that fight, oh my god, lovely shot, even SKILLMAX are out. Yeah, I was about to say that SHUL escaped from that fight in the Forge and they went back and rested their teammates. But now they're back at Ski Lodge. And their teammates are they're forging their legacy for sure. You've got Jack over here along with one of his teammates. Meanwhile, Noor and Bunny are still in fields, ready to enter the zone.
Ooh. I mean, I do want to understand the kind of pushes that I can already see. Okay, Water, I see you. Lovely elimination right there, and Shanky, he's just rushing down the throats of the opponent. Shanky, is he prepared for this? Yes, he is! Shuts down yet another member, and wait a second, Cruel! They have been eliminated cruelly. That was a good game coming in from iQOO Total Gaming, and they just calculated all the odds, saw what's gonna happen next, and the moment there was another third-party opportunity for the likes of Team Chaos, that was shut down as well. One of the members bitten right off.
Yeah, exactly. That's my concern over here. Why on earth would you try the third party with just one player? There's no way you're going to win a 1v4 like that.
Rain check?
Not when Total Gaming hasn't even suffered any losses. I mean, if Total Gaming was down at that last member and then you just need to find that guy and you time the third party perfectly, makes sense. But with all 4 players of Total Gaming alive, you're just sending Ninja to die.
Ninja's like, I'm enough. I have my ninjutsus, and I can do well for myself, do well for the team as well. But they have 0 eliminations in their pocket, so I believe it was desperation that caused that problem. And now looking towards Insane Power. They have one of the spots outside the house, and they have the house as well. So I don't know what's happening. Are they fighting for the land, or is it some kind of a dispute that they're resolving? But in any which case, Susti, he has a double VSK, man. Whoa.
Why not double down on the violence? You know it works for you.
Double down.
So why not? Oh, poor Ninja. He was just revived. Sham from RTX shoots him down. And this is the second elimination of the game after so much violence. RTX and Team Chaos both just desperate to get a couple of eliminations to pad up their stats. However, most of these other teams are not looking to pad their stats just yet. They're looking to get a nice little compound which will keep them alive in the next circle. Because even though half the circle is over the two islands, I'm pretty sure it's going to make a hard shift in the next circle. So that's going to leave a lot of teams homeless. SHUL have the ridge. They don't need any more cover. CHILLMATES trying to get inside the zone, and CHILLMATES are being gate-kept by SHUL. They use the Riptide Rhythm only to make sure that Jack goes behind the tree. He has good cover, but CHILLMATES, they find a nice angle. Reflexer sprays him down. They can go for the res onto Jack once again, but it seems like Raju won't let that happen. So Raju, being the frontliner, now has to keep the hope alive while Reflexer continues spraying people down with the cord. They almost took down Troll as well, and Reflexer finally finishes off what his teammate started. It's up to Bunny somehow to make this happen, but he takes a bunch of damage. Nades landing right on top of Troll, and even Bunny succumbs under the pressure. That Tommy gun not able to keep him alive. It's all up to Noor to pull off this 1v3, but Dark Rival deny that. CHILLMATES have frozen SHUL, and their bodies have been buried in a shallow grave. No time to dig 6 feet because the third party has arrived, and Total Gaming are here to wipe out Darkrai. Perfectly timed third party, and this is yet another dominating fight from Total Gaming.
This is how the tables turn. What a lovely way to confront the fight. SHUL, all this time, they thought that they were in a very safe spot, but the constant menacing shots of CHILLMATES just took them down by surprise. And CHILLMATES, they were taken by Total Gaming. And now there's another team right in front. Task at hand. Vota just going ahead and accomplishing this one fleet very easily, taking down those members. And Black Flag Army, the Pirates, they're here to go ahead and seek for vengeance. And they so far are doing very well for themselves as Vota. He's close by and he strikes when the iron is hot. What a lovely shot coming through, and 13 eliminations just with a blink of an eye.
Vota on fire. He does have the record in FFMIC for having the highest eliminations as a solo player in a single game. Let's see if he can replicate that record. He made that when he was in SHUL Elite, and now he wipes out the team that wiped out SHUL. Some stories just write themselves, and Vota's looking for that record once again. But RM Esports, they're just looking for a little bit of peace. They've made it inside the circle, so it's not like they need to continue moving forward. But Insane Power is indeed putting quite a lot of pressure onto them. They need to find a way to make that 2-2 split actually work out, because they have one flanker who can basically turn the tide. But that guy behind Insane Power has not been able to make his mark just yet. So Rotation Nuclear still have to just hold on and use those glue walls to keep themselves safe.
Lovely.
Luckily, Total Gaming comes in, so now Insane Power, their attention is divided amongst both RM as well as Total Gaming. This gives them some breathing room.
Wow. The big brain gameplay, barricading the reinforcement right on top with the UAV drone. Oh my goodness. This is just straight up some big brain gameplay coming in. X-Divine just calculating every single thing to the dot. And as long as this is happening, it's always going to be a problem. Striking once, striking twice. Susti instantly goes to hiding because his HP is way too low. Even though I can see RTX, finally they're contesting for the bridge, but I believe this bridge will soon break apart as RM, they can choose to retaliate very strong.
Yeah, RM, they might be able to find some refuge under the bridge, so RTX can't shoot at them. But if RTX starts shooting at Insane Power, this will alleviate a lot of pressure off of RM's shoulders. Hold on though, Total Gaming going downhill. If they are able to do this, they will be able to shoot RM Esports down. So they need to be very careful about their next step. Mafia lands a nice shot onto Roshan. Still, no harm, no foul. Roshan can be easily picked back up. All those reinforced glue UAVs and the monster truck are going to keep Insane Power alive for a pretty long time. It's basically a fortress. So Insane Power will be safe for the next 2 minutes at the very least, or up until the 6th circle. Let's see where the circle shifts now, because that's going to determine which one of these teams will be the most vulnerable, because they're all just hugging the edges of the circle. And Insane Power once again have the advantage dropped onto their lap.
Nice.
Let's see if they can capitalize on this and turn this game into a booyah.
Insane Power, all they have to do is reach towards the top 3, and that's what they're eyeing for. Mafia just prepping themselves up for the launch pad and soon to reposition for their following location. Right now, just planning to head all the way behind the opponents just to flank them, outsmart them, and get those elimination points. At least take one team away from this entire cluster. And on the other end, RM, they're playing it super smart, and RTX, they're the ones for the first time. They're reaching towards the circle. They're getting pushed, and they need to stay inside just to stay alive for a longer time. But there is XDivine from a far off angle, and the nades from Nuclear to take down them instantly. RTX, they're regretting the decision of taking the bridge.
Yeah, this bridge has turned into their grave because Total Gaming, Insane Power, RM Esports, everybody's shooting down RTX.
What?
Dolce down, and it's just up to Shy and Mirik. I don't think he can do much over here because everybody's aiming at him. As soon as he makes the crossing, Sham gets taken down. Even if they have the Tiva, even if they can go for the rest, the play zone will be their final boss, will be their final nail in the coffin, and there goes Mafia, continuing to do what he does best, decimating his opponents and freeing up the space that his team so desperately needs.
The height advantage is there for the laps of Total Gaming right now. They're looking at the opponents, taking those shots as they're busy taking a fight. RM alongside Insane Power, both of them just fighting it out, dishing the damage onto each other. But it's Insane Power. They're going to stand tall with 4 members, and it's a manpower disadvantage that iQOO Total Gaming has currently. And both of them would love to go ahead and even Steven those, but unfortunately, he instantly fades away as the members are falling down. Mafia, the last man standing, can the Clutch Lord do something about this? Yes, he does. Another man bites the dust. He's still making sure that he can take more members and at least confirm the elimination. But he needs to think for another plan. Take down a couple of them right in front. XDivine healing himself, and alongside Susi, both of them just banding together, taking things way too slow and waiting for Mafia to take the first step.
So let's see if Mafia tries to go for the 1v2 clutch, but before he does that, he's gonna confirm one more elimination just so that his team has a bit of an advantage. Insane Power get the booyah when they needed the most. They had a decent game in the previous map of Kalahari, and I thought that they have done just enough to keep themselves safe. But now with this booyah, they have reinforced their advantage, and I think we can say for certainty that this team will be moving forward to the next stage.
Oh well, Insane Power. Way to go ahead and back that booyah, man. Way to go ahead and back that booyah. The man count advantage is just on top. Plus the way they were just maneuvering, the fight against RM was super important for them to instantly reset themselves, and that's what they did. 11 eliminations, I do understand it was not that big of an elimination hungry game, but for sure them bagging the placement point has given them yet another cherry on top of the cake situation, which is just going to give them insane amount of confidence moving forward towards the next following randomizer map.
Yep, and with the randomizer map, it seems like Insane Power, even if they have a bad game, they should be safe no matter what. And even Total Gaming seem to have done enough. Yes, they did not get the booyah. They lacked 3 points, which they could have received by getting that 12-pointer. But 9 placement points, along with the 15 eliminations that they just got, should be decent enough to keep them in the running, to keep them in the contest. Especially when teams like Resurrection Esports were one of the first teams to fall and bite the dust. So this clears up the path for a lot of these other teams. The MVP, Rashan. I'm pretty sure that even though he has 4 eliminations and 1,236 damage, a lot of his teammates also will have similar numbers, because Insane Power won because of their positioning and the ability to hold that open area with just reinforced blue UAVs and the monster truck. They turned that patch of grass into a fortress, and they held it with an iron grip. And you can't do that alone.
And they ruled the entire map with an iron fist as well. So, see, Crips, here's the thing, right? Whenever the situation gets even more tougher or dicier, XDivine just finds a way to bring the team back with confidence. And, well, I just believe in him, man. I just believe in him. It's as simple as that.
Yeah. I mean, he's the IGL of the year for a reason. Lovely distribution. Look at that. They've got the Morse and the Skylar. So they can get so many snipe actions done in this game because you've got that Maromoko Rafael and the Morse along with XDivine. Even though he's called himself a grenadier, he's clearly a sniper. And Sisti obviously is a sniper too. So they've got the double sniper loadout over here. And especially in a big map like Purgatory where you can't toss the distances over great lengths, even the Beeson will fall short. So look at this damage distribution. Roshan might be the MVP, but all his teammates have more than 1000 damage. Susti has 2111. So it's a good amount of contribution from every single player of the team. All of them are firing on all cylinders.
Absolutely, man. But there's one team who's going to overshadow the performance with 20 eliminations on their name. It is iQOO Total Gaming with total of 29 points. Insane Power just lacking 7 more just to even Steven things out. CHILLMATES 20 points accomplished in the previous one. Arab Esports, all thanks to reaching towards the top 4. They did get a very nice standing. Cruel Esports as well. 12 eliminations. They were running rampant in the lobby, but unfortunately, that rampantness as well will take a huge halt because of the third-party opportunities being presented by the other teams. Black Flag Army, 11 total points secured from their end. I did see the way they were initially heading towards the circle, challenging all the other tier 1 squads to be like, bow down to us, but unfortunately that one push from iQOO Total Gaming itself just decimated them from all corners. So, well, that was the following demise. And reaching towards circle analysis, we can go ahead and see how well the teams are planning initially towards the starting of the circle and at the very end as well.
Total Gaming have been all over the map. They started off on the southern island, went to fight in campsite, then they go back towards Brasilia on top of the hill, and finally when they come out to play in the final circles, they are holding the northern edge. RTX, on the other hand, they did not get to see much action, only one elimination in the first circle, another one in the third circle, and then after they held the bridge, every single team just turned around and started shooting at them. So RTX just got extremely unlucky with everyone focusing on them. But take a look at Insane Power. They stay there and they cannot move. RM Esports try to full send them. They get destroyed. Of course, Total Gaming helped them out over there by, helping take down a couple of RM members as well. So Insane Power had a couple of those eliminations stolen from them, but at least they get to live long enough to claim that booyah. And with this, Insane Power definitely have done enough to stay in the top 6. Total Gaming also should have had a decent amount of points. That influx should help them get inside the top 6 as well. Yes, both of them in the top 6 now. Black Flag Army, they relegate 2 places down from the 4th to the 6th, but they're still in the running and they have a 10-point lead over Team Evolution. So if Black Flag Army can maintain this lead, they should be making it to the next stage of the tournament.
Exactly, man. And all they have to do is perform in the next following map, which is going to be a randomizer. You have no clue in the map pool of 5. It can be anything. It can be your favorite map or it can just be your absolute hated map. So you never know what's it going to be. And on the other end, I just love the way the others are just showcasing such nice gameplays and the performances just coming through. But there's one team that I'm heavily disappointed on, which is going to be Team Chaos. Team Chaos, 5 games down, still 19 points on their name. 19?
Yeah, I think for Team Chaos, for RM Esports, it's time to bid them goodbye. I do not believe they can make it unless they have like a massive 40-pointer game with Black Flag Army not performing in this game.
Okay.
I think it's rather impossible. However, we have seen RM Esports step up. I mean, they did have a pretty good game in Purgatory, right? It's just too little too late. So I don't know if they can make it into the top 6, but I do know who's going to make it really well into this last map. And I'm saying that without actually even knowing what the last map is going to be. This is just based on the performance so far, not based on what map we're going to be playing, because we don't know yet.
Performance. Yeah, we always focus on the performance, and I've just gone for the straight up safer spot, which is iQOO Total Gaming, SATUL, alongside Insane Power. Insane Power, they have buckled up, and I just feel like I have been the lucky charm for them. I'm kidding, I have not been. It's their hard work, it's their dedication that they've already showcased in all the games. And well, I just love the fact that you have brought in Team Evolution into the picture. Team Evolution, they're very close, but they haven't received the cigar yet. And this is going to be that A game. If they make it, Grips, this is going to be exciting, man.
It's going to be exciting for us to cast, but it's going to be very nerve-wracking for the players to just be in the server right now. One last game remaining. We do not know what map it's going to be. I have picked up Team Evolution because they are close enough, and I cannot believe in Iconic. I think that he should be able to overtake Black Flag Army, especially when the point difference between them is only 10 to 11 points. So let's see what map we're going to be going to. I hope it's either a Nextera or a Kalahari. One of those 2 maps, because
Solara, please.
Okay,
come on!
Okay,
Why?
It's okay. It's okay. Hey, come on. Kalahari was pretty intense, bro. Like, this game of Kalahari that we saw just like an hour ago was so intense. We had people running all over the entire
Kalahari, Crips.
Then?
It's about the randomizer favoring me sometimes. It never favors my odds, man. It's like I am always towards the opposite end of the spectrum.
Yeah, but you don't need the luck. You don't need the favor of the randomizer. The teams do. If a map that comes in, if you don't like that map, you can just cast it and you can still just, chill. You still gonna get paid. But if these teams don't like that map, they're gonna get eliminated. Their journey in FFMIC will come to an end. So stop being a little selfish, bro.
See, Crips, it's not about getting paid or not. It's about the roller coaster ride that I would love to take with the teams. It's always putting me on the edge of my seat. Not gonna lie, each and every time I see the moments where Tafiq is taking those shots, I'm literally standing on top of my feet and I'm like, okay, this is possible. This is going to happen. So it just excites me. And Solara excites me a lot, man, because it's just close quarter. Moreover, the third-party opportunities and all of that just increases the skirmish and it just increases all the odds, man. So just excited to see that, man. It's not about that.
I agree. Solara is very exciting in the sense where it constantly stimulates you. There's always a fight happening. There's always someone or the other shooting at the other person. Kalahari does have brief moments of silence. There's plenty of violence, but there are some moments of silence. And in that one moment where the teams are just positioning and not shooting at each other, oh my god, you can feel the tension. It rises to such a level where you could just basically cut the tension in the room with a knife. Or, in this case, a scythe.
Oh yeah, we've seen a lot of scythe kills, and that's
not on
man.
camera,
The kind of
unfortunately.
eliminations.
Not on camera,
Yeah, we
unfortunately.
could not catch it on camera, unfortunately, but that's okay. The elimination still pops up in the elimination feed, and we just love the fact that it just represents some kind of a humor part, and most of the times we giggle about the scythe elimination. But majority of the times it's a statement, man. It's a statement. It's a bold statement that we don't use any weapons. We are not going to use any bullet on you. We are not going to waste them. Scythe is enough.
Yeah, and if you manage to funnel your opponents in between like a tiny gap, whether you manufacture that gap in a doorway or by placing two glue walls very precisely, sometimes that scythe can be more reliable than the M590.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes, at least for a noob like me. However, I don't think that any of these teams will get into those tiny choke points anymore. You've seen in the previous game of Kalahari where even though the teams were stuck in between a rock and a hard place, they were able to wiggle their way out of that situation. And I'm not just talking about one particular team over here. I'm talking about teams like Black Flag Army, RM, Esports, CHILLMATES, all of them getting stuck in such precarious situations in Bayfront, in Shrines, when they had teams like Resurrection hunting them down, and all of them managed to escape and rest their teammates at least one more time. Stay alive for at least like 2 or 3 more minutes. So
yeah,
with Kalahari having so much survivability and not just action, I think we're just gonna keep on having these reses compound on top of each other, which I think will give you quite an exciting map, man. It might just be more exciting than Solara as well.
It can be. More likely it is going to be because it's a final map. It's going to decide who's going to be there towards the top 6. Plus, there's another thing, right? Whoever is at the bottom, they can bottle the performance of the top dogs. So all the positions open from 5th, 6th, or 4th, 5th, 6th, they can still spoil the game and the others can slowly make their way all the way towards the top 6, man. It's still open. I just love the way the mid section is like inviting the other teams who are there towards the other 6 part of it. Just now is the opportunity. We can help you, but will they help is the question, because I believe they're on for themselves. They would love to get the eliminations and at least be at a better spot rather than being at 12.
Yeah.
That's the improvement they can get.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it makes much of a difference if you end up at the 12th spot or the 11th spot. If you're not in that top 6, your journey over here is done. So what we know so far, just for anyone who's tuning in just now, for anyone who hasn't been watching the games, before we jump into the last game, let me remind you what's at stake over here. Team Resurrection and Cruel Esports both have crossed 100 points, so they've basically qualified. SHUL, Insane Power, they are at 75 points and 73 points respectively. In fact, Insane Power is tied up with Total Gaming at 73 points. So I guess you can call those teams safe. However, Black Flag Army has only 66 points. And the team behind them on the 7th spot is Team Evolution with 56. Then you got SKILLMAX at 54, RM Esports at 53. All these teams are just so close to each other, but they still have that 10-pointer gap that they need to cross in order to overtake Black Flag Army.
It's like a bond of Fevicol, man. They're so close, stuck to each other that nothing can separate them. And the only one map that can separate them is going to be Kalahari. Yeah, I didn't hear you.
Maybe death can separate them.
Maybe death can separate them. Ah, yes. Colin. Let's see how well they're going to be performing here, because this is going to be the final map, man. I am hella excited to see what's going to happen next, but I believe the map is going to load in just a bit. So still hold on to your seats. Get your popcorns if you want to, and enjoy the show, because this is not going to end that soon. As majority of the times you have just seen those teams be completely oblivious about where the opponent's location is, and then be so nonchalant, and at the same time take them down, get the elimination point, and then keep the others second guessing on where the shots just came from. So that's the kind of opportunity I would love to see in this map yet again. Kalahari, Sniper's Paradise, we have been talking about this again and again, and we have seen them activate themselves again and again in every given opportunity. So it is yet again going to be those times where if a player is basically putting a glue wall out in the open, thinking that he can be safeguarded or thinking that he can be safe, well, that is just a panic button being smashed, which is glue wall, just to stay safe.
Yeah, we saw both the sides of the glue wall action in just the last 30 seconds of that game in Purgatory. When Mafia was stuck in that 1v2, he basically fires a shot, puts up a glue wall instantly so that he's safer. Those, yes. I wouldn't call it a panic button, but it's the kind of reflexes that he's developed. It's muscle memory for him at this point. He takes a shot, instantly puts up a glue wall, takes another shot, maybe another glue wall if required. So that's just muscle memory for him. And that's the kind of panic that you're referring to, which when you're trying to protect yourself, you keep on doing that. You keep on spamming those glue walls. It may or may not be panic,
I'm talking about the out in the open kind of a gesture in the map of Kalahari, not like the final circle. Final circle, I do understand.
Yeah.
One single shot can just change the fate, man. Your HP just dwindles down to minute, and then all of a sudden there's a rusher just bringing in the M590, pop, and you're gone. So that's just basic instincts that I completely understand. But out in the open in Kalahari map, where you're calling in the rotation, all of a sudden you see 3 teams surrounding you, and then you think that the glue wall is going to save you. No, my friend, that's not going to save you.
Yeah. I mean, the only time I've seen a glue wall save someone was Insane Power in the previous game, and that too because they were on the edge of the circle, right? So there's nobody flanking them. They put down like 2-3 glue walls. In fact, they stacked 2 glue walls on top of each other so that even the nades can't be thrown from above. They extend the length of the glue wall as well. Sorry, the height, not the length. They extend the height of the glue wall so that they're safe from the nades. They put up a monster truck in front of it as well. So they basically turn that entire open area into a little corner where they can be safe. They turn it into basically a mini compound of sorts. And as long as nobody breaks that glue UAV, which again, it's difficult to target that because the glue UAV itself is behind that top third glue wall. So they're pretty much safe. And then, of course, they've got the Chrono Shield, which is not on cooldown as well. So a lot of teams try to pull that off, but nobody is able to pull that off as well as Insane Tower did in the previous game.
And X-Divine, man, all thanks to him. He was the brain behind the entire action. Moreover, he was just second-guessing each and everything of the opponents. And they were just like flabbergasted, like, what's happening here? How is he able to think what we've already thought? He's basically 2 steps ahead of the opponents. And that's what gave them the room to survive till the very end. Else, RM, they were easily able to ram so many teams. You think that Insane Power was nothing in front of them? Absolutely. Insane Power, they just understood the assignment. They took down the entire team, and that I believe will give yet another experience under the belt of X-Divine that this dude does not crack under pressure.
Oh yeah,
and,
he doesn't.
So far, he's been doing a really good job. Hence, the team is at the 4th spot with 73 total points. And I believe toppling them is going to take a lot of toll on the other teams as well, just to understand what needs to be done, how to eliminate them, because now they're going to be playing it super passive. Plus, the way he already guesses where the circle is going to head towards, that's like the sixth sense always tingling for him. And I believe he's Peter Parker.
Yeah, no, I mean, Peter Parker senses danger What X Divine is doing is more akin to Doctor Strange, where he's like trying to predict the future, trying to predict where the circle will be. So it's more along those lines, you know. And that being said, though, the story that X Divine has in this entire tournament is low-key insane. Because think about it, before FFMIC started, he thought that he's gonna play this season with Revenant X-Pac. Last moment, like an hour or so before the tournament is supposed to begin and the deadline's supposed to end, he discovers that he's no longer a part of the team. He has to then make a team from scratch. And then he's clawed his way back up from the play-ins into the group stage. And now it seems like he will qualify for the next stage as well. So if he does make it, he's going to face his old teammates in the form of Remnant X-Pac in the knockout stage. Now, that is a spicy matchup that I cannot wait to sink my teeth into.
Exactly, man. Prior to this, it was Godlike versus PBS, and now that's already been tabled down. Moving further, it can be a very nice situation that they've already created, Cribs. That's like a storyline we all are waiting for redemption. And well, how could this even happen to be? Plus, going out of the Vim, bringing in the team, and being one of the best IGLs, I believe that's like the perfect combination for a cocktail that we usually enjoy. And well, I just have a lovely feeling that if Insane Power reaches towards the very ends of knockout stages, it is going to be a lovely matchup. Moreover, I would love to see even Team Evolution as well, how well they are going to be clawing themselves into the fight as well, because reaching towards the top 6, it is going to take a lot of toll on those teams, on those players. Plus, getting the shots right at such a pressurizing situation, that itself is going to be a skill that I will be looking forward towards.
I did see a couple of players land those shots really well under pressure. I'm talking about RM Esports over here. They played really well in Purgatory. And if they would have
just... Is it enough?
Exactly my question. If they did something similar in Kalahari, in Bermuda as well, maybe they would have had a chance. They may or may not have been qualifying or like close enough to qualify that, but like at least they wouldn't be stuck where they are right now. So while that performance was great from RM Esports and they're able to perform under pressure, why were you not able to perform when you're not under pressure? Why were you not able to perform when you had more games to spare? So yes, great performance from RM Esports, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. A lot of teams hang in the balance over here, and this last game will determine the fate of all of these teams. 12 teams entered the fray, only 6 will move on to the knockout stage, and this tournament, as unforgiving as it's ever been, but that's what we are here to test. We are here to test which diamonds are forged under pressure and which diamonds can turn their pressure into a legacy. It's time to start the last map, ladies and gentlemen. Let's begin with Kalahari. The fate of 6 teams will be determined in the next 20 minutes.
Oh, well, the fate. It all stands in the deserted map called Kalahari, as teams are heading all the way towards their drop locations. Okay, iQOO Total Gaming yet again taking a detour, and they, I believe, will head all the way towards Shrines, and the others, they're making their way towards their following locations. And I hope that this time it's going to be a command post centric circle, because that's going to give us a lot of spice.
Oh yes, even I'm hoping for a command post centric circle. If not command post, then at least like either a Bayfront or a Foundation circle. I want urban battles. I want lots of compounds, lots of floors. I want plenty of places to hide. I don't want an open circle. We've seen plenty of that in Purgatory. So with a potential drop clash in Refinery, I see the Team Chaos have already repelled away RM Esports. Even SHUL wanted to stay over there, but Troll and Bunny will probably leave this area. Yeah, they use the stealth bites and they get out of here. So SHUL, they've gone for a split drop. They're trying to get angles, but they're not able to do so yet. However, I see RM Esports in trouble already. They're fighting SKILLMAX. Where is that happening?
Oh, wait a second. That was not at all a really good maneuverability coming in from Troll. He did try to just get some information, but unfortunately the weapon that he had was too weak for a long-range battle. And Team Chaos, well, like I mentioned, they are on to a very good start just to take down members from here and there. And there you go. Scary, yet another member bitten right off. SCTUL in deep trouble as they have a couple of members. All they have to do is stall enough so that the members who have fallen, they can come right back.
Oh my god. spraying down Cruel Esports in that little platform underbelly. Team Chaos though, where are they getting shot from? Oh, Aryan has a flank. That's interesting. They didn't think Aryan would be over there, but this gives Cruel Esports a chance to close the distance against Arvo. He's trying to land that 1v1 against Aryan before the backup can arrive, and he's managed to do so.
Watch your back.
SMX are also participating in this battle now, and SMX are shooting down the members of Cruel Esports. Cruel Esports are out, and SMX might just be able to capitalize on everything over here. Even RTX go down, but that was a completely different battle. However, this entire battle, while SMX were the third party, they are no longer the biggest threat because Resurrection have arrived at the fourth party over here.
Oh yes, bring in all the cavalry because Resurrection is here in the vicinity. We all know the way they decimate the opponents. But for now, something has been decimated, and it is insane power from a far-off angle, just keeping constant tabs on where the opponents are heading towards. SMX, a lot of fire right next to their logo, which just means one thing, that they are dominating in this lobby. Jake and Solo, unfortunately, he has been taken down solo, all thanks to Shanku and the rotation that they had called in. It's not looking good at all. Bhavya on the other end, just keeping constant information on how the opponents are rushing towards such a short notice towards Refinery.
Oh my god, SMX versus Total Gaming as well over here. These third-party situations just do not continue. They roll into the other. Shanky dashes past them, gets one more. Vota comes through with the backup. That XM8 helping him get one more elimination, but they might just be able to res Aztec over here. They've been left to their own devices, and no more pressure on Total Gaming from Resurrection Esports. They tried to reset, even Resurrection tried to reset. Both the teams must be at full strength now once again.
Yeah, and the UAV has given enough information. And that's what happens when you're trying to breathe down the opponent's throat. And wait a second, this is so great coming in. One by one, the members are fading away. What's going on? It's like iQOO Total Gaming. They're like basic fodders right in front of Team Resurrection, giving away so many points willy-nilly. And Resurrection, they do not need any more points. They've already fortified their prime spot as number one. Because we can see Cruel have already been eliminated, and so far they were the only contestants for the first spot. And Black Flag Army so far against SMX at least could confirm one elimination, and that's where Resurrection yet again bags on it. And they're like, that's another elimination point that we can take.
Total Gaming, they managed to rest two of their players. Mafia buys two of his teammates back. But that's the problem with Total Gaming, right? They don't need to win any more fights, they don't need any more points, but they cannot afford to have a bad game. They do need to survive. And with Shanky going down to Roger from Black Flag Army, things are just going from bad to worse, because why is Black Flag Army even fighting against Total Gaming when they're being rushed by Resurrection? Roger tries to get that confirmation, but he's not gonna get that anytime soon. Aztec comes in to save his teammate. Doesn't manage to save the skin, but at least he avenges him.
Oh yeah, and that's another elimination point in the bag. So, Vota, well, what's the plan? Yes, bring in yet another member, all four healthy. But I would say there is going to be a problem as SKILLMAX, they're very close to this vicinity, and we all know what's going to happen next. What? What was Rhinox even doing? He was just sitting there, crouching, just to see what's going to happen next. And well, the moment you just slip, it is going to be Resurrection all across the map, taking down members like flies.
Yeah. Just getting eliminations by the dozen. And it seems like their greed is unquenchable. Their bloodlust just cannot be satiated. They don't need any more points, but they're still going for it. Now here's a team which desperately does need the points. It's RM Esports. They are so far away, but if they have a decent game, they might just be able to turn it into a miracle. Darkrai gets another knock. Ritesh bleeding out. Rudra and Flame trying to get angles onto Raju OP, but he's just running circles around them. He's juking them so hard right now. Flames finally finds him. Anymore. And there goes Raju. Nuclear. He needs to win that 1v1 against Vulture, because if he doesn't win it anytime soon, backup will arrive. Vulture needs to get away from here. There's no winning that 1v1 anymore. It's turned into a 1v2. Flames is going on from the other side, and there goes Vulture.
Yeah, you definitely have to see what's happening, man. You gotta take down your arch nemesis, who was right in front before he could even call in yet another teammate. And the 1v2 situation did not look good at all. But Black Flag Army against iQOO Total Gaming, this fight is to be reckoned with. But Shanky, in the midst of all of that, has been taken down. But the other two members of Black Flag Army, they will remember this fight till the very end. Because they tried their level best, they at least thought that they can plunge down one or two players down to their demise, but it did not happen at all. Shrines is one of the places where iQOO Total Gaming landed first, and now they're still present there as they constantly kept resetting themselves and then bringing the members back to life again and again.
Yeah, I mean, they had a little stint in Refinery where they tried to fight Resurrection Esports, but that did not work out for them. So they just go back north. They just go back to Bayfront, Shrines, and Old Hampton, where all these fights are much more likely to go in their favor. 9 eliminations strong. It seems like they've done enough. But Resurrection have no signs of stopping. Neither do RM Esports. RM Esports have picked up 8 eliminations on the trot. Is that enough, though? They still have, like, a decent enough buffer that they need to cover against Black Flag Army. And yes, sure, Black Flag Army only have 4 eliminations so far, but they've been able to get those 4 eliminations pretty damn easily. So if they can keep this up, they will be able to secure their 6th spot and not relinquish it to anyone else. Especially with Cruel out of the mix. I think it's going to be much easier for the other teams to farm up these eliminations.
After the first 4 games, I haven't seen SATUL that much. Like, they're not taking initiatives, they're just taking a couple of shots here and there, getting those eliminations, that's it. And now when the time comes to take a fight against Insane Power, I believe they're lacking the man count advantage. It's 2 against 3, and X Divine from a far off angle, he's just waiting to bring back those fallen members of his own team. There you go, the full send comes in, but the Riptide Rhythm, it's gone to Solara.
So yeah, Troll is gonna go back. You have Bunny also right there where Petrol is heading towards. But Jack is gonna be left all by himself over here. He needs to stay alive for just a couple of more seconds so that his teammates can find the flanking angle. They're already on the move. They're already trying to get the angle onto Insane Power. But Jack just needs to keep them distracted and keep them focused on him. So far though, even though he's throwing those nades, Insane Power realized that this is just a waste of our time. So they back off and they're heading back towards Santa Katrina.
Little did they know that the fielding was set. If a couple of players thought about rushing, you see the manpower right behind Jack.
Yes.
He's like, wait a second, you just make a mistake and I'm gonna take both of you out of the whim. Susti, you better be aware, and Susti instantly drops down the glue wall, safeguarding himself, but there's another team right in front. Uninvited guest, Sahil taking him down, and that's the elimination confirmed. This is the place where most of the times I would say the fight always is going to initiate in a really good angle, and well, Team Evolution, they have been bitten right off. Couple of players they thought they can make a very nice move against Resurrection. Did not work out. And Jack, well, that's yet another mistake being committed by SATUL, and now Black Flag Army, they are planning on to capitalize this.
Yeah, but at least they managed to revive Jack instantly. That chrono really helping them out. Bunny coming in for the rescue. And Jack has been able to exact revenge onto Askeladd by pumping his face full with M590 pellets. Shantanu instantly takes down one more player from Black Flag Army, so that's Team Evolution trying to get in here. He's trying to go for the site as well. The audacity to do so. Bunny, he's landing the shots. He's just taken off Shantanu's head with the sight, but then he loses his own head to Phoenix. And SHUL, yes, that was a chaotic battle, but at least they've got access to this vending machine. Oh wait, no tokens. He just able to rest Troll, just one resurrection from SHUL. So they still have to run around quite a lot to bring the rest of their teammates back.
Yeah. The Coin Master, unfortunately, lacking those coins to bring back those members. And Team Evolution, they have 8 eliminations. They are onto a really good start. Even though they are outside the circle, they're right next to Santa Katrina. I don't think so. This wreckage ship is going to do anything to their fate at all. Shanku on the other end, there you go, grappling hook, just knows that he needs to instantly reach towards the circle, and that's what he's going to do. That's the quickest way possible to reach there.
Oof. So, while SHUL are doing decently for themselves, you know, they've managed to res one more player. I'm very concerned about RM Esports because they were only thinking that they'll fight against Insane Power, but now Total Gaming is just invading their proximity. And I don't think they're ready for that. Flames recognizes the danger he's in. He abandons that central tower, tries to make it to safety, but Mafia will pluck him off mid-air, mid-jump. That's a crazy shot.
Ooh. Such fate? SMX? Alright. Oh, there you go. They did plan about running away. Satwik, this can be his demise, but I believe that action was long gone. It was one of the moments to reminisce, and that's it. Insane. Well, they are inside the compound. Prior to this, they were at the compound where Team Evolution is currently. And Shantanu, I believe this entire team just allowed Insane Power to scurry away from this fight. You can look at the glue walls away. They've already made their path. And RM, they're very close to this clock tower, just waiting and finding the opportunity of at least taking a member or two, because it's going to be super important for you to have at least some eliminations under your belt rather than just being empty-handed. And RM, they've been doing a significant job in that, 10 eliminations in total, and that's a beautiful thing to even see.
That is indeed a beautiful thing to see. RM Esports coming alive in the dying embers of the day. 10 eliminations. They need a lot more to get inside the top 6 though. Or at least they need to get rid of Black Flag Army, because Black Flag Army also have 7 more points and they already had a 10-point buffer, right? So they need 17 points to overtake Black Flag Army and get inside the knockout stage.
They're still there?
Oh my god. I think everybody's there right now, Azura. Look at the circle. Hard shift towards Bayfront. So many compounds available. Total Gaming have one. You got X Divine and his friends in a 3-1 split. Team Evolution towards the L-shaped house. You got Resurrection Esports also conquering the northwestern side of Bayfront. Only Black Flag Army is the only team which doesn't really have a compound inside the circle yet. So I believe this is not going to end well for them, because the UAV has also discovered them.
Indeed, man. Not only that, it's SATUL as well in the mix. They're still trying to see which compound is going to be safe for them. And Noor, he's been constantly taken out. Wait, what's happening here? Black Flag Army, they're taking a fight outside the circle just to contest for it. And they're gatekeeping SATUL. Even though Black Flag Army, they need to head towards the circle. What? The audacity in this team to take a fight outside and still reach inside the circle. That's insanely crazy. Finally, Troll is making his way through. Bunny hopping around, just healing Noor as well, as they can safely call this one compound their own home.
Yes, but they will have to abandon it in the next circle. That's a problem that they will deal with 30-something seconds later. For now, SHUL just making it deeper inside the circle. They make that risky crossing by dumping a bunch of glue walls and monster trucks in the way, and they've successfully done it. That's how you should cross the road, kids.
Yeah. Check for the right, check for the left, sometimes even look forward as Troll was making the way. And well, I believe even Black Flag Army, they're inside the vicinity where Resurrection is taking a place towards a lower ground. This battle is gonna get even more insane. 9 teams in such a tight corner. Oh my god, I just cannot fathom this. Oh, what? It's in the smack center. Not at all giving any room for others to think about something else. And Resurrection, they're like, let's just go ahead. What's the problem?
There's just tiny fractions of the L-shaped house and the staircase house available in the zone, along with the obvious central tower, of course. Now, there is a vending machine in the central tower, so if any team manages to control it for long enough, they should have technically unlimited lives. But right now, SHUL are locking their horns against RM Esports. They've already got one player down under a half-time turner popped out between the walls, and Rudra sprays 2 people down with the cord. Flames gets the knock onto Noor, and in this entire chaotic situation, Bunny is just going around the other side. He's getting on top of the glue wall to get the angle onto Flames, and he's been able to exact revenge. Lovely shot, but no, he gets shot down by that the flash freeze from Black Flag Army. When did Black Flag Army get over here? They don't even need to leave their compound. They're just tossing the throwables to get as many eliminations as possible. And CHILLMATES find the angle onto Troll. That's the end of SHUL.
SHUL, unfortunately, they have to part ways in the 8th spot nonetheless, and now reaching towards the circle. Insane Power, well, they have a very small compound to their name, and one nade could absolutely decimate them, but I believe the fortification is really, really good. Vulture just could not get his prey at all, and now they're taking a detour, a huge one nonetheless, right against the throats of the Black Flag Army. This can be a very tough decision, and on the other end, Insane Power, they're taking things very slow. They're inside the circle and they're just listening to all the shenanigans outside.
Yeah, CHILLMATES really wanted the house where Insane Power was inside. They tossed a couple of nades too, but Insane Power blocked it with the glue wall, which forced CHILLMATES to now go fight against Resurrection Esports. And even Resurrection Esports are doing the same. They've got this one tiny compound for themselves, and they're just putting up the glue wall so that nobody can toss nades inside. So, yeah, all the throwables are going to be super crucial right now. If anyone has a Sephi, it would be crazy. But if you don't, well, just block the entrances with the glue walls and hope that not a single nade gets through. CHILLMATES have no choice but to stay alive for the time being, but look at Aztec! That nade is
Whoa!
the complete undoing of Team Evolution. They've been devolved down to just ashes and dust. They get eliminated thanks to Aztec's massive nade. And that's Total Gaming catching fire. Siddharth sliced his Phoenix's body open, and then he manages to blow apart Raju as well. Oh my lord, Siddharth is doing God's work right now. Resurrection and Insane Power also clashing horns. They are locked in this tiny room. The explosives so good. Mafia lands another shot. Shanky with the nade destroys Roshan. And Jason Solo tries to save, but Shanky will come in here and swoop everybody.
Oh, that's right, Total Gaming. This is their game. 26 eliminations strong. And they're looking for the last member of Black Flag Army who will be taken right off. Mafia. My, oh my, this was the clutch moment for this team. What a way to perform in the very final game. Taking the booyah, taking a huge share of the elimination as well. Ladies and gentlemen, this is iQOO Total Gaming.
And this is the kind of game where you see how much experience can
Clutch.
matter. It's not just iQOO Total Gaming, but also other names like Resurrection, Esports, Insane Power. All of them survived against the other underdog teams in such a chaotic situation when there's like 30 players in a tiny circle. Only experience and decision making can save you, because it's very easy to panic when there are bullets flying at you from every direction.
Yeah, and then it takes a huge toll on you just to stay calm and collected, and that's what this team did, man. They were under the radar, they were taking those spot shots against the enemies, and once they understood that, well, this is our way, once they saw the red carpet roll right in front of them, and they just went right. And look at Shanky, man. He was instantly looking towards the opportunity of taking down one member or the other, and there you go, X-Divine just could not match up to the pace. And at the very end, it was Mafia launching that shot with his arm onto the opponent's head, cracking the skull, getting the elimination point as well. And the last shot was amazing to look at. The MVP, ladies and gentlemen, it has to be Mafia. 9 eliminations, over 6,100 damage under his belt, and 4 assists.
Wow. Okay.
Damn!
Okay, I've been super impressed with the 5k damage stats so far, but I think this is one of those rare 6,000 damage games. We don't often get to see something like this. Not in the group stages, man. But it's none other than Mafia. If anyone can pull off such a massive number, it has to be him. The MVP of the game by a mile, using the Skylar, Arvon, Maro, Moko, and Suzy. The rest of his teammates are also using massive aggressive loadouts, with the only exception being the guy who's using Chrono. That's pretty much it. And look at the damage numbers. Shanky with 3,800, Vota with 3,300, Aztec with 2,700, all of them getting a minimum of 5 eliminations. Yeah, that's how you have such a massive game with 27 eliminations in total, almost getting the 40 bomb.
Almost. Very close to getting a 40 bomber, but it is a beautiful game coming in. Resurrection, they're just... I don't know what to say, man. They were like constantly in battles, they were winning those, and they were just stomping the enemies down, man. Always maintaining relentless surveillance on the advisory, and that just helps them overall. But same thing was done by iQOO Total Gaming, but better. Black Flag Army, on the other end, they did plan on reaching towards one of the areas where they could easily call it theirs, but unfortunately, they just could not enter towards a circle because there was so much fight, so much happening right in front of them that they just got cold feet. RM Esports, on the other end, 16 total points that they have bagged in. Is that going to be enough? Is yet again the question that we have been asking ever since the start of this Kalahari game. But now talking about the circle analysis teams heading all the way, Shrines was one of the places where I believe iQOO Total Gaming was praying again and again that let us get this boogie, and they did. They did very well.
Yeah, they first went to Refinery, then up to Shrines, and then finally in this Bayfront region. I wish the circle analysis would just slow down a little bit, because there's so many tiny movements over here. You cannot appreciate the beauty of the well-timed glue walls and the anti-throwable tactics that these teams were displaying. Not just iQOO Total Gaming, but even teams like Resurrection and Insane Power had such massive decision-making moments in the last circle, which kept them alive. Especially for teams like Resurrection Esports. Look, most of their eliminations come from the first circle. They had 12 over there. And after that, they didn't really do much because they didn't have time to do all that. And take a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. The top 6. These guys will be moving forward to the next stage of the tournament. It's Resurrection Esports with 145. Cruel Esports and Total Gaming tied at 112. Insane Power, X-Divine's teams come through with 87 points, and then Black Flag Army climbs one spot above SHUL with 86. And then SHUL, of course, at 83 points, leaving Team Evolution far, far behind.
That was very close call, SHUL Esports. That was a very close call. Team Evolution, they did try the level best. They were towards the end of the circles, but unfortunately, they did not make the cut. Same thing goes for RM Esports as well. SKILLMAX, they showed such good individual brilliance at the start of the game, but then later on, they slowly gassed out. CHILLMATES as well. Same fate as win on them as well. RTX Esports, since the first game, they could not perform. Same thing goes for Team Chaos as well. So better luck for next time, as these 6 lads are heading all the way towards the knockout stage, and things are going to get even more deadlier.
Sheesh. Things are definitely going to get deadly. I mean, this day alone was so lethal. And it was super entertaining for us to watch. I'm sure it must have been nerve-wracking for the players to play in. And if this is the level of aggression that we see in tomorrow's games as well, you guys better keep your popcorn ready, because you're going to run out of it in the first 2 games itself.
Oh boy, I believe that is going to be stress eating though.
Yes, that is quite possible. Or you're just so entertained you don't even realize when the popcorn is over. That being said though, massive props to Team Evolution. They came alive in the last few games. Even RM Esports, it was incredible to watch them in Purgatory and Kalahari, because they did so well in the last 2 games. If only they did that in the previous few games, then they probably might have qualified. Even SKILLMAX, for that matter, they were super good and impressive in the play-in stage. Even in the first week of group stage, they were doing really well, and I expected them to qualify. Unfortunately, they have not made it, but they have still impressed us, and I hope to see them again next season.
Absolutely, man. Resurrection, Cruel Esports, iQOO Total Gaming, Insane Power, Black Flag Army, SHUL Esports. Congratulations. You guys have qualified towards the KO stage, which is a knockout stage, which will soon be seen right in front of our eyes. It was amazing to watch. Such a star-studded performance. Cruel Esports, for a second I was concerned, but they have already done the heavy lifting. 112 points that they have already bagged from game number 1 to game number 5. 6th game was not that great, but the top performers of this entire lot with a really good total point of 145, with 1 or 2 being the eliminations. Well, the factor definitely weighs in for them to be the top performer.
102 eliminations, man. I mean, there's a bunch of other teams who have not even managed to get 102 points. These guys have 102 eliminations. And obviously that's going to happen when the top 2 elimination leaders of the day are from the same team. It's Sadak and Ziyan. And keep in mind that these 2 are not even known to be the hardest hitters of the team. We have been praising Dafiq for so long that we forgot that he's playing with a bunch of monsters as well.
Sadak, Ziyan, both of them, the combination is so deadly, Crips, and as long as the combination is going to help them out overall, getting the eliminations and the confidence factor weighing in as well, this team is going to be unstoppable. You need to stop them on their tracks. You need to find the way they're rotating and then hunt them down, chase them to the end of the world, which I believe is going to be impossible, because the way they rotate is so, it's like they themselves are prepared for it. If someone intercepts us, we should have a plan waiting. The plan B is always Sadak either holding or Ziyan holding behind, just to bring in the resurrection part of it. And well, that's the reason they're called the Team Resurrection.
Exactly. And they don't just have a plan A, B, and they also have a C and D plan as well. So it just seems like it's impossible to pin them down. Keep in mind that Resurrection Esports had like 120 points in the previous week. Today, they amped it up to 145. So their performance improved. Indeed. And if they would have just gotten like, 9 more points, they would have broken Godlike Esports record, which was 154 points in the previous week. Every team is improving. The caliber of the tournament, the level of competition just keeps on rising. And I know for a fact that tomorrow when we see the teams of Group C perform, it will be absolutely spectacular. It will be absolute cinema. So make sure you tune in tomorrow as well, ladies and gentlemen. Same time and same place. For now, have a good evening and we'll see you tomorrow.
One easy.